Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another amazing audiobook. Today, I want to take a moment to thank the amazing author of this novel. Their creativity, imagination, and hard work have brought us this incredible story that we all love and enjoy. Truly, their talent is inspiring, and we owe them so much for creating this wonderful world. If you love this novel as much as I do and want to support the author, please check out the link in the description. Supporting them helps ensure that they can continue to create more amazing stories for us to enjoy. And if you enjoy the audiobooks I create and want to support me, you can become a Patreon member. As a Patreon member, you'll not only support my work, but also get the chance to request novels that are freely available on the internet. Depending on your Patreon tier, I will work on creating an audiobook for your requested novel. So let's show our appreciation to the author and keep this amazing community growing. All the details you need are in the description below. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you in the next video. Take care.
Chapter 151, The Might of the King of Gods, the Well-Behaved Gods. As soon as Loki's voice fell, Hestia's voice followed. Lucifer, help me beat Apollo. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes immediately shifted to Hestia, who had not spoken since she came here, and had closed her eyes to rest until now. At this time, Hestia was full of excitement and waved her hands at Lucifer. This guy was very arrogant before, and he threatened Morning Star. You Lucifer family may not intervene. Beat him up. Hestia ignored the eyes of the gods and continued to fan the flames. As soon as these words came out, the gods immediately showed a playful look, and each of them had a look of watching a show. As the person involved, Apollo's face turned directly into a liver color, and his mouth trembled slightly. Oh, Morning Star didn't tell me about this. Since you dare to threaten me, Apollo, you should know the consequences. Hearing Hestia's words, Morning Star's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, you can use this as an excuse to beat Apollo up. Morning Star thought so and did so. Just like last time, the gods' eyes did not catch the figure of Lucifer, the body of Morning Star's thoughts. In just a moment, Lucifer appeared in front of Apollo and slapped him directly. Snap. The crisp slap echoed throughout the entire assembly hall, and Apollo's whole face was slapped to one side. The gods were even more excited when they saw this scene, and some gods even started to make a noise. Apollo, why are you still standing there after being hit? Hit back. Yes, don't be afraid, Apollo, hit back. As a male god, don't you even have this little courage? Apollo, don't let me despise you. Well done, Lucifer. The gods watched the excitement one by one and fanned the flames of the scene in front of them. The voices of booing were mixed with Hestia's excited shouts. You guy. Perhaps because he felt very embarrassed to be slapped in the face by Morning Star in public, or perhaps because of the gods booing, Apollo suddenly exploded after a brief daze, turned his head and roared at Morning Star. But the next moment, another big slap came from the other side, directly slapping Apollo's face to the other side, and Apollo was stunned again. And the cheers of the gods became even more enthusiastic. You guy, don't go too far. Apollo reacted again, and his anger rose again. Snap. 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 Snap 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 snap. What responded to Apollo was the endless big slaps from Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star. In just a few seconds, Apollo's face swelled up like a big pig head. This time, Apollo completely exploded. The powerful divine power instantly covered the entire assembly hall. Now, the gods were even more excited. Apollo was forced to release his divine power. You be asterisk 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 D, I will definitely teach you a lesson today. Apollo, who released his divine power, barely escaped from Morning Star's big bag, with a pig-headed face, and roared in an unknown tone. However, the next moment, an even more terrifying divine power erupted from Lucifer, the thought of Morning Star. Apollo's divine power was instantly suppressed back into his body by this divine power. Faced with this sudden situation, Apollo's pupils suddenly shrank. Not only Apollo, but all the gods present stood up unconsciously at this moment, looking at Morning Star in disbelief. Divine power, this is the ability of every god. Gods are unchanging, and the divine power of most gods is similar. Almost the same, they can check and balance each other. Only the power of Uranus is stronger than that of the gods. However, even the power of Uranus is completely surpassed at this moment. The power of Morning Star is too terrifying. When this power erupted, the gods instinctively wanted to erupt their power to fight back. However, their power was suppressed and they couldn't even erupt. And the source of all this is the power released from Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star. This power is too terrifying. The gods feel that the power of Morning Star has completely surpassed them and entered a new realm. That's why the gods were so shocked and stood up from their seats unconsciously. Lucifer, what a scary guy. Loki narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured in a low voice. I won't be affected by the charm, and there is such a terrifying god standing behind me. It seems that I can only follow the steps and do it slowly. Freya's eyes fell on Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star, and the violet light in her eyes flickered slightly. What a mysterious guy, where did this guy come from? Hermes lowered his feather hat, hiding his eyes under the shadow of the brim of the hat, looking at Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star, and murmured in his heart. Awesome, worthy of being the main god that my Morning Star has set his eyes on. On the other side, Hestia excitedly waved her fist at this time. The stronger Lucifer's strength is, the more advantageous it is for Morning Star. After all, with such a powerful god around, other gods will be more or less afraid and will not plot against Morning Star for fun, although this possibility is very small. The divine power erupted in the assembly hall. The adventurers below might not feel it, but Uranus in the guild's underground altar clearly felt it, and a low voice slowly came out of his mouth. Lucifer, what a terrible existence. The gods had no idea that Morning Star's divine power was the divine power of the King of Gods, and it was not at the same level as them. The divine power of the gods could not be resisted at all. Why, do you want to have a divine war with me? Looking at Apollo in front of him, Morning Star narrowed his eyes slightly and bluffed. Hole. Even with a pig-headed face, Apollo still looked aggrieved, but he could do nothing about it. Because the gods did not allow a divine war to happen in the lower world, at most they would use divine power to fight against it. Staring at Morning Star fiercely, Apollo sat back in his seat aggrievedly, closed his eyes, and stopped talking. Seeing this, Morning Star withdrew the divine power that suppressed the gods. For a moment, the entire assembly hall fell into silence. After a while, Loki coughed and broke the silence. Ahem, then, temporary gods meeting. Ah, yes, let's continue the gods meeting. Yeah, continue. Hearing this, the gods spoke one by one and sat back in their seats. Lucifer, what do you think of this war game? Loki asked Morning Star directly at the beginning of the meeting. Your clan Morning Star has applied to Hestia for conditions to use foreign aid. What do you think? I remember Morning Star has never left Orario, but you said before that you have been wandering around the lower world for hundreds of years since you came to the lower world. Is it the adventurer you met in the outside world? Isn't the form of the war game being discussed now? Why are you asking these questions? Yes, I'm so curious that I forgot that this is what we are discussing now. So, Lucifer, what form do you think this war game should take? The gods were talking one after another, but they were all consulting the opinion of Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star. Or, let the leaders of both sides fight directly. At this time, Hermes suddenly spoke up and put forward his own opinion. No, I don't agree with this. As soon as Hermes finished speaking, Apollo excitedly refuted Hermes' proposal. Draw lots, write down your proposals and put them in the box. Hestia and I will choose a god to draw lots. Whatever you draw is what you win. Apollo said excitedly. When he spoke, his eyes did not leave Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star. It seemed that he was worried that Morning Star would come and slap him again. The eyes of the gods also fell on Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star, waiting for Lucifer's answer. I have no objection, let's do it this way. Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star, shrugged and smiled lightly. Okay, let's do it this way. Hearing the answer of Morning Star, the gods all agreed. Now the gods really dare not show off in front of Morning Star. This guy, one divine power can suppress the divine power of all of them, making them completely unable to use divine power to fight. How can they play this game? They protested jointly before and said they would overturn the table, because they can unite to release divine power. The suppression power of their divine power is almost the same, and the two gods can check and balance each other. If they unite together, then even if Morning Star is protected by gods, they will have the ability to attack Morning Star. But now that Lucifer's divine power has appeared, the gods understand that the joint protest to the guild before has no effect. It is precisely because of this situation that Apollo dare not make trouble again and sits down obediently. The gods are really worried that the incident with Ishtar will reappear. Now that they see that Morning Star is not prepared to make trouble recklessly because it can suppress their divine power, they are really thankful. How dare they mess around again? They are all very well behaved and sleep.jpg. Soon, the gods wrote their proposals on paper and put them in a box. Apollo and Hestia chose a god that both parties trust. There is no surprise that it is Hermes. The relationship between Hermes and Hestia and Apollo is quite good. It was no surprise that the war game Apollo drew this time was the same as in the original book, a siege war. The time was set 7 days later. Chapter 152 Initial Reincarnation. This war game is a siege war just like the original. Considering the situation of the families of both sides, the Apollo family served as the defenders, while the Hestia family served as the attackers. The members of the Apollo family set out directly on the same day and went to a ruin far away from Orario designated by the guild to repair the ruins. The people of the Ganesha family also went there to clean up the thieves there so as not to disturb the next war game. As for the Hestia family, Bel almost lived in the Dusk Pavilion of the Loki family in the next few days. Chenxing asked Angel to train Bel with all her strength in the next few days, and Angel naturally did not refuse and guided Bel throughout the calendar. With the blessing of her skills, Bel's grace ability value can be said to be rising rapidly. In addition, the fate of the Jianyulei family is still the same as in the original book. Because of the guilt for Bel and others, they wanted to help and went to the Hestia family. Even though Hestia said many times that the Hestia family could handle it, Ming still strongly requested it, because only by helping would she feel better. And Jianyulei also persuaded her, so Hestia agreed very smoothly and converted Ming to the family. In the next 2 days, Chenxing was not idle, teaching Lily combat skills and waiting for Tsubaki and Demeter to collect magic stones. On the 3rd day, Tsubaki asked someone to find Chenxing. "Oh, so many magic stones, how much are they worth?" Looking at the magic stones piled up like a small mountain in the room, Chenxing raised his eyebrows slightly. "It's worth 300 million Wallace." Tsubaki put his hands on his hips and said proudly, "You are really amazing, you collected so much in a few days." Chenxing smiled and said, "This is already the maximum collection. Originally, I could collect more. But I don't know why, Demeter's family is also collecting, so there are a lot less." Tsubaki touched his nose and said, "Ah, Demeter, that's what I asked her to collect." Chenxing heard it and said with a smile, "Is that so? Is it because you helped rescue the members of Demeter's family before?" "Yes." "I see. By the way, now that the magic stones have been collected, what should we do next?" Chun walked to Chenxing's side and asked Chenxing. Chenxing didn't say anything, but stretched out his hand to arrange a powerful dark magic barrier, covering the entire room, so that the outside world could not feel the situation here. Then Chenxing took the angel reincarnation pond out of the system space. Chenxing waved his hand, and then a small pond of 6 or 7 meters long and wide appeared on the ground on the left side of Chenxing. The edge of the pond was made of stones of various shapes, and the water in the pond was formed by white light. This is the angel reincarnation pond, and the entire angel reincarnation pond exudes a strong sacred atmosphere. "Oh, is this the angel reincarnation pond?" Seeing the suddenly appearing pond of light, Chun seemed very excited, especially the sacred breath coming from the pond made Chun extremely excited. "Yes, this is the angel reincarnation pond. As long as you enter this pool and soak for an hour, you will be reincarnated as an angel." Chenxing nodded slightly and said, and then with a big hand, a giant hand of light pushed all the magic stones on the other side to the angel reincarnation pond. As the magic stones entered the angel reincarnation pond emitted a dazzling light. In Chenxing's eyes, Chenxing could see that the energy in the angel reincarnation pond was constantly increasing, and soon broke through 6 digits. However, the energy value stopped when it reached more than 270,000. "Are you sure these magic stones are worth 300 million Wallace?" Looking at the energy value of only over 270,000, Chenxing looked at the excited Chun with some doubts and asked. Well, it did cost more than 300 million to collect them. Chun nodded affirmatively, but then asked back, is there anything wrong? Hearing this, Chenxing did not answer directly, but thought about it for a while, and then slowly shook his head. It's okay. It's probably because of the exchange rate. Forget it, don't worry too much about this kind of thing. Okay, it's okay, you can go in and soak in it now. Chenxing looked at Chun and said with a smile. Really? Then I won't be polite. Chun heard the words, her eyes lit up, and then she didn't take off her clothes, and jumped directly into the angel reincarnation pool. As Chun's body entered the angel reincarnation pool obviously began to operate, and the white halo continued to surge from the angel reincarnation pool. Oh, I feel that some kind of power has entered my body. As the halo flowed, Chun felt that her body had changed, and she shouted excitedly. However, the next second, Chun felt that she became very sleepy and her eyelids began to fight. In less than 5 seconds, Chun closed her eyes and fell into a coma. Then the white light covered Chun's entire body, and Chun turned into a light. Is this what happens when an angel is reincarnated? Chenxing raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him. Tsubaki's potential cannot be compared with AC. She only needs more than 80,000 energy points, and there are more than 19,000 energy points left. I don't know how much energy points Dion and Diana need. After reincarnating Tsubaki, I will go find Dion and Diana. Thinking silently, Chenxing sat down cross-legged, quietly waiting for Tsubaki's reincarnation ceremony. In addition to turning Tsubaki into a light cocoon, the angel reincarnation pool did not move. Chenxing was motionless and watched quietly. Time passed by bit, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Tsubaki's light cocoon also changed. A crack appeared on the outside of the white light cocoon, and then quickly spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the cracks on the surface of the light cocoon became dense. Then, rays of light leaked out from these cracks. At a certain moment, the light cocoon flew out of the reincarnation pool, and the light coming out of its surface burst out with an extremely dazzling light. Crack! 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 The sound of cracking continued to come, and the cracks became more and more dense. Then, bang! With a bang, the light cocoon exploded, revealing the situation inside. Tsubaki closed her eyes and floated in the air. 2 pairs of wings formed by light appeared behind her, and a white halo floated above her head. Apart from that, there was no change. The next second, a strong momentum burst out from Tsubaki's body, and the pressure of the momentum reached the level that adventurers at the level of V.5 should have. As soon as she was reincarnated as an angel, Tsubaki became a 4-winged angel, and her strength reached IV.6 or above. As for how strong she was, Chenxing was not sure. And this was not over yet. A burst of flames suddenly emerged from Tsubaki's body, covering her entire body, leaving only a head, but the flames did not cause any damage to Tsubaki's clothes. Is this, Chun has gained the power of fire? Flame Angel. Chenxing was a little surprised when he saw this scene, but he was not surprised. After using the angel reincarnation pool to become an angel, everyone can improve their potential and strength, and can also awaken a kind of power emperor due to their own characteristics. And Chun is a forger, and has always been dealing with fire. It is normal for Chun to gain the power of fire when reincarnated. As soon as Chenxing finished speaking, Chun woke up. After waking up, Chun first checked his condition. After feeling the flames on his body, the wings of light behind him, and the halo above his head, Chun was a little curious and kept groping for his wings and halo. However, after touching for more than 10 seconds, Chun stopped and looked at the flames wrapped around her body. Chun thought for a moment and then closed her eyes. After just a few seconds, the flames wrapped around Chun began to shrink and finally returned to Chun's body. After doing this, Chun's eyes shifted to Chenxing, who was watching her quietly. With a grin, she showed a mouthful of white teeth, and then, Chun flapped the wings of light behind her and flew down to Chenxing. What is it like after reincarnation? Chenxing asked with a smile after Chun landed in front of her. I feel full of strength, my physique seems to have increased several times, and I have also gained a very large amount of magic power. In addition, I have also gained very strong magic resistance. I feel that even if I am bombarded by a first-level magician while standing, I will not suffer much injury. In addition, I have also gained the power to control fire. This ability is a bit like magic, but it is a bit different. I don't know how to say it. But using it consumes magic power. Besides, I can fly now. Chun touched his chin, thought carefully, and then organized his words and answered, and said, the stick controlled the wings of light to flap. Are there any special feelings besides this? Chenxing nodded, and then asked again. Well, yes, I feel that everything seems to have become so simple and easy. Chun was stunned when he heard it, and then a proud smile appeared on his face. I feel that now I want to become stronger. It won't be as difficult as before. Although I don't know what's going on, I just have this feeling. This should be what you said, my potential has been improved. Chenxing, play a game with me, and you can evaluate my current strength. Okay, let's go to the ruins near the Elf Hall to compete. Well, let's go. Chapter 153, Tsubaki's Strength Surges, Looking for Dion and Diana. The Elf Hall, where the underground church where Hestia lived before, was the base of Alphea in Orario. However, because of the war, it has become a ruin and almost no one is here. After arriving here, Chenxing and Chun started to test each other directly. This time, the test is Chun's melee strength after reincarnation as an angel, magic immunity, and the power of fire that Chun has mastered. Because it is a test of melee strength, there is no need to use any combat skills, just holding the weapon for a full-strength collision. The weapons of the two people slashed together, sparks flew, and Chenxing immediately felt Chun's strength at the moment. LV.6, the ability value is about 300. After the collision, Chenxing estimated and said, Oh, then the next is speed. Chun nodded, indicating that he understood, and then continued to test speed and agility. Chenxing also tested one by one, and finally came to a conclusion, that is, Chun's current melee strength is in the range of IV.6, with an ability value of more than 300. My ability value was only over 100 at level 4.5 before, but I didn't expect to get a direct upgrade and some increase. I really made a profit. After the test, Chun was extremely excited after knowing her current strength. Not only that, your strength improvement should usher in a period of rapid growth next, and then it will slowly slow down. Chenxing nodded and said, Chenxing could feel this. Yeah. Okay, next test my magic immunity. Chun nodded, and then prepared for the next test. Chenxing did not delay, and directly began to release magic, controlling the power of magic at LV4, preparing to slowly improve at this level. To test the immunity to magic, Chun only needs to use the power of the flesh and directly confront the magic. Chenxing's magic blasted towards Chun, and Chun directly smashed the magic into pieces with one punch. Oh, awesome, Chenxing, keep going. Seeing that his fist was only slightly scorched, Chun's eyes lit up and said hurriedly. Chenxing did not hesitate and directly increased the power of magic to level 5, and then blasted over. Zhui still punched out. This time, the magic was not shattered by Chun, and the two sides persisted together. After several seconds, the magic released by Chenxing dissipated because of insufficient stamina and no magic replenishment. Well, it seems to be at this level. Chun looked at her fist, which was constantly bleeding. It was obvious that she was injured by the magic just now, and it was a big injury. Level 4.5 magic can already cause her a lot of injuries, and she has not continued to test more powerful magic. As your strength increases, your magic immunity should be greatly enhanced. Chenxing nodded and said. Chenxing does not believe that Chun's magic immunity will stop at level 4.5 magic, and it will definitely increase with the improvement of strength. Otherwise, the word angel is too cheap. I have the same feeling. Chun nodded with a smile, but then frowned. Why don't you treat me quickly, my fist is bleeding now. When Chun said this, her tone was full of coquettishness. Chenxing smiled slightly, and then released the light attribute healing magic, and healed Chun's fist in an instant. No matter how many times I see it, Chenxing's healing magic is unique. Chun clenched his fist and felt his intact hand. Chenxing didn't need potions to recover from injuries at all, just potions to restore magic power were enough. Okay, let's test the flame calendar I just got. I feel that the power of the flame I just got is much stronger than my melee strength. Putting down his fist, Chun looked at Chenxing again and said to Chenxing, "Well, release the most powerful flame you can release, let me test the power of your flame." Chenxing nodded slightly, signaling Chun to take action. Chun did not hesitate and began to accumulate power, preparing to release the most powerful flame she could use now. The blazing flame condensed in Chun's hand, the temperature gradually rose, and the surrounding air gradually twisted. Watching this scene, Chenxing narrowed his eyes slightly, and then a white light emerged from his hand. The next second, the two released the flames and light in their hands at the same time, and collided head-on. The huge explosion resounded throughout Orario, and the whole of Orario was shaken. Soon, the patrolling gendarmerie arrived here, but after arriving here, the gendarmerie only saw a pit of dozens of square meters and at least 4 or 5 meters deep, with flames burning on the edge of the pit. It's really dangerous, I was almost discovered. In the room of Hephaestus's family, Chun wiped her sweat and said with a tone of relief. She didn't expect that the magic collision between her and Chenxing would be so powerful. If the two hadn't forcibly suppressed the expansion of magic at the critical moment, it is estimated that at least a 100-meter pit would have been blown out in the elf ruins. Come to think of it, Chenxing, if you calculate the power of the flame I just released according to the magician's active firepower, what level is it at? Has it reached IV.7? After celebrating, Chun looked at Chenxing, who came back with her and asked curiously. She didn't understand this very well, but she knew that the power of the flame just released was definitely higher than the strongest power that her melee strength could exert, and even stronger than the most powerful magic sword she made, but she didn't know whether it reached the level of IV.7. I had seen Livilia's magic battle with the fallen fairy's clone on the 59th floor before, but at that time her attention was focused on the battle with the fallen fairy's clone's tree roots and the surrounding monsters, and she didn't pay much attention to it. As for what Chenxing said, Chun felt that Chenxing should know. Between 4.6 limit and IV.7, your current full release of firepower should be comparable to Livilia's full release of the high-level victory sword. Chenxing thought for a while and then gave an answer. Deck. That means I can compete with Livilia now. Hearing this answer, Chun's eyes lit up. Your mental power and magic power are not as good as Livilia's. If you really fight, your endurance will not be good. However, although Livilia's mental power and magic power are stronger than yours, magic needs to be chanted. You two are about the same in this regard. Chenxing shrugged and said. I got such a strong power all of a sudden, I feel like I've reached the sky in one step. Morning Star, you really gave me a huge surprise. Chun put his hands behind his back, supporting himself, and said lazily. Don't be complacent, sleep. Next, train yourself as much as possible and improve your strength. Like I said before, you should be in the growth stage now, don't miss this opportunity. Hey, I will work hard. Speaking of which, it's all your credit to suddenly gain such a strong power, Morning Star. Let me repay you well. After leaving the Hephaestus family, Morning Star rushed to the Dusk Pavilion. After arriving at the Dusk Pavilion, Morning Star found that most of the members of Loki's family were not in the Dusk Pavilion. Go to Deadless Street to search for the entrance to the artificial maze. Angel stayed in the Twilight Pavilion and was training Belle at this time. Belle was very hard-working. Even though she was covered in wounds, she still got up again and attacked Angel. Morning Star was very satisfied with this situation. Morning Star did not disturb them. He turned around and left the Twilight Pavilion and went to Deadless Street to find Dion and Diana. The vicinity of Deadless Street is now full of patrols of the gendarmerie. However, these members only patrolled around Deadless Street and did not enter inside. Although there were gendarmerie patrols, they did not block the entry and exit of Deadless Street, and Morning Star entered Deadless Street smoothly. The streets of Deadless Street are really complicated. If Morning Star remembers correctly, the complicated streets of Deadless Street were specially designed by the first generation of Deadless, seemingly to hide the existence of the artificial maze. In Deadless Street, even the residents and adventurers living here sometimes get lost. Morning Star opened the vein of light and searched for the traces of Dion and Diana on the roof of the house. Soon, Morning Star found the location of the two and rushed over directly. The sisters Dion and Diana were walking on a street at this time. When Morning Star arrived, the sisters were chatting leisurely, not looking like they were looking for a man-made maze at all. Morning Star. Seeing Morning Star, Dion was obviously excited and hung on Morning Star's back. Morning Star, why are you here? Diana also greeted with a smile. I said before that I would improve your potential and strength, and now it is done. Morning Star reached out and touched Tioni's hair, smiling. Is it ready? Tioni's eyes lit up when she heard the words, and she said excitedly. Is it the one Tioni mentioned before? Tiona was also a little surprised and confirmed. Tioni had told her about the reincarnated angel before. She had no objection to this matter. Tioni wanted her to be with her, and she also wanted to stay with Tioni forever. The two sisters have been together since they were young and have never been apart, and it will be the same in the future. Yeah. Let's go, find a quiet place, I will reincarnate you. Then go back to the Twilight Pavilion, my room. Okay, let's go. It's faster if you take the two of us directly. That's fine. Chapter 154 Angel Level 7 Amazon. Tsubaki is 4.5. After reincarnating as an angel, she skipped the two-winged angel and became a four-winged angel. She mastered the power of fire and reached the limit of IV.6. I don't know what changes Dion and Diana will get after they are reincarnated as angels. Chenxing murmured in his heart, looking at the two light cocoons in the angel reincarnation pool in front of him. The energy value required for Dion and Diana to reincarnate as angels is 10,000 more than that of Tsubaki and 10,000 less than that of Ace. The energy value required by both of them is 90,000. The energy value in Chenxing's angel reincarnation pool is still 190,000, which is just enough for the two to reincarnate, so Chenxing directly reincarnates them. To be honest, after seeing the changes in Tsubaki, Chenxing himself wanted to transform himself. Tsubaki directly improved his strength by 1 level. If he reincarnates as an angel, wouldn't he get more benefits? However, Chenxing can't use the reincarnation pool artifact at all. This thing can only be used by other people. Chenxing, the owner, doesn't allow it to be used at all. It's very strange. There are only more than 10,000 left, and I don't know if it's enough for Lily to reincarnate. Besides, there's Haruheim. Forget it, let's wait for 2 more days. When Demeter's magic stones are collected, they will be reincarnated. This is what Chenxing had discussed with Hestia before. Let Lily and Haruheim reincarnate as angels. The two of them don't have much potential and can't keep up with Belle at all. So Chenxing thought about giving them a cheat. As for Belle, Chenxing didn't want to interfere too much in Belle's growth trajectory. This guy is being watched by many gods. If Belle is really reincarnated, who knows what will happen. Moreover, with Belle's own potential, he doesn't need to be reincarnated as an angel to grow quickly. Shaking his head slightly, Chenxing didn't continue to think about this matter, and quietly waited for the reincarnation of Dion and Diana. Time passed quickly, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The light cocoons transformed by Dion and Diana broke apart like Tsubaki before. The changes of the two are similar to those of Tsubaki, the only difference is that the wings of light on their backs have 1 more pair than Tsubaki, reaching 6 wings. 6 wings. According to the changes in Tsubaki before, the strength of Dion and Diana has definitely increased by 1 level, reaching IV.7. Reaching IV.7, there is 1 more pair of wings. How is this calculated? Looking at the wings of light on the backs of Dion and Diana, Chenxing was a little confused. System. When indecisive, quantum mechanics, no, system mechanics. This will match the host with the level of this world and the strength of the reincarnated angel. Ding. The match is successful. The 2-winged angel corresponds to adventurers of IV.2 and IV.4, the 4-winged angel corresponds to IV.5 and IV.6, the 6-winged angel corresponds to IV.7 and LV8, the 8-winged angel corresponds to IV.9 and IV.10, the 10-winged angel corresponds to the god of God's grace, that is, the subordinate god of the main god of this world, and the 12-winged angel corresponds to the god of this world. Hearing the explanation of the system, Chenxing was slightly enlightened. Sure enough, the strength of Dion and Diana has reached IV.7 now, but I don't know what abilities they have mastered. Looking at Dion and Diana, Chenxing was a little expectant. The next second, Dion and Diana, who had successfully reincarnated, flapped their wings and came to Chenxing in an instant. Without any surprise, as soon as Dion appeared beside Chenxing, she hugged Chenxing directly. Morning Star, this angel is so strong, I feel like I'm full of strength now. Dion looked up, looked at Morning Star, and said excitedly. Ah, I feel like I can beat 10 of my previous selves now. Diana on the side waved her fist at the air, punching the air one by one, and echoed excitedly. Thank you so much, Morning Star. You're welcome. Tell me about your reincarnation. Morning Star smiled, and then asked about the reincarnation of the two. I have mastered the power of war. When fighting, I can exert twice the speed and strength, and it seems to be able to improve as my strength increases. Dion left Morning Star's arms, and then punched the air, and there was a bang in the air. But this is only on the surface. Morning Star can feel that when Dion punched out, there seemed to be a special power in the fist, and the existence of this power made Dion's attack power even more powerful. Me too, me too. Diana on the side also threw a punch, causing the surrounding air to explode, and then said with a smile. I didn't expect that you actually obtained the same ability, the power of war. It seems that you can be called the Angel of War. Seeing that the two sisters actually obtained this pure amplification ability, Chenxing was a little surprised, but then he was not surprised. After all, the ability obtained after the reincarnation of the angel is closely related to the reincarnated person. Dion and Diana are both Amazons who like to fight, so it is not surprising to obtain the pure power of the power of war. However, like Chun, you have not obtained any light power at all. The angels are using light attribute abilities, but none of the three of them got them. It's a bit biased. Chenxing secretly complained in his heart. Hee, are Dion and I now the strongest adventurers of the Loki family? At this time, Diana suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. You should be the strongest members of the Loki family now. Let's go, let's test your current strength. Yeah. The three of them then came to an open space in the atrium and started testing. The results came out soon. As expected, the strength of Dion and Diana reached IV.7, with an ability value of more than 500. If they use the power of war to fight, their strength can instantly soar to the limit of IV.7. If either of the sisters comes out now, they can fight against Oda. However, although the power of war is strong, it consumes a lot of energy. This thing consumes mental power and magic power. Every time it is used, it consumes a lot of mental power and magic power. Diana has no magic, so she has no magic power, but she has magic power after reincarnation, so the endurance is not strong. Speaking of which, the sisters Dio and Diana are almost catching up. However, Chenxing did not feel unhappy or jealous because the two of them were almost catching up with him. Instead, he was very happy. Dion and Diana's strength has now increased to this level. If he fights with them, the increase in grace ability value will definitely be rapid. Before, I was still worried about not having an opponent to fight. After all, in my current situation, if I want to quickly increase my grace ability value, one is to find Oda to fight, the second is to let all the 10th level adventurers of the Loki family fight with me. Either way is unrealistic. They also have things to do. It is impossible for them to waste their time fighting with me all the time, not to mention that the Loki family is still investigating the artificial maze. Now that the strength of Tioni and Tiona has improved, I can rely on fighting with them to improve myself. Speaking of which, Morning Star, I feel that my vitality is very strong. Is this a special situation after reincarnation as an angel? After the test, the three returned to Tioni's room again. Tioni felt her physical condition and asked curiously. Yes, although it is very subtle, I do feel that my vitality has become stronger. What's going on? Tiona nodded and asked curiously. I forgot to tell you that after reincarnation as an angel, your lifespan has increased a lot. As for how much it has increased, I am not sure, but with your current level of six-winged angels, you can probably live for tens of thousands of years. If you continue to improve, you will probably have an eternal life like the gods. Morning Star heard this and explained with a smile. He really forgot about this matter. After all, here in Morning Star, if you are reincarnated as an angel, there is no worry about your lifespan. However, Morning Star knows that Tioni and Tiona don't know. By the way, let's tell Chun about this later. That guy didn't seem to notice it and didn't mention it. Is this true? The two sisters were very shocked to hear that their lifespan had been greatly improved and they could live for tens of thousands of years. In this world, apart from the gods, even long-lived races like elves can only live for a few hundred years at most, or 1,000 years at most. I have never heard of anyone who can live for more than 10,000 years except for the gods. And now Chenxing told them that they can live for tens of thousands of years. How can they not be motivated? Yeah, that's it. Chenxing was not surprised at all by the shock of the two, and nodded with a smile. That's great. This way we can always be together in the future. Dion shouted excitedly, and Diana also nodded beside her. At this moment, Dion seemed to think of something, pulled Diana over, and pushed Diana towards Chenxing. Morning Star, I leave it to you. Take care of Diana. After pushing the stunned Diana into Morning Star's arms, Dion said with a smile, and then quickly left the room and closed the door. In the room, Morning Star and Dion in his arms looked at each other. Dion seemed to realize something. She was almost not shy before, but at this moment her cheeks turned red. Please give me more advice, Morning Star. Dion spoke softly, not like her original character at all. You are shy too. Looking at Dion like this, Morning Star said with a smile. Ah, I'm so annoyed, come here. Looking at Morning Star like this, Dion seemed to be possessed by Dion. She grabbed Morning Star's collar and threw Morning Star directly onto the bed, and then she fell down. Morning Star, Sigma, 2. Forgot, no matter what, Dion is Amazon. Chapter 155, Demeter, The Power of Illusion, The Power of Heroes. 2 days passed in a flash. During these 2 days, Chenxing took the blood of Lily and Haruki and tested the energy value needed for them to reincarnate as angels. As Chenxing expected, the potential of the two was not too strong, and the energy value needed to reincarnate as an angel was not much, only 10,000 per person would be enough. However, because Lily and Haruki were related, Chenxing's remaining ability value was only more than 10,000, so Chenxing put it aside for the time being. Wait until I get the magic stone from Demeter and then reincarnate the two together. Today is the time agreed with Demeter. Chenxing left the library early in the morning and rushed to the residence of Demeter's family in Orario. The residence of Demeter's family in Orario is a manor of medium size, which can also be said to be a villa. When Chenxing arrived here, Demeter was already waiting. Long time no see, Chenxing. You really didn't come to my place before the agreed time. Looking at Chenxing walking in front of him, Demeter said in a gentle tone, but, I don't know if it was an illusion. Chenxing seemed to get the tone of yuan from Demeter's words. Shaking his head slightly, Chenxing smiled and said, you also know the situation of the Hestia family and the Apollo family. These 2 days, I, 820, have been training Lily and haven't moved much. Hee, I'm kidding. Let's go, I've prepared the magic stone, follow me. Demeter said with a smile, and then turned around to lead the way. Soon, Chenxing was taken to the place where the magic stone was placed by Demeter. Ah, is this your room? Although it is large, isn't it a good place to store magic stones? Looking at the more than 20 boxes of magic stones piled up in the warm atmosphere in the room, Chenxing didn't know how to complain for a while, and said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Haha, I dare not put so many magic stones in the warehouse casually. What if they are lost? Facing Chenxing's words, Demeter replied with a smile. Once this was said, there were more complaints. If you put it in the warehouse, it can be locked and guarded, but if you put it in your room, there is no one to guard it, and you can't stay in the room all day. Although he complained in his heart, Chenxing didn't mean to say it out loud, and prepared to put the magic stones into the system space. At this moment, Demeter suddenly spoke. Are you going to put these magic stones in your library? I'll have someone send these magic stones to you. Ah, don't bother with this. I have a space magic that can store things and can be put directly in. Chenxing heard it, smiled and waved his hand, and then waved his hand and put more than 20 boxes of magic stones directly into the system space. It's really a convenient magic. Demeter was surprised by the scene in front of him and said with a shit. It's quite convenient. You can harvest a lot during the expedition. Chenxing smiled and nodded, then said. Then, Chenxing prepared to say goodbye. Now that the magic stone was in hand, Chenxing would also go to reincarnate Lily and Haruheim as angels. Because the ruins of the war game Siege War are far away from Orario, the Hestia family needs to leave Orario 2 days in advance. Belle and the other 4 will leave Orario and go to the ruins of Zulum tomorrow. However, after saying goodbye, Chenxing just turned around and was pulled. What are you in such a hurry for? I haven't repaid your kindness yet. Holding Chenxing's hand, Demeter's face flushed slightly, and her tone was extremely gentle, which reminded Chenxing of Diana's shy look 2 days ago. Instantly, a thought flashed through Chenxing's mind. No way. As soon as this thought came out, Demeter had already approached. The cheek close at hand made Chenxing understand that his guess was correct. Ugh. A few hours later, Chenxing returned to the library with a strange look on his face. Hey, Chenxing, did you get the magic stone? Seeing Chenxing coming back, Hestia, who was sorting books, smiled and waved and shouted. Yes, I got it. Where are Lily and Haruki? I'll reincarnate them now. Chenxing nodded and said. It's inside, you can find it yourself. Hestia replied casually, and then continued to sort the books. Hestia now completely regards the library as her home, and naturally she is very concerned about the work of the library. Well, then I'll go and see. Chenxing nodded slightly, replied, and then walked towards the inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard, in a room, Lily and Haruki were discussing the situation of the next war game. Because Belle has been training in the Dusk Hall these days, Lily and Haruki have also moved here, and both of them have come to receive guidance from Chenxing. With Morningstar's ability, whether it is close combat or magic, he is capable of defeating both of them. As for Ming went to Jianyule to learn combat skills and stayed there temporarily. Morningstar, you are back. Are you going to give us the angel reincarnation you mentioned? Lily was very excited to see Morningstar and asked excitedly. Morningstar had already told Lily and Chun-Ji about the angel reincarnation. Of course, just in case, Morningstar also used the Shirkai contract. Lily was very excited about the angel reincarnation. Whether or not to improve strength is not the point for Lily. The point is that Morningstar said that after reincarnating into an angel, she and Morningstar will be completely bound together, which is the most important thing. So after Morningstar mentioned the angel reincarnation, Lily has been looking forward to it. Morningstar said that they will be reincarnated today. Now that Morningstar has come back from outside, it should be time to reincarnate them. Mr. Morningstar. Chun-Ji also spoke softly, calling softly, and when the voice fell, the guy's cheeks flushed slightly, and his tail kept swinging. Chenxing, who knew Chun-Ji's habits, knew at a glance that this guy was definitely thinking about something very obscene at this time, and the target might be himself. But Chenxing didn't care. Well, there are enough magic stones. I will reincarnate you now. Chenxing nodded slightly, and then summoned the angel reincarnation pool. Seeing the angel reincarnation pool suddenly appearing on the floor of the room, Lily and Chun-Ji were both shocked. However, after reacting, they were a little excited. Because they knew that the pond emitting white light in front of them was the angel reincarnation pool that Chenxing said. Morningstar, what should we do next? Can Lily and Chun-Ji go in directly? Lily turned her eyes to Chenxing and asked Chenxing. Wait, I still need to provide energy for it. Chenxing heard it and shook his head, then took out boxes of magic stones from the system space, and then poured them into the reincarnation pool one by one. Seeing so many magic stones enter the reincarnation pool, Lily and Chun-Ji were both scared. Do you actually need so many magic stones? Mr. Morningstar is so kind to us. I really don't know how to repay Mr. Morningstar. Seeing this scene, Lily and Chun-Ji were shocked, but then they were extremely grateful. They said silently in their hearts, and their eyes gradually became firm. Morningstar didn't know what the two were thinking at this time. It is impossible for the two to reincarnate so much. The reason for doing this is naturally to put all the magic stones in at once, so as not to have trouble in the future. After pouring for 2 minutes, Morningstar finally put all the magic stones into the reincarnation pond. After pouring it, Morningstar found that the energy value reached more than 600,000. In other words, the magic stones collected by Demeter are far more than 500 million Wallace, at least more than 600 million. This guy, don't explain it. Morningstar laughed slightly and murmured in his heart. Soon, Morningstar didn't think too much. Although it was a bit abrupt, the relationship between himself and Demeter had developed to this point, and there was no need to distinguish so clearly. In the future, if the Demeter family needs help, they will come to me. Okay, I have replenished it. You can go in. Chenxing turned his head and looked at Lily and Chuanji, who were already impatient, and said, "Yes, Master Chenxing, sir." Hearing Chenxing's words, the two who couldn't wait jumped into the reincarnation pool by themselves, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into light cocoons under the power of the reincarnation pool. I don't know how much Lily and Chuanji will improve their strength after reincarnation as angels. Will it be IV.2 or IV.3? Speaking of which, if Ming was not just converted for 1 year and would return to the Takemirai family after 1 year, I could reincarnate Ming. However, after reincarnation as an angel, the reincarnated person will become my subordinate and obey my orders. Do you want 4.1? Just reincarnate your life directly. Then let your life flow directly to the Hestia family. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Chenxing looked at the light cocoons that Lily and Chuanji transformed into, and thought silently in his heart. Time passed quickly, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lily and Chuanji's reincarnation was completed quickly. With the dazzling light completely illuminating the entire room, the figures of Lily and Chuanji appeared in Chenxing's sight. There was no surprise. Lily and Chuanji were just reincarnated as two winged angels. From the explosion of the two, judging from the momentum, it is probably only about IV.2. It can be said to be the lowest level angel. But there is nothing to be done about it. After all, the two of them have low potential, and they don't have much strength even if they are reincarnated. They are both IV.1, and it is good to be able to upgrade to 4.2 after reincarnation. However, now that they have been reincarnated, their potential has also increased greatly, and they can become stronger quickly next. While Chenxing was thinking, Lily and Chuanji had already flapped their wings and came to Chenxing's side. Morningstar, I have gained an ability called the Power of Illusion. Mr. Morningstar, I have gained an ability called the Power of Hero. Chapter 156, The Abilities of the Two, the War Game begins. The next morning, Bell and the others set out. Morningstar also separated his thought body and went with them, but he did not go with Bell and the others, but acted separately. As Bell and the others set out, the atmosphere of the whole Orario reached a climax, and the whole Orario was filled with a passionate atmosphere. Come to think of it, Morningstar, your clone really won't go with Bell and the others? Hestia asked Morningstar in the library. Well, I originally wanted to help Bell and the others clear the obstacles and give Bell and Hyacinthus a chance to fight alone. But now, I shouldn't need to do it, but I will still do it. Morningstar nodded and replied. Originally, Morningstar was going to use the thought body to deal with other members of the Apollo family. After all, the number of Apollo family is still quite large. Bell and the other 4 are not like him. No matter how many people come, it's useless. Ants can still bite elephants to death. However, after transforming Lily and Haruheim into angels yesterday, Chenxing felt that he didn't need to do anything. After all, the combined abilities of Lily and Haruheim are enough to deal with the other members of the Apollo family. Although Lily's power of illusion occupies the word illusion, it is actually more like the materialization of fantasy. The ability she developed, Chenxing wants to name it as the inherent barrier. That's right, it is the great forbidden spell of the Type Moon world, a subspecies of the materialization of fantasy, the inherent barrier. Lily can use her ability to erode the real world and turn the real world into the world of her fantasy. 26. In other words, as long as Lily's strength is enough, she can instantly pull the enemy she wants to deal with into the world she created. With Lily's strength, it is naturally impossible to include all the people of the Apollo family into the world she created. But Haruheim's ability can just make up for this. It seems that under the influence of Haruheim's magic Wanbao hammer, the magic obtained by Haruheim also tends to assist in this aspect. Hero's power, as long as the magic power and mental power are sufficient, can increase a person's strength, and like the Wanbao hammer, it can increase by about 1 level. At the same time, the increase of Hero's power does not limit the number of people. It can be said to be a combination of Wanbao hammer and Jiuchong. And the most important point is that Hero's power has no CD, no cooldown, and can be stacked on other amplification abilities. In other words, Chenxing can use Hero's Calendar while using Wanbao Hammer. Chenxing can directly increase a person's combat power by 2 levels of grace. Lily and Chenxing can join forces to fight against the entire Apollo family in a short time. As for taking down the Apollo family, forget it. The Apollo family is not a vegetarian either. After all, they are a family that can kill Goliath together. Although they can't kill the Apollo family, they can have a great effect of restraining them. Lily and Chenxing can create conditions for Belle to fight Hyacinthus. Although he said so, Chenxing did not let his thought body give up participating in this war game. You have to be prepared for the worst. Ah, indeed. I didn't expect that after you let the 2 reincarnate as the angels you said, their strength would actually increase by a lot. Fortunately, this was not done by your main god Lucifer, otherwise those gods would definitely think I cheated. Hearing Chenxing's words, Hestia nodded and agreed. What are you afraid of? If they really doubt it, then the gods will directly judge it. Besides, from what you said before, the gods were scared by Lucifer, and they probably don't dare to jump around casually. It's okay. Chenxing smiled slightly after hearing this, and said that he didn't care much about the potential threat of the gods. There was no way. He didn't know that his divine power was so powerful before that he could suppress the gods, so he was so afraid of the gods. But now, he can completely suppress the gods by himself. However, if the gods don't come to provoke him, he won't attack them. That's right. Your main god Lucifer is really a pervert. He suppresses so many gods. You don't know how quickly the gods change their faces at the gods' assembly. After being suppressed by Lucifer's divine power, those guys instantly became good kids. Hearing what Morning Star said, Hestia's mind flashed the development of the gods' assembly a few days ago, and she laughed. Yeah. The events of the day passed in a flash, and the day of the war game finally arrived. The whole of Orario was very lively, and the boiling sound and cheers rang out in all the streets of Orario. On this day, the busy adventurers rarely gave themselves a day off. They came back from the dungeon one by one, and stayed in their respective clan residences, or in the tavern, or in the square, waiting for the gods to open the gods' mirror and watch the war game. Morning Star accompanied Hestia to the assembly hall. At this time, many gods had gathered here. The gods had no objection to Morning Star, a human, coming here. Before Morning Star came, there was already a human here. A few seconds after Morning Star entered the assembly hall, a figure flashed to the side of Morning Star. Hey, Yasvi, Hermes brought you here. A figure suddenly appeared, and Hestia was startled, but after seeing the person coming, Hestia smiled and greeted him. After all, they were companions who had entered the dungeon together before, and they had bathed in a lake and chatted, so Hestia and Yasvi had a pretty good relationship. That's right, it was Yasvi who appeared next to Morning Star and Hestia. Yasvi was brought up by Hermes. Although Hermes kept saying that the gods would not care about a human appearing here, Yasvi was still very cramped, nervous, and embarrassed. Now that Morning Star was here, Yasvi finally breathed a sigh of relief and ran to Morning Star as soon as possible. After all, Morning Star was another human besides her at the scene. Following Morning Star, Yasvi felt more relaxed. Lady Hestia, Morning Star. Yasvi nodded slightly and greeted, and Morning Star nodded in response. Morning Star, Yasvi is very nervous, please talk to her. At this time, Hermes came over, touched the brim of his hat with one hand, and said to Morning Star with a smile. Knowing that Yasvi would be embarrassed, you still brought her here, I really don't know what you think. Morning Star rolled his eyes speechlessly. Well, bring Yasvi to grow courage. Hermes replied with a smile. Hey, Hestia, Morning Star, you are here. After Hermes, Hephaestus, Mai, Jianule, and others also came over and greeted Hestia and Morning Star. Good morning, Hephaestus, Mai, Jianule. Hestia waved and said hello, and Morning Star also responded from the side. Speaking of which, where is Lucifer? Why didn't that guy come over? After they greeted each other, Hephaestus looked behind Morning Star and asked curiously. Ah, that guy, he said that he couldn't get enough of watching with the God's mirror, so he ran to a high ground on the scene to watch the game. Morning Star heard it and said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the corners of the mouths of the gods present twitched, and Hestia was no exception. It's too weird, he actually ran to the scene to watch the war game. What kind of brain circuit is this guy? This guy is unique, I can accept it. Okay, no more talking, time is almost up, let's get ready to start the war game. Hermes shook his head slightly, and then said, well. Then, all the gods looked up at the sky, and Hermes spoke to the sky, please allow us to use divine power, Uranus. Hermes' voice echoed in the air and reached the underground altar of the guild. Soon, Uranus in the underground altar responded, and his steady and vicissitudes of life voice shook the air, spread throughout Orario, and entered the ears of the gods. Permission. As Uranus' voice fell, all the gods of Orario stretched out their hands and snapped their fingers. The next moment, a huge mirror of God appeared right above the assembly hall, and Orario's taverns, family residences, squares, and even street corners also appeared. The divine mirrors appeared one after another. The divine mirrors blurred for a while, and then a picture appeared. It was the scene of the ruins of Shulam outside of Orario. After seeing this scene, the gods, adventurers, residents, and merchants of Orario all showed their expectations, and their hearts were very excited. Whether it was the gods, adventurers, residents, or merchants, they were all looking forward to this feast. They silently hoped that this feast would not disappoint them. In the assembly hall, the gods' eyes fell on the mirror of the gods, and they also frequently fell on the morning star who was also looking at the mirror of the gods. In this war game, the Hestia family, but there is a need for external assistance. And Hestia herself does not have the conditions to know adventurers from the outside world. So it is certain that the matter of asking for external assistance fell on Lucifer. After all, Lucifer revealed that he had traveled in the lower world for hundreds of years after he came to the lower world, and only recently mixed into Orario. He definitely has some unknown connections in the outside world. The gods are very curious about the external assistance of Hestia's family this time. Time passed bit by bit, and the picture in the mirror of God did not change at all. Only the scene of Apollo's family patrolling as described by Shulam could be seen. There was no change for such a long time, so some people were a little disappointed. However, the next second, everyone was excited. Here they come, the Hestia family is attacking. Someone shouted, attracting the attention of all the audience. Everyone stared at the god mirror, and their eyes were full of excitement. In the expectant eyes of the crowd, the picture of the god mirror was pulled away, revealing a figure outside the ruins of Shulam. I haven't seen it before, is this the foreign aid that the Hestia family invited this time? Looking at the figure walking slowly towards the ruins of Shulam, everyone held their breath and silently asked questions in their hearts. Chapter 157, Erosion of Reality. Then, Master Bell, Master Ming, Master Chuanji, we will act according to Master Lucifer's plan. Outside the ruins of Zulam, Lily and others gathered together, and Lily said to everyone, well, let's act according to Master Lucifer's plan. Master Lucifer, I'll ask you to temporarily attract our attention. Everyone present had no objection, and Bell respectfully asked the thought body of Morning Star leaning against the wall not far away. Lucifer, this is the name that Morning Star gave himself after using the thought body to change into another appearance. Well, I will act later, and you guys will lurk over. Morning Star nodded slightly and said, then turned and walked towards the direction of the ruins of Zulam. Originally, Morning Star was going to take action against the other members of the Apollo family to provide Bell with a chance to fight. But now Morning Star is ready to play a supporting role, letting Lily and the others to contain the other members of the Apollo family. Lily's ability is not strong yet, and she needs to get closer to be effective, pulling everyone into the world she created. And everyone is now a little far away from the ruins of Zulam, and Lily's ability can perfectly hide everyone and get close to Zulam. However, if she wants to hide perfectly and arrive near the ruins of Zulam without being discovered, it is also a very big consumption for Lily, so it was rejected by Morning Star. Since they have all participated in this war game, they naturally have to show their faces, and they can go out to attract the attention of the Apollo family, saving Lily some energy. Morning Star left the hiding place of several people, appeared in public, and walked quietly towards Shuli and Khonshu. Go. That posture was like taking a walk, strolling leisurely, not like preparing for a battle at all. However, the members of the Apollo family did not dare to relax at all, and they were all ready. They had never seen the appearance of Morning Star, which meant that Morning Star was the foreign aid of Hestia's family. And this foreign aid was invited by Morning Star. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Even if they did not know the strength of Morningstar's thought body Lucifer, they did not dare to underestimate it. If it were not for the fact that the distance was still far away, the magic and bows and arrows of the Apollo family would have been difficult to attack, and the members of the Apollo family would have taken action long ago. The moment Morningstar's thought body Lucifer appeared, the whole of Aurario was boiling. Morningstar boy, is this guy the foreign aide that Lucifer found? On the top of the Tower of Babel, in the assembly hall on the 30th floor, Loki turned his head to look at Morningstar and asked. Well, his name is Lucifer, which is a bit similar to Lucifer's name. He is someone that guy knew in the outside world. Morningstar nodded and introduced the other identity of his thought body. How strong is it? Loki nodded, and then asked the question that everyone present wanted to know, and the god's eyes shifted to it. First level. Morningstar said with a smile. No, it's impossible. How could an adventurer from the outside world have such a strong strength? As soon as Morningstar finished speaking, Apollo made a sharp explosion and roared in disbelief. The other gods were shocked at first, and then they gloated one by one, watching Apollo's hysterical appearance with a joking look. Is it true? Loki was slightly startled, and then he was a little suspicious. Well, I can't confirm this, because Lucifer doesn't seem to plan to take action, but just invites him here just in case. To deal with Apollo's family, Bel and the others are enough. Morningstar shrugged and said. This time, his thought body should not need to take action. He only needs to attract the attention of Apollo's family and let Lily and others lurk near the ruins of Shulam. At that time, Lily, Chun-Ji and Ming-san will naturally take over Apollo's family. Hey, are you kidding me? Hearing this, Loki shouted immediately, and then quickly looked at Hestia, wanting to see Hestia's reaction. The same is true for other gods. There are so many members of Apollo's family, and there are no fewer than LV2. Hestia's family is obviously there is no way they can be the opponents of Apollo's family. Most of their expectations for this war game are on the foreign aid that Lucifer invited, and they want to see what kind of feast this foreign aid can bring to them. Now you tell me that this foreign aid may not take action, is it true or not? What's so good about that? They don't think that the members of Hestia's family can defeat Apollo's family. The response of the gods is the bright smile on Hestia's face. Hee, just watch, Bel and the others' performance will definitely blind your eyes. Well, since Hestia said so, Bel and the others should have a very exciting performance. At this time, she spoke in a mysterious manner. When these words came out, everyone reacted. Yes, Hestia's confident look did not seem to indicate that the Hestia family would lose. For a moment, the gods' expectations, which had just died down, were raised again, and their eyes turned back to the mirror of God. Only Apollo was still there, as if he had lost his parents, but no one paid any attention to him. The camera turned back to the ruins of Shulam. Facing the Apollo family who were on high alert, Morningstar did not care at all, and continued to stroll leisurely, moving forward slowly under the vigilance of the Apollo family. Morningstar walked slowly like this, but it brought very strong psychological pressure to the Apollo family on the wall of the Shulam ruins. Due to the reputation of Morningstar, the members of the Apollo family attached great importance to the foreign aid invited by the Lucifer family, and they were all very vigilant. However, this vigilance brought great psychological pressure to Morningstar under his hawk-like behavior. The members of the Apollo family wanted to attack Morningstar, but neither magic nor bows and arrows could reach such a distance. They could only wait quietly for Morningstar to enter their attack range. It was in such an environment that the members of the Apollo family were very tormented, and their palms were sweating a lot when they held their weapons. Fortunately, Morningstar did not let them wait too long. After waiting for several minutes, Morningstar finally entered their attack range. Without any hesitation, the captain of the Apollo family on the wall immediately issued an attack order. The archers and magicians arranged on the wall launched the attack as soon as the order was issued. The magician chanted the spell, and the archer shot the arrows that had been set long ago. The overwhelming arrows poured down towards the location of Morningstar. Facing these arrows, Chenxing was very calm. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind pressure was formed, blowing away all the arrows shot at him. Seeing this scene, the people watching the battle in Aurario were all very excited and shouted excitedly. Since the appearance of Chenxing's thought body, the battle has finally started. As a result, Chenxing gave everyone such a hand at the beginning. Chenxing didn't take any weapons, but simply waved his hand to blow away the many arrows shot by the archers of the Apollo family. Such dense arrows had no effect at all. Whether the wind pressure that Chenxing just waved his hand was magic or skill, it was very powerful in the eyes of everyone. However, low-level adventurers and gods who were no different from ordinary people could not see it. Those first-level adventurers frowned when they saw this scene. The strength of the first-level adventurers is very strong, and they feel more deeply about Chenxing's previous session. The move that Chenxing made to fly away the arrows just now was not magic or skill at all, it was completely physical strength. In other words, Chenxing just waved his hand and flew away the arrows. This guy is at least level IV.6. In the Silver Mansion, Alan looked at Chenxing in the magic mirror and said solemnly. He could also do what Chenxing did, but that was after he upgraded to 4.6 and walked a long way at the IV.6 level. Because this move requires a very strong physique to be able to do it. He also walked a long way at the IV.6 level and his physique reached this level. We actually found such a powerful adventurer outside of Horario. Lucifer God, Morning Star, is really mysterious. Hey Dean, who was sitting on the other side, pushed his glasses and said lightly. The expressions of the other people were also very solemn. They didn't expect that such a powerful adventurer could appear in the outside world with scarce resources. For a time, everyone present had a strong interest in Morning Star's thoughts. This scene not only happened in the Silver Mansion but also in the Loki family and the Ganesha family. However, everyone's attention was soon attracted by the next development. As soon as Morning Star lifted the dense arrows, a huge change occurred in the ruins of Zulum. The sky, the earth, everything changed. Under the eyes of the public, the ruins of Zulum were eroded by an invisible force and underwent a huge transformation. The entire ruins of Zulum completely changed at this moment. This sudden scene made everyone watching the battle in Horario confused. After reacting, whether it was God or man, at this moment, they all stood up and were completely excited. Oh. It actually eroded the real world and caused fundamental changes in the real world. What a powerful magic. In the assembly hall, Loki roared excitedly, and his nose kept breathing heavily. It was obvious that he was extremely excited. Not only Loki, but other gods were also very excited. Why are they looking forward to the war game so much? Isn't it because the war game is a feast that can please them? And what is happening in front of them is obviously a feast of the highest standard. Eroding the real world, they have never seen such a thing, and have never seen a human being who can do this. So the gods are boiling. Hestia, Morning Star, is this the surprise you prepared? Hermes was also shocked by the scene in front of him. After reacting, he turned his head to look at Morning Star and Hestia to confirm. As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of the gods instantly shifted over. Hee, isn't it a surprise? Hestia smiled, put her hands on her hips, and said proudly. Surprise, very surprise, please give me more surprises like this. The gods nodded repeatedly. Chapter 158, Surprise, Highly Anticipated. It's really hard. If it weren't for your support, I really couldn't do it. In the temporary world created by Lily, that is, the inherent barrier, let's just call it that, Lily, flapping a pair of wings of light, breathed a sigh of relief and said. Beside her were Chuanji, who also spread her wings of light, and Ming. As for Belle was not here. Just now, while the members of the Apollo family were attracted by the Morning Star, Lily used her ability to lead everyone to lurk under the wall of the Zulum ruins, and no one from the Apollo family found it. Afterwards, Lily asked Chuanji to put on the 2 layers of buff, the Wanbao hammer and the hero's power, and after improving her own strength, she decisively used the power of illusion to erode the space where the Zulum ruins were located, creating a temporary short-term space, and bringing in most of the members of the Apollo family. She will contain these members of the Apollo family here so that they cannot interfere with Belle's battle. This is what I should do. Chun-Ji smiled and replied. What a powerful magic, it actually changed reality. Even though she had heard Lily say it and had just experienced Lily's power of illusion, Ming couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw Lily use the power of illusion to erode the real world, create a new world, and bring in the people of Apollo's family. All this is the credit of Lord Morning Star. Lily was very happy to hear her ability being praised, but Lily didn't dare to take credit for it, and pushed everything on Morning Star. If it weren't for Morning Star reincarnating them into angels, she really wouldn't have this ability, and she would still be AV.L little Karami. But now, if she had to fight a powerful IV.2 adventurer in close combat, she wouldn't lose. With the power of Illusion 880, she was sure to take down the V.2 adventurer. Lord Morning Star is so powerful. Ming nodded in agreement. She had also heard about the situation of Lily and Chun Ji, which was the ability of Morning Star. Chenxing used some power to permanently raise the strength of Lily and Chun Ji by 1 level. She didn't get this treatment. She also knew why. Because she was converted to help, she would go back to build the Yulei clan in a year, and she was not a real Hestia clan, so it was normal that Chenxing would not give her such a powerful treatment. However, this did not prevent her from being shocked by Chenxing's ability. Yeah. It's a pity that we can't bring all the IV.2 in, and there are still CUNV.2 left outside. However, with Lord Lucifer outside, it should be no problem. Next, please ask Ming to beat people and Lily to deal with the Apollo clan here. No problem, Lord Ming. Lily nodded, and then said with a slightly regretful tone, then looked at Ming and said to Ming seriously. Ah, no problem. Ming's expression became serious and he replied solemnly. The next second, the 3 of them looked into the distance. There, the Apollo family members who were brought in by Lily's ability were confused. Ming, my current ability needs to fully support Lily. I can't use magic for you. I'm very sorry. At this time, Chuanji suddenly looked at Ming and apologized to Ming. It's okay. Ming was stunned when he heard it, and then shook his head repeatedly. This time, the plan didn't have a round of Chuanji using the magic of Wanbao hammer for himself. Because Chuanji's magic needs to be used on Lily, Lily's current ability is maintained. Otherwise, with Lily's current ability, it is impossible to lock up so many members of the Apollo family here. Even because of the need to maintain the inherent barrier, Lily herself cannot play the strength amplified by Chuanji, and can only use her own strength at most. The strength amplified by Chuanji is used in the inherent barrier. In the end, it can only be blamed on Lily's magic and mental strength. Strong enough. If it was strong enough, there would be no such situation. Of course, the main reason was that Chenxing was going to use this war game to train everyone. Otherwise, it would be enough to use Chuanji's ability to amplify Bell. Chuanji's Wanbao hammer and Hero's power were used on Bell, and Bell alone could break through the entire Apollo family and defeat the leader of the Apollo family, Hyacinthus. And Ming also knew that this time the opportunity to fight with the adventurers was rare, so she had no objection to this plan. Ming, let's go. Lily smiled, then pulled out the dagger at her waist and greeted Ming. Well. Ming nodded vigorously. The next second, the 2 rushed out in an instant, rushing towards the direction of the members of the Apollo family in the distance. If Ming paid attention, he would find that the expression on Lily's face was too excited. Lily has always positioned herself as a support and has never fought head-on. This time is the first time that Lily has fought the enemy head-on. In addition, she has received guidance from Morning Star in the past few days and learned a lot of combat skills. Lily wanted to test her current strength. Not long after, Lily and Ming came to the vicinity of the Apollo family members. The inherent barrier created by Lily was a valley with a very chaotic terrain, and when she brought the members of the Apollo family in, she also disrupted the positions of the members of the Apollo family. Lily was not stupid. It was impossible for her to be so stupid as to think that she and Ming could deal with so many Apollo family members at the same time. So Lily planned to fight a guerrilla war with the Apollo family with Ming and defeat them one by one. The 2 had investigated the intelligence of the members of the Apollo family before and knew which 4.2 adventurers were in the Apollo family. So the 2 did not directly find a few IV.2 who were brought in, but first attacked the Apollo family of IV.1. Lily and Ming are now both IV.2 in strength, and it is too easy to deal with IV.1, and the Apollo family members who are scattered and isolated. The 2, CGCG, were very fast. In just 2 minutes, they severely injured dozens of Apollo family members, making them unable to fight again, and they fainted on the ground one by one. And the members of the Apollo family were not vegetarians. When Lily and Ming severely injured their companions, many members of the Apollo family gathered together to form small groups. Among them, the adventurers of IV.2 joined the adventurers of IV.1. However, Lily and Ming did not pay attention to the small groups with adventurers of IV.2. They kept dealing with those small groups without IV.2. This is a temporary small world created by Lily after eroding the real world. Lily knows everything here, and can even communicate with Ming and Haruheim here. Therefore, not only Lily herself, but Ming can also easily avoid the adventurer groups with IV.2 and clean up those Apollo families with only IV.1. In just 5 minutes, only a few groups of adventurers with IV.2 were left in the Apollo family. After clearing out the Apollo family groups without IV.2, Lily and Ming did not continue to fight, but joined together and began to rest and recover. Everything that happened in the inherent barrier was witnessed clearly by everyone in Orario. The God's mirror of God can see the situation inside and outside the inherent barrier, and everyone was surprised by the development in the inherent barrier. Everyone was very satisfied with the performance of Lily and Ming. Whether it was gods or people, they did not expect that things would develop in this direction. However, after a brief moment of surprise, whether it was the gods, adventurers, residents, or merchants, they all cheered fiercely without hesitation. This is exactly what the gods and people want to see. What the gods like to see is this unknown possibility. Whether it was Lily or Haruheim, they were unknown before, and the gods and adventurers did not know them. The gods and adventurers only knew Belle, because Belle was the fastest leveling adventurer under Morning Star. Originally, the gods in the assembly hall were looking forward to Belle's actions, and they did not have much expectations for Lily and the others. It was the attitudes of Hestia and Morning Star that made the gods look forward to Lily and the others, and Lily, Haruheim, and Ming did not disappoint them and brought them a feast. Compared to the gods in the assembly hall who had already guessed something from the attitudes of Hestia and Morning Star and had expectations for Lily and the others, the gods and people outside the Tower of Babel did not know this at all. Therefore, the performance of Lily and the others brought them an extremely strong contrast, which surprised them. They did not expect that the members of the Apollo family would be easily swept away by Lily and Ming. Everyone is now more looking forward to the future development of Lily and Ming. The gods and people are eager to see how Lily and Ming will perform when facing the remaining members of the Apollo family. They secretly hoped that Lily and others would continue to bring them more surprises and wipe out the remaining members of Apollo's family. Even the thoughts of Belle and Morning Star in the outside world were briefly ignored by everyone. However, soon, the eyes of the gods were attracted by what happened to Belle outside the inherent barrier. The ruins of Shulam were very large. Even though Morning Star showed Belle the way, Belle still ran for several minutes before reaching the sky corridor leading to the tower where Hyacinthus was. Here, Daphne, Cassandra and another IV.2 were guarding here. Looking at Daphne and the others in front, Belle drew her weapon and prepared to start fighting. However, before Belle rushed out, she felt her whole body lightened, and then flew directly to the opposite tower. After flying out, Belle heard Lucifer's voice. "You don't need to do anything here, go deal with the leader of the Apollo family." Everyone's eyes were focused on Belle again because Belle was going to have a head-on collision with the general of the Apollo family, Hyacinthus. This was originally the scene that everyone expected, so everyone's eyes instantly shifted to Belle, waiting for the battle between Belle and Hyacinthus. Lily and others have already brought a huge surprise to everyone, and everyone now wants to know what kind of surprise Belle will bring. As for how Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star, will perform, everyone is very much looking forward to it because they can't see the gold content of Lucifer, the thought body of Morning Star, when he took action before. Chapter 159 Daphne, the Apollo family is over. You three, don't move. After throwing Belle across the sky corridor, Chenxing looked at Daphne and the other two in front of him and spoke lightly. Morning Star's tone was very calm, but Daphne and the other two standing in front of Morning Star did not dare to be negligent. Morning Star told them not to move, and they were very well behaved, and none of them dared to make any moves. Feeling the strong sense of crisis brought to her by Morning Star, Daphne swallowed her saliva. This guy gives me the feeling that he is more dangerous than Hyacinthus. He is definitely an adventurer above IV.4. Daphne is IV.2, and her ability value has gone a long way. As long as the great deeds value is enough, she can upgrade at any time. But standing in front of Morning Star, she felt a very strong sense of crisis, so that she did not dare to resist any behavior with just one word from Morning Star. Morning Star did not pay attention to the three people, and did not care about her image at all. She sat directly by the wall of the sky corridor and closed her eyes against the wall to rest. Even if Morning Star did this, Daphne and the other two still didn't dare to make any move, and stared at Morning Star with vigilance. As for Belle, who was thrown through the air corridor by Morning Star and entered the tower, they had no ability to care. This scene made the 193 people who were watching the battle speechless. What they wanted to see was a fight, but Daphne and the others were directly shocked by Morning Star, which naturally did not meet their expectations. However, disappointment was disappointment, and the people watching the battle had no choice. Fortunately, Belle did not disappoint everyone. After entering the tower, Seer quickly found Hyacinthus. As soon as they met, Hyacinthus looked down on Belle and mocked her arrogantly. The two fought together after a disagreement. Belle did not disappoint everyone, and directly crossed the level to fight, fighting back and forth with Hyacinthus, without any sign of defeat at all. Although they had seen Morning Star fight across several levels and defeat the 4 Flame Gold Warriors and Alan before, they were still very excited to see Belle, as an IV.2, fight back and forth with Hyacinthus and not lose at all. The whole Orario was filled with cheers, the atmosphere was boiling, and the shouts almost resounded through the sky. However, soon, everyone discovered something incredible. That was Lily. Lily actually fought against a small group of Apollo's family alone, fighting evenly with an IV.2 and several IV.1 adventurers, without any signs of being at a disadvantage, and even had the upper hand. If it was Ming, they might not be so surprised. After all, Ming was IV.2, and this matter had been exposed before, and Ming was also given a title at the Gods' Conference, called Jueying. But if it was Lily, the gap was very shocking. Because Lily is IV.1, she was just a supporter with no other use except to carry supplies. But now, Lily has managed to fight 1 against 5, and one of them is IV.2. She is not at a disadvantage in the battle across levels. Now, the people watching the battle are even more excited, and they don't want to miss any wonderful scenes. The people outside the assembly hall are just excited, while the eyes of the gods in the assembly hall are from time to time sweeping towards Morning Star and Hestia. Because of the previous reactions of the two, the gods understand that the two definitely know this. The gods have more or less guessed that what happened to Belle and Lily should be related to Morning Star. The gods understand that after this war game, once the adventurers know about Lily's situation, they will definitely think of this. At that time, the Lucifer family will definitely become the focus again. As for the Hestia family, the gods really didn't think too much. These are what happened in Orario. In the ruins of Shalom, in Lily's inherent barrier, Lily completely let go of the fight. Although most of the power was used to maintain the inherent barrier, Lily was still able to use a small part of the hero's power and the amplification power of the Wanbao hammer. In addition, Lily's own strength is very strong now, so Lily is no problem fighting a small group, and has even gradually gained the upper hand. In comparison, the strength is a little insufficient. Ming grew up learning combat skills from the god of war Jian Yulei, and has unique attainments in combat. It is not a problem for one person to face a being of the same level plus several adventurers of IV.1, but he can't counter-suppress like Lily, and the battle between the two sides is evenly matched. However, if Lily and Ming can't solve the Apollo family group fighting against them in a short time, then the two will be in trouble. After all, the other two small groups have also discovered the situation here and will soon rush over. At that time, the two will face more than just opponents like now. Of course, Lily could also contact the inherent barrier and gather all the power together directly, which would make it easy to deal with the members of Apollo's family. However, Lily remembered what Chenxing told her before she set off, to treat this war game as a test, and not to open the sky directly unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, Lily would not do this before she was really in danger. On the other side, in the tower, the battle between Hyacinthus and Belle was more intense than that between Lily and others. However, the battle between the two was somewhat contrary to the heavenly power. Hyacinthus, who was IV.3, was completely suppressed by Belle at this time. Belle had been training with Angel in the Twilight Pavilion for the past few days, and her ability value had already reached SS or above. In addition, it was the combat skills of the first-level adventurer training. Hyacinthus was not an adventurer who raised his ability value to A or above before upgrading. At most, he was C and B. Therefore, his strength after upgrading to IV.3 was not strong. As a result, Hyacinthus's strength was not comparable to Belle's. After only a few dozen rounds of fighting, Hyacinthus was completely suppressed by Belle. It was only a matter of time before he lost. This situation made Hyacinthus feel humiliated. Damn B************************* D, I was originally going to deal with that foreign aid. But now that things have come to this, I can only use it on you. After being suppressed by Belle again and again, Hyacinthus became angry and directly pulled out a weapon hanging on his waist that had never been used, and roared at Belle. After the weapon was unsheathed, Belle's pupils shrank, and a strong sense of crisis instantly swept through her body. The weapon in Hyacinthus's hand was actually colored. The colored weapon, in Orario, is the magic sword. Moreover, this weapon also brought her a strong sense of crisis. After seeing Hyacinthus holding the weapon high, Belle did not think about it and dodged to the side at the fastest speed. Facts proved that Belle's premonition was correct. As soon as Belle dodged, the magic sword in Hyacinthus's hand had already slashed down. A scorching flame instantly rushed out, and in an instant it penetrated the wall of the tower and swept out. Oops. Seeing the magic flame sweeping towards the outside world, Belle thought of something and shouted out loudly. At the same time, outside the tower, Daphne and the other two were still on high alert against Morningstar's thought body. Daphne and the other two were all sweating, and no one let down their guard, staring at Morningstar's thought body. At a certain moment, Morningstar's thought body, which was leaning against the wall with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes. Just opening its eyes made Daphne and the other two tremble all over. Morningstar slowly raised his hand. As soon as this action came out, Daphne and the other two's faces changed drastically. Just when the three thought that Morningstar's thought body was about to attack them, a violent explosion suddenly came from behind. Daphne quickly turned her head and saw a hot flame sweeping towards them at a very fast speed. The flame was very fast and covered a huge area. In addition, this was an air corridor, so they had no chance to dodge at all. Seeing the flames sweeping over quickly, Daphne was heartbroken. Daphne knew this flame very well. It was the magic of the magic sword with the power of the 10th level magic that the Lord God Apollo spent too much of his family's property to buy for the foreign aid behind him and others just in case. This was the first level magic firepower. In addition to their current geographical location, they had no possibility of evasion at all and could only face it head-on. And can they withstand it? What a joke, they can withstand this level of magic. If they are hit by this level of magic, they will be seriously injured if not killed. They were not defeated by the enemy, but died in their own hands. For a moment, Daphne felt both ridiculous and desperate. Not only Daphne, Cassandra and the 10th V.2 Apollo family also had the same emotion at this time. At this moment, they were all in despair. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. The three of them were very familiar with this figure, after all, they had been staring at it just now. Did Apollo equip Hyacinthus with this level of magic sword? Although the distance was a bit far, Daphne and the other two clearly heard the words of Morningstar's thought body. Then, the next second, they were stunned. Because they were broken up. The magic of the first level magic firepower was easily destroyed by Morningstar with a wave of his hand. With just a wave of his hand, the terrifying flame was completely shattered and turned into sparks. At this moment, Daphne and the other two understood why Morningstar brought them such terrible pressure, making them dare not make any move. Because the existence in front of them was as strong as the first level, and it was very likely to be IV.6. Apollo family, it's over. Looking at the figure in front of her, Daphne murmured in a low voice. Chapter 160, Desperate, Ace's Desire. Impossible. In the tower with a huge gap blasted out by magic, Hyacinthus looked at everything happening in front of him, his face full of disbelief. You know, the attack just now was IV.5 level magic firepower, but it was so easily dispersed. In an instant, Hyacinthus had an indescribable fear in his heart. He is not a fool. He can break IV.5 level magic with his bare hands. His strength is definitely the first level, and not just IV.5, it can only be IV.6. IV.5 melee adventurers may be able to defeat magic, but they definitely need the assistance of first-level sophisticated weapons, and Morningstar is barehanded. This kind of power is definitely 4.6, no doubt. In other words, he is now facing an IV.6 adventurer. Even if he holds a magic sword with IV.5 level firepower, he can only show off his power and bring threats to others. After all, the enemy can't stand and let you hit without dodging. He now holds a magic sword with level LV5 firepower in his hand. If he really fights with the enemy, he may not be able to beat some of the best in level LV4, let alone level LV6. In this situation, how could he not be desperate? Apollo in the assembly hall was as desperate as Hyacinthus. Originally, Apollo was very desperate after seeing the thought body of Morningstar appear. But now, after seeing that the thought body of Morningstar shattered the magic sword magic of level LV5 firepower in Hyacinthus's hand with one blow, Apollo fell into the abyss and was completely desperate. Looking at Hyacinthus, who was in a daze, Morningstar had no intention of responding. With a flash, Morningstar appeared directly beside Hyacinthus, casually stretched out his hand, and took away the magic sword of level 25 in his hand in full view of everyone. Fight well. After taking the magic sword, Morningstar left a word and left the tower and returned to the sky corridor. This scene caught everyone's attention. The spectators of Orario did not react for a while, and when they reacted, they cheered again. There were many second-level adventurers among the spectators. From these adventurers, everyone knew how terrifying the power of the magic flame that Hyacinthus had just swung was. But now, someone casually shattered the flame. This situation brought a very strong impact to everyone's mind. After coming to their senses, everyone was shocked by the strength that Morningstar had just shown and cheered. But these had nothing to do with Morningstar. After Morningstar took Hyacinthus's magic sword away, he did not interfere again. Seeing this, Belle immediately seized the opportunity and launched a violent attack on Hyacinthus again. Hyacinthus, who was stunned, was caught off guard and hit by Belle several times in a row. Then he reacted and launched a counterattack. For some reason, after the battle started again, Hyacinthus seemed to calm down, and from being suppressed by Belle, he became evenly matched. This war game is lost. But I absolutely cannot let Lord Apollo down. With this thought in mind, Hyacinthus exuded a silent fierceness all over his body, and he fought with his life at stake. Originally, with the magic sword in his hand, he was sure to win this war game. After all, it was a first-level magic sword. But just now, after Morningstar easily defeated the magic sword magic and took the magic sword from his hand, Hyacinthus was desperate for a moment. However, at the moment of despair, Apollo's face appeared in Hyacinthus' mind. In an instant, his inner despair was dispelled. This war cannot be won, but he cannot let Lord Apollo down. At least he cannot be defeated by the white-haired girl in front of him. The definition of this war game is to defeat the main general to win the war game. Morningstar does not seem to intend to interfere in his battle with Belle Crane. No, perhaps on the surface, he does not intend to interfere, but secretly always paying attention to the situation here. But this situation gave him a glimmer of hope. As long as he was fast enough, he might be able to defeat Belle Crane before Morningstar could react completely. At that time, this war game would be the victory of Apollo's family. This was the idea held by Hyacinthus. Unfortunately, the ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Hyacinthus only maintained a short-term evenly matched situation, and then quickly fell into a disadvantage. Hyacinthus's belief was very firm, and he burst out with a stronger strength than before. But Belle's belief was firmer than Hyacinthus's, and Hyacinthus's belief was simply incomparable to Belle's. Hyacinthus's fighting method was desperate, but Seer was willing to do the same. No, Belle was already fighting desperately at this time. She didn't want to disappoint the people around her even if she died. Because both of them fought desperately, the battle was extremely fierce, and the people watching the battle were extremely excited and their blood boiled. So powerful. In the sky corridor, Daphne, who already knew that she was a complete outsider and could not do anything, had completely relaxed at this time. She couldn't help shouting when watching the fight between Belle and Hyacinthus. She didn't expect that Seer could do this by relying on his own strength. She originally thought that Belle would use some external things to defeat Hyacinthus. Like the magic sword. But she didn't expect Belle to use her own strength and suppress Hyacinthus. In an instant, she remembered the figure of Morning Star. Morning Star is such an existence, fighting across levels. After Morning Star, another adventurer who can fight across levels appeared in Orario. That is, Daphne didn't know the situation on Lily's side, otherwise she wouldn't think Belle was the second one. Because Lily is also fighting across levels now, and she has tied up most of the Apollo family members. At this time, Morning Star is paying attention to the situation on Lily's side. Although Lily's inherent barrier erodes the real world and creates a space dominated by her thoughts, the light veins of Morning Star can be observed as long as there is light and the distance is within the detection range of Morning Star. It must be said that Lily's brain is still quite useful. Lily, this guy, actually used the power of illusion to make the remaining two small groups of Apollo's family kill each other. Both sides seemed to regard each other as enemies and fought fiercely. Lily and Ming were dealing with their respective opponents. In the entire inherent barrier, everyone was fighting. But, Morning Star could see that it was a bit difficult for Lily to maintain this situation. Originally, she could suppress the small group she was fighting against by herself, but because she used the power of illusion on the other two small groups, her energy was dispersed, and Lily could only barely tie with the enemy, and no one could do anything to the other. However, even so, Lily was already shining in the hearts of the spectators. It's incredible, how did Morning Star do it? In the Dusk Hall, in the assembly hall of Loki's family, Finn looked at the god's mirror sent back by Loki, and looked at the inherent barrier on the god's mirror. He was deeply moved by the situation in the game. He was not surprised at all that Belle could suppress Hyacinthus. Because Angel, who had been training Belle, had already told him that Belle was very strong and had surpassed the level limit, so he was not surprised at all that Belle could suppress Hyacinthus. On the contrary, what Lily did was what surprised him. Because in his intelligence, Lily had always been a supporter with little strength. Until a few days ago, she was still a member of the Soma clan, and only transferred to the Hestia clan these days. And in just a few days in such a short time, Lily actually possessed this power. Ordinary adventurers may not be able to tell who used the inherent barrier, but how could Finn, who was at this level, not be able to see that the initiator of the inherent barrier was Lily? He was amazed at Lily's transformation in the past few days, and he was very concerned about this matter. How did Lily become so powerful in these few days? However, he was sure that this was definitely the work of Morning Star. In a corner of the hall, Zhou Ay and Diana were hiding here stealthily. Which Lily and Chun Ji were reincarnated as angels like us? Do you think they are the same as us? Diana whispered beside Diana. Not necessarily. It should be that Morning Star wants to help Hestia's family, so she did this. Not all the reincarnated women are Morning Star's women. Morning Star said before that AC will also be reincarnated as an angel. When she collects enough magic stones, Morning Star will reincarnate her. Dion shook her head, but she was not jealous. She analyzed rationally. Just as Dion finished speaking, AC's voice suddenly came over, scaring the two of them. The two hurriedly looked over and saw AC tilting her head and looking at them with a puzzled face. Reincarnation. Could it be that the changes in those two people are caused by reincarnation that Morning Star said? Seeing Dion and Diana looking at her, AC asked softly. Ah, it's reincarnation. After reincarnation, your strength will be upgraded by 1 level, and the speed of strength improvement will also be faster. Dion didn't expect that AC would sneak over and be heard by AC. But since she heard it, there was no need to hide it, so she answered directly. Anyway, Chenxing said that there was no need to hide it from AC. So, Dion, Diana, have you two reincarnated as well? Yes, we have reincarnated. Our current strength has reached IV.7. AC, you will be the same as us in the future. No wonder I felt a faint tremor in you. AC heard it and suddenly realized it. Huh? Do you have this feeling? We have been very restrained. Diana touched her head a little embarrassedly. Yes, I felt it, but Finn and the others didn't seem to feel it. AC nodded and replied, and then her eyes fell on the mirror of God, on Lily with wings on her back in the inherent barrier. Her eyes were full of yearning, determination, and desire. Upgrade 1 level, the strength of IV.7. Chapter 161, Apollo's Ascension, Freya's Determination, Grace Update. Without any surprise, the war game ended. The magic sword was taken away, and even if Hyacinthus tried his best, he could not defeat Bel, and was defeated by Bel desperately. The same was true for Lily. Lily and Ming just happened to deal with the remaining members of the Apollo family. Two of the small groups were blurred by Lily's illusion power, killing each other, and both sides were injured. The remaining two small groups were also defeated after Lily and Ming fought hard. In the eyes of Chenxing, there was no outstanding scene in this war game, because Chenxing had long known the abilities of Lily and others, and knew that Lily and others could do it. So Chenxing was not too surprised. But it was different for others. In this war game, the performance of Lily, Bel, and others can be called a rare feast, which delighted the gods and adventurers of the whole Orario. The atmosphere of Orario boiled again at the moment when Hyacinthus was defeated, and the cheers resounded throughout Orario and almost reached the sky. No. After seeing Hyacinthus defeated, severely injured by Bel, and fainted on the ground, Apollo in the assembly hall roared with his hands blasted up. After the gods were happy, they heard this roar, and their eyes fell on Apollo. And Apollo also reacted at this time, quickly turned his head, and looked towards Hestia and Morning Star. After seeing the smile on Hestia's lips, Apollo was full of fear. Wait, Hestia, spare me. Have you forgotten that when I was in heaven, I asked you for love? Apollo begged for mercy in fear. Shut up, Apollo, I am the winner of the war game now. Here, I declare that my condition is to disband the Apollo family and deprive you of your right to stay in the lower world. You go back to heaven. Hearing Apollo mention this, the smile on Hestia's face suddenly froze, and then she roared angrily. Ah. No. The roar started again, resounding throughout the assembly hall, spreading out to the outside world, far, far away. Looking at the collapsed Apollo, Chenxing's heart was not disturbed at all. Among the many gods, Chenxing hated Apollo the most. Even Dionysus, Chenxing didn't hate him so much. Who made Apollo's methods so disgusting and his personality so disgusting that Chenxing couldn't stand his personality at all. Since he took action against Hestia's family, he should consider the consequences. The next day, under the witness of the guild and the gods, after the Apollo family handed over the family assets to the Hestia family, the Apollo family was officially disbanded. Apollo was forced to start the return of the gods in public and return to heaven. The sacred light column shot up into the sky, attracting the attention of the entire Orario, and even the people in the area near Orario. Ah, this disgusting guy is finally gone. Standing in the deep crowd, Loki put his hands behind his head and said with a smile. Well, well, don't say that. Hermes on the side said with a smile. Your relationship with Apollo seems to be okay, but I am not much better with that guy. That guy ascended to heaven, I should make some firestone fireworks to celebrate. Loki curled his lips and said lightly. Ahahaha. By the way, Loki, I have some clues over there, but I may need to borrow your children. I don't think the children under my command can handle it. Hermes smiled awkwardly. And then said. Is that so? Okay, I'll let Bert help you then. Loki was a little surprised when he heard this, and then promised solemnly. Well, thank you very much. Hermes smiled and thanked. Loki nodded, and did not speak to Hermes anymore, but looked at Hestia in front of him. Little one, what are you going to do next? Me. I will renovate the Deef Hall and let Bel and the others live there. Hestia was slightly stunned, and then smiled faintly. Aren't you going to live there? Loki raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Ah, no, I won't live there, I'll just live at Morning Star's place. Hestia waved her hands when she heard this. Damn guy, you're really enviable. Hearing this, Loki's face froze, and then he gritted his teeth. The people around heard the conversation between the two, and saw Loki like this, thinking that the two would quarrel again, and they gathered around to watch the show. Unexpectedly, Loki was only angry for a moment this time, and then he calmed down. Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore, I'm going back. Loki left a word, and then turned and left. Seeing this, Hestia said goodbye to the other gods, and then took Hephaestus away with her. As I said just now, she had just taken over the Deef Hall of Apollo's family, and she had to renovate it, so she had to go to the Guber family. Gubernia didn't come today, otherwise he could have directly found Gubernia on the spot. The gods saw that Hestia, the god in charge, had left, and they also dispersed. However, Hermes did not leave directly, but quietly looked at the place where Apollo disappeared just now. After a long time, Hermes shook his head slightly and left a sigh. Why did you provoke Bel? While the gods were returning Apollo, a great battle was going on in a huge plain outside Orario. Before giving Tsubaki and the others reincarnation as angels, Morningstar had agreed with Oda to fight. A battle at level 4.7 would cause too much damage to the environment and it was impossible to carry out in Orario. The battle wasteland of Freya's family could withstand it, but Morningstar did not want to go to the battle wasteland, so he decided to fight outside Orario. Oda naturally had no objection to this. When Morningstar and Oda were fighting, the high-level members of Freya's family, including Freya, came over. At the beginning of the battle, Chenxing directly activated the Samsara Eye mode. With just the Samsara Eye mode, Chenxing directly suppressed Oda and gained the upper hand. This severely shocked the other first-level adventurers of Freya's family. They had all seen Chenxing's combat strength, and they also knew that Chenxing's strength seemed to be divided into levels and had two modes. When fighting with Alan before, Chenxing directly entered two modes, and even in that situation, he only barely defeated Alan. Later, they also learned from Oda that Chenxing's strength had increased again and had the strength of IV.7 level. However, the strength displayed by Chenxing in front of them was still beyond their inner acceptance. They all knew that Chenxing was the strongest when he was in two modes. Now it was just one mode, and he was already beating Oda. If he entered dual modes and dual states, wouldn't it be completely entering the combat power of IV.8 level? Lady Freya, I believe you have also seen Chenxing's current combat power. In addition to the information given by the guild before, Morningstar is immune to charm. Lady Freya, your charm will not work. So for the sake of Freya's family, please don't act recklessly, Lady Freya. Standing beside Freya, Hayden looked solemn and advised Freya. I'm not a fool, I won't do that. Freya smiled faintly at Hayden's words and replied. She is not a fool, and she will not ask for trouble if she is not sure. Morningstar grows too fast, so fast that she has no time to react, and Morningstar has grown to this point now. The title of the strongest adventurer in the city has completely changed after today. She no longer has the same idea as before. Freya is ready to boil the frog in warm water and slowly cultivate feelings with Morningstar. In the case of Morningstar, it is unquestionable that he will become a god, and then he will become an immortal like them. She has plenty of time to pursue such a Morningstar. No matter how long it takes, no matter how difficult it is, she will not give up. She will not completely cut off the fate between herself and Morningstar for the sake of momentary pleasure. Just you know. Hayden nodded lightly without saying much. Only the high-level officials of Freya's family and Morningstar knew about this battle. No one else knew. All we know is that after this day, the guild suddenly announced the news that the title of the strongest adventurer in the city had changed. The strongest adventurer in the city is no longer the fierce Oda, but the Morningstar House. This caused a huge uproar in the whole of Orario, and the whole of Orario was boiling. The gods and adventurers of Orario, Li Liaozhao, Li were waiting for the reaction of Freya's family at the first time. But after waiting for a whole day, there was no reaction from Freya's family. This made everyone know that this matter was confirmed. Morningstar's strength has surpassed the fierce Oda. How long has it been since Morningstar barely defeated the goddess chariot Alan? Morningstar's strength has reached this point now. Surpassed Oda and won the title of the strongest adventurer. The craze of the war game, which has not yet completely subsided, was raised again after the appearance of this news. But these are all later. After fighting with Oda, Morningstar returned to the library. As soon as he returned to the library, Morningstar directly updated his favor. Morningstar. LV4. Strength, D586SS1023. Durability, D548SS1020. Dexterity, D569SS1123. Agility, D539SS1148. Magic, A859SS1103. Upgrade. Optional development ability, Berserker. Development ability, Magic F, Luck L, Refined Healing I. Magic. Thought Patrol. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Reincarnation I. God of War's Protection. Flame of the Sky. Chapter 162, Exploring the Artificial Labyrinth, Dionysus's Action. Sure enough, fighting against opponents of higher levels has a greater effect on my improvement. I had a few sparring matches with Finn and the others before, but my ability value only increased to D. This time, I had a full-scale battle with Oda, and my ability value suddenly soared to SS. And after defeating Oda, my great deeds value has also been gathered. Next, I will find an opportunity to fight with Dion and Diana. However, the Loki family is now searching Deadless Street, and I guess they can't find too much time to spar with me. Well, it's okay, take your time. My ability value has been raised to above SS again, which has also enhanced my strength again. Now, even if I don't use the Samsara I mode, my strength has reached IV.7. Using the Samsara I mode and the Super Death Chi mode and igniting the Death Chi flame, my strength is still outstanding even at LV8. With my current strength, except for the Black Dragon and the Fallen Fairy hiding deep in the dungeon, the rest can be dealt with. No hurry, no hurry. I won't go to the dungeon for the time being. Let's solve the 6 rings of Elf and Nidhogg first. Then we'll go on an expedition again. Looking at the grace paper in his hand, Chenxing murmured in his heart. Immediately, Chenxing habitually burned the grace paper, got up and left the room, and went outside. The library was closed because Hestia went to supervise, and Chenxing was not there, and Belle and others also went to the dungeon, so there was no one in the library, naturally. Chenxing glanced at the library, then shook his head, returned to the inner courtyard, and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Starting tomorrow, 477 will go to Deadless Street to find the entrance with Loki's family. Before, because of the successive things, Chenxing had no time to get involved in this matter. Now that Chenxing is free, he naturally wants to get involved. Solve the 6 rings of Elf and Nidhogg that threaten Orario as soon as possible so that he can continue the expedition. However, now that Dionysus is no longer with Fearweiss, I wonder if this guy has gathered enough Fallen Fairy clones. If not, then the 6 rings of Elves will not be established, and the remaining Fallen Fairy clones will not be able to threaten the entire Orario. The next morning, Morning Star went to the Dusk Pavilion early in the morning. What, Morning Star, do you want to find the entrance to the artificial maze with us? In Finn's office, except for Bert, S, Grace and Angel, the rest of the high-level members of the Loki family gathered here, and Ona shouted excitedly. Well, I don't have anything to do now, so I'll just go with you to find the artificial maze. Let's solve the problem of the artificial maze first, and then continue the expedition. Morning Star nodded slightly and smiled. That's great. With your magic, Morning Star, we can definitely find the entrance to the artificial maze quickly. Finn said with joy on his face. He is very clear about the situation of Morning Star's light veins. After returning from the expedition and finding some clues in the port city of Melon, Finn thought about asking Morning Star to come over to help. As a result, the incident with Apollo made Finn give up this plan. Finn knew the relationship between Morning Star and the Hestia family, and Morning Star would never sit idly by. So during that period of time, Morning Star definitely had no time to care about the search for the artificial maze, and Finn would not go to make trouble for himself. Now that the war game is over, even if Morning Star doesn't come, Finn will find a chance to find Morning Star and discuss this matter with Morning Star. Now that Morning Star has taken the initiative to come to the door, it's really the best. Where are S, Bert and Grace? Are they guarding Deadless Street? Morning Star nodded slightly, then glanced at everyone and asked curiously. Grace and Angel are still guarding Deadless Street. Finn nodded and said. As for AC and Bert, they all went to the dungeon. AC said she needed magic stones, so she went to the dungeon to adventure. As for Bert, Bert was borrowed by the Hermes family, Lavilia followed. Is that so? Morning Star nodded suddenly, and then stopped asking. Morning Star, how about you follow Lavilia and Lafia to find it? Finn nodded, and then arranged Morning Star with Lavilia. I have no objection. Morning Star heard this and shook his head. Morning Star was quite satisfied with Finn's arrangement. As Morning Star's strength increased, Morning Star's magic could no longer keep up with Morning Star's pace. He could take this opportunity to discuss magic with Lavilia, enhance his own magic attainments, and make his magic fire calendar more powerful. Hey, why is this happening? Tiona was a little discouraged when she heard this. Finn, you did it on purpose. Tioni's eyes twitched wildly, and her fists clenched tightly, looking like she was ready to attack at any time. Well, Lavilia and Lafia are both magicians, so I thought of giving them a strong bodyguard, and Bert happened to be borrowed. Finn explained hurriedly. That's it, Tioni, don't embarrass Finn. It just so happens that I also want to take this opportunity to discuss magic with Lavilia. My magic is a little behind my close combat strength. Morningstar also spoke up and comforted. Since Morningstar said so, then let's do it. As soon as Morningstar spoke, Tioni lost all her temper and said with a smile. This reaction made Finn sweat on his forehead. I have no objection. Ah, me too. Che Wixinia and Lafia immediately imported. 01441112 Felu 1323412151. Well, let's go now without further delay. We should find the artificial maze as soon as possible and solve the dark faction in the artificial maze, so that we can also do our best to attack the deeper level. After seeing that Dion had no objection, Finn made the decision. Then, the group set off directly, left the Twilight Pavilion, and went to Deadless Street. Just as Morningstar stepped into Deadless Street to find the artificial maze Gnosis, on the other side, deep in the dungeon, in the depths after the 60th floor, an embarrassed figure appeared here. It's really difficult. If I hadn't made enough divine wine and wasted an immortal essence orb, I wouldn't have come here at all, and I would have been forced to return to heaven halfway. Advertisement. But, being able to come here, everything is worth it. The figure under the hood murmured in a low voice, and then slowly raised his head. If Chenxing was here, he would definitely recognize this person's identity at first sight. It was the god of wine Dionysus. But compared to the appearance of a nobleman on the ground, Dionysus' face was now gray and black, and his golden hair was a little curled, as if it was burned by fire. The whole person, no, the whole god looked very embarrassed. However, the corners of Dionysus' mouth were raised with a faint smile. Without Fire Wheezy, a powerful assistant, Dionysus could not carry out many of his plans, but Dionysus did not want to give up, so he could only take the risk to do it himself. As a person who has sealed the power of God and is helpless, it is incredible that Dionysus, a god with the strength to tie a chicken, can come here by himself. However, this is all thanks to the divine wine he made. The divine wine made by Dionysus can confuse adventurers with its aroma alone. Even gods can be confused, and monsters are no exception. He relied on the divine wine he made, and used a fairy spirit bead to create a controllable fallen fairy spirit clone, and went deep into the dungeon step by step. So he came here. However, now he is alone, and the fallen fairy spirit clone he created is still fighting monsters on the upper floor. After taking a deep look at the passage behind him, Dionysus started to move again. This is a desolate plain, which is somewhat similar to the wilderness on the 49th floor. A huge desolate space. It was here that Dionysus discovered the existence of the fallen fairy. This trip was also to meet the fallen fairy directly. The number of the previous fallen fairy clones was not enough, and he needed more. This time he did not intend to hide and transport the fallen fairy clones from the outside world into Orario, but directly brought them back to the artificial maze. Anyway, the existence of the artificial maze has been discovered, and it is only a matter of time before it is broken. Time waits for no one, and he will not be given the opportunity to continue to delay. He must arrange the 6 rings of the elves before the artificial maze is completely conquered. It seems that this is the floor where the fallen fairy's main body is located, and there is no demon on the entire floor. Dionysus walked for half an hour and did not see any figure. However, soon, Dionysus found out why this happened. He witnessed with his own eyes that a newly born demon was strung into strings by thick branches that sprang out from the ground, and then turned into ashes and disappeared, and the magic stone was taken away by the thick branches. That guy, has he been devouring magic stones here? If so, how much power has he accumulated over thousands of years? Seeing this scene, even though Dionysus was crazy enough, his heart trembled slightly. He dared not imagine, if it was really as he guessed, how much magic power the fallen fairy had accumulated over thousands of years. However, at this point, there was no room for him to regret. He did not think of regretting. Taking a step, Dionysus moved forward again, and after disappearing, Dionysus finally arrived at his destination. A small oasis appeared in the desolate and huge space, which Dionysus never expected. In the oasis, 10 human figures were standing quietly in front of a small lake. Should I call you Enio or Dionysus? Before Dionysus spoke, a figure came from the direction where the figure was. Hearing this, Dionysus frowned slightly, and did not answer immediately, but walked over. Chapter 163, Waiting, Ace's Reincarnation, Heretic. I have to say that Morningstar's exploration magic is a bug. Finn and others have been searching for so many days but have not found the entrance to the artificial maze, but Morningstar found it on the first day. Morningstar's light veins can penetrate wherever there is light. Coupled with Morningstar's current magic attainments and magic power, covering a deadless street is simply a piece of cake. It only took Morningstar a few hours to come to Deadless Street and explore the entire Deadless Street. I have to say that Deadless Street is really chaotic. No wonder it is said that even locals can get lost in the street. After receiving the scene sent back by the light veins, Morningstar also spent more than an hour to sort out the geographical location of Deadless Street, and then entered the underground waterway of Deadless Street, and I arrived at the entrance of the artificial maze. Thank you so much, Morningstar. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long it would take us to find the entrance to the artificial maze. However, the entrances and exits of the artificial maze are all made of mountain copper, which is troublesome. Looking at the huge bronze door in front of him, Finn first thanked him, and then frowned. Mountain copper is the material for making indestructible weapons. The door made of mountain copper cannot be destroyed by their ability. They need to obtain the corresponding key. I already knew this. Now we just wait for Hermes and others to find the traces of the Ikelos family. Dix of the Ikelos family is a descendant of Daedalus, and he has the key to enter here. Morningstar nodded slightly, and then said, I really don't know how you know so much little-known information, Morningstar. Hearing what Morningstar said, Finn immediately smiled bitterly. Why, don't you believe me? Morningstar heard this and immediately raised his eyebrows. No, it is precisely because I believe what you say that I don't understand how you know this information. Finn shook his head repeatedly. It was because he believed Chenxing's words that he was a little confused about how Chenxing knew this information. It's a secret. Chenxing would not tell the reason why he knew it. Then, Chenxing looked at the bronze door again and said lightly, Next, wait for good news from Hermes. Give Hermes another 5 days. If he still can't find it, then I will go down and find it myself. Others have to help, otherwise if everything is left to me, what's the use of them? Well, that's it. Next, just leave 2 people here to guard it in turn. Finn nodded and agreed. Then, Finn asked Grace and Angel to stay with some second-level members, and then the others evacuated the sewer. Don't get me wrong, the other members of the Loki Familia did not evacuate Deadless Street, but returned to the temporary base temporarily opened by the Loki Familia on Deadless Street, waiting for Grace and Angel to call at any time. Finn also stayed. You guys will take care of this place. Let Diana and Dion lend me a while. I'll go and learn from them. After returning to the temporary base of the Loki Familia on Deadless Street, Star said to Finn. Go ahead. Hearing what Morningstar said, Finn looked at Morningstar, Dion, and Diana meaningfully, and then agreed. What are you thinking about? Seeing Finn like this, Morningstar rolled his eyes. This guy must be thinking about something messy in his mind. I'll come to Lavilia to discuss magic in the evening. With a roll of his eyes and a word, Morningstar went to find Dion and Diana. Morningstar really wanted to learn from Dion and Diana. Now if Morningstar wanted to quickly improve his grace, he could only rely on Dion and Diana. After all, the 2 of them have now been reincarnated as angels, and their strength has reached IV.7, which is enough to provide Morningstar with growth. In addition, fighting with him, the grace of the 2 can also be quickly improved, and the potential of the 2 is not as good as before. After leaving after Finn, Morningstar approached Tioni and Tiona and invited them to compete. The 2 agreed without thinking. The 3 of them headed straight out of Orario. As for the documents to leave the city, it was too troublesome. After arriving near the city wall, Morningstar directly extended a dark detection magic, and then took Tioni and Tiona to teleport, and left Orario easily. Tioni and Tiona are worthy of being Amazons, both of them like to fight, even when they were sparring, the two did not hold back at all. However, this was more to Chenxing's liking. Because Chenxing needed this kind of battle. It was already past 1 in the afternoon when Chenxing and Dion left Orario. Chenxing fought with the two for 4 hours, and then took them back to Orario. As mentioned before, he wanted to discuss magic with Lavilia, but in the morning, Chenxing found the entrance directly, disrupting Chenxing's plan. But Chenxing did not give up. After returning to Orario, Chenxing, Dion and Diana found a tavern for a simple meal, and then went directly back to Deadless Street to discuss magic with Danvilia and Lafia. For the next 3 days, Hestia was always supervising, and Belle and others did not come back from the dungeon, so Chenxing always went from point to point, going to Deadless Street to spar with Dion and Diana, and to Lavilia and Lafia to discuss magic, and then returned to the library to spend time with Hestia, who had returned and rest. On the 4th day, AC finally came back with a lot of magic stones. As soon as she came back, AC went to Chenxing. I have collected enough magic stones. The value of these magic stones is definitely more than 100 million Wallace, estimated to be about 150 million. Thank you for your trouble. AC said calmly after putting several boxes of magic stones in front of Chenxing, but Chenxing could hear a hint of urgency from her tone. Yes. Looking at AC's appearance, Chenxing smiled slightly, and then started the procedure without delay. Summoning using dark magic, covering the room, summoning the angel reincarnation pool, and throwing the magic stones into the reincarnation pool. AC really didn't lie. The magic stones she brought were worth far more than 100 million Wallace, and the energy value reached 130,000. Only a first-level adventurer like AC could get so many magic stones in just half a month. Okay, go in. After the arrangement was completed, Chenxing urged AC to enter the reincarnation pool. AC walked into the reincarnation pool without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, she was wrapped by the light coming out of the reincarnation pool and turned into a huge light cocoon. That guy Hermes, with Bert's assistance, has not found those guys from the Ikelos clan for so many days. I really don't know what that guy is doing. Forget it, 5 days is 5 days. If I still can't find them in another day, then I'll be done. Besides, Lily and the others haven't come back for several days. I don't know when they will come back. While watching AC's changing light cocoon, Chenxing thinking. Please give me flowers, 014411126 Felu 13234131. Time passed slowly while Chenxing was thinking. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. In Chenxing's expectant eyes, the light cocoon that AC turned into broke apart like Dion and others before, revealing the reincarnated AC inside. After reincarnation, AC had a halo on her head like Tioni and Tiona, and 3 teams of wings of light appeared behind her. However, unlike Tioni and Tiona, the wings behind AC were light green, which was somewhat similar to the wind magic when AC used the wind spirit sprint. Morningstar estimated that it was because of the half of the fairy blood in AC's body. However, Morningstar did not explore, but just looked at AC with a smile and said softly, "How do you feel?" "Ah, great. Thank you, Morningstar." AC heard Morningstar's words as soon as she opened her eyes. After feeling the changes in herself, AC's mouth corners rarely raised an arc, revealing a faint smile, and responded softly. As the voice fell, the wings behind AC emitted light, and AC's figure turned into light and disappeared. This scene surprised Morningstar. However, the next second, AC's figure condensed in front of Morningstar. "What is this?" "I have the ability of wind and space attributes." AIC replied with a smile. Hearing the ability that AIC had, Chenxing narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, I thought that the ability that AIC had mastered would be the wind attribute. After all, AIC's fairy bloodline was left by the wind attribute fairy Arya. Moreover, each reincarnated angel gains 1 ability. I didn't expect that AIC actually mastered 2 abilities. Thank you. Just when Chenxing was surprised that AIC had mastered 2 abilities, AIC's voice sounded again. Before Chenxing could react, he felt that there was a face in front of him, and his lips were slightly cold. At the same time, at the moment when AIC was reincarnated as an angel, deep below the 60th floor of the dungeon, in the floor where Dionysus had arrived before, a green figure suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes burst out a scarlet light. Then, the roar resounded throughout the floor, turning into a shock wave that swept across the entire floor, and the entire floor trembled. Arya. On the way back, Chenxing's expression was very strange. Chenxing really didn't think that AC would be so proactive, which was completely inconsistent with her character setting. She actually took the initiative to speak directly. But, she was quite soft. It seems that she is very satisfied with this reincarnation. Chenxing, while recalling what happened after AC's reincarnation, he rushed towards the library. Originally, Chenxing thought that Hestia would still pounce on him after seeing him today like in the past few days. But after returning to the library, Chenxing found that the library was actually closed. However, Chenxing could feel that there was a breath inside, and there was more than one. Belle and the others are back. With this thought, Chenxing opened the door, entered the inner courtyard, and walked towards the room where the breath gathered. After opening the door, Chenxing saw the people gathered inside. Just when Chenxing was about to say hello, Chenxing suddenly found that the atmosphere in the room seemed a little wrong. With a casual glance, Chenxing saw a special figure. Little Heretic. Chapter 164, Winnie, Morningstar's Plan, and the Last Commission. Looking at the blue figure in the cloak, Chenxing was a little surprised. Chenxing didn't expect that not long after the war game, Belle and others actually met Heretic, and it was Winnie who met in the original book. Heretic. Lord Chenxing, do you know this dragon girl? Hearing the name that Chenxing unconsciously called out, Lily was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly asked. Yeah. Heretic is a monster with intelligence, no different from humans. Where did you meet this guy? Chenxing nodded and explained, and then asked Lily and others where they met Winnie. In the original book, Winnie would appear for some time, and she would appear in front of Belle because she was hunted by the Ikelos family. If it is really the same as in the original book, then the Ikelos family should not be hiding. Then, why did the Hermes family not find the Ikelos family after searching for several days? It's really strange. On the 20th floor, Mr. Morningstar. Belle replied. Was she being hunted when she met? Morningstar nodded, and then continued to ask. That's not the case. Belle shook her head repeatedly. Hearing this answer, Morningstar frowned slightly. Since she was not being hunted like in the original book, she did not encounter the 3, 5, 7 Kuros family. It seems normal that Hermes has not found it after searching for so long. Morningstar, have you encountered this kind of monster? At this time, Hestia, who had been silent, spoke up and asked Morningstar. This is what everyone present wanted to know. Morningstar's reaction just now clearly showed that he had a deep understanding of this intelligent dragon girl. Well, a monster with intelligence. It was discovered by the Hera clan 15 years ago. At that time, the Hera clan told the god Uranus named this kind of intelligent monster as Heretic. Heretic is not the red-eyed monster in the dungeon. It is no different from humans on the ground. But because it has the appearance of a monster, it dare not be exposed to adventurers. So far, only the top leaders of the guild, the god Uranus, and Uranus's personal mercenaries know. I am an exception. Morningstar nodded slightly, walked over, and answered Hestia's questions while walking. Is it no different from humans? So this child can be trusted. After listening to Morningstar's explanation, Lily suddenly realized that the look she had originally given to Dragon Girl Winnie was a vigilant look, but it instantly changed to curiosity and no longer so vigilant. The same is true for Ming, Chun-Ji, and Welf. This is the influence of Morningstar in everyone's heart. Before, except for Belle, everyone was very wary of Winnie. If Belle hadn't strongly requested to bring her back, they didn't want to have any contact with Winnie. But now, after Chenxing's words, everyone believed it directly. Although Winnie was born not long ago and her intelligence was not strong, she also heard that Chenxing's words seemed to help her a lot, and she seemed to feel that Chenxing was the only one who was kind to her, and more kind than Belle who saved her. When Chenxing came over, Winnie took a step and staggered towards Chenxing, grabbing Chenxing's sleeves with her hands with long nails. This scene surprised everyone present, including Chenxing. Looking at Winnie who was holding his sleeve tightly, Chenxing smiled faintly after being stunned, and reached out to gently stroke Winnie's hair. Has the child been named? Gently stroking Winnie's hair, Chenxing looked up at Belle and others and asked them. No. Everyone shook their heads when they heard this. Except Belle, everyone present was very wary of Winnie, so how could they think of naming Winnie? It's hard to say when Winnie will be directly disposed of. In that case, let's call her Winnie. Let the child live here for the time being. Chenxing heard this and nodded slightly, then named Winnie after the famous minister in her original book. Hearing Chenxing's words, everyone looked at each other. Is it really okay? If Winnie is seen by others, it will definitely cause big trouble. Hestia frowned slightly and said. Although Chenxing explained the situation of the heretic to them, and they believed Chenxing's words, others would not think so. If other people knew about Winnie's existence, who knows what kind of moth would be caused at that time? Everyone except Belle nodded. They were also worried about this. I didn't say to let this child live here forever. I will go to the guild to find the god Uranus and discuss the heretic with him. Then I will send him back to the dungeon to the heretic group. Morning Star heard this and smiled. Are there many heretics? Everyone was shocked when they heard what Morning Star said. What's so strange about this? After all, they appeared 15 years ago. After so many years, it is impossible that there are only one or two. Morning Star smiled slightly and then said. Everyone suddenly understood when they heard this. Then I'll leave the matter of this child to you. Hestia asked Morning Star. To be honest, except for the skin color, the scales on her face and the nails on her hands, Winnie is no different from humans. Like a normal girl, she really can't raise the butcher knife. Now that there is a perfect solution, she is naturally happy about it. Yeah. Chenxing nodded slightly. Morning Star, this child seems to be very dependent on you. At this time, Lily suddenly spoke, looking at Winnie in front of Chenxing, and said with a slightly jealous tone. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes fell on Winnie in front of Chenxing. Everyone found that it was really the same as Lily said. Winnie really relied on Chenxing. At this time, she was full of joy and enjoyed Chenxing's head patting. There was no vigilance at all like when she treated them. Hearing this, Chenxing raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't know, maybe I am kind-hearted, and this child noticed it. Chenxing said jokingly. Originally, Chenxing said this as a joke, but Lily and others nodded in agreement, praise for this remark. Chenxing did not dawdle, and temporarily handed Winnie to Hestia and others to take care of, and then left the library again, and headed directly towards the Pantheon, which is the direction of the guild headquarters. Morning Star took over Winnie's affairs for a purpose. Although Hermes is not very reliable, his followers are quite reliable and have strong ability in collecting intelligence. There has been no trace of the Ikelos family for so many days. It is estimated that the Ikelos family found something and hid. It is likely that they are hiding in the artificial maze. It is even more difficult to find them in this situation. So Morning Star decided to lure the snake out of the hole. Dix, the leader of the Ikelos family, is very fond of Heretic. Morning Star wants to ask Heretic for help to lure D***K out, and then take down the Ikelos family and get the key in their hands. When Morning Star came to the guild had already gone off work, and only a few guild staff were left on duty. Morning Star's existence is well known in Orario. With Morning Star's current momentum, the guild staff naturally dare not neglect Morning Star. When Chenxing expressed his desire to find the president, a guild staff member immediately took Chenxing to find the president Royman. After taking Chenxing to Royman's office, the guild staff member left. Chenxing was not polite and pushed the door open and walked in. What's the matter? Royman, the guild pig, was busy processing documents at this time. He didn't care that the person who came in directly opened the door and spoke without raising his head. Take me to see Uranus and Fells. I have something to discuss with them. Chenxing was a little surprised and then spoke directly. Hearing this, Royman's hand handling the documents paused slightly, then raised his head, and blurted out when he saw that the person was Chenxing. Morning Star. Outside the underground altar of the guild, Royman said breathlessly, the god Uranus is inside, I can only take you here, you will go in by yourself next. Royman left in a hurry after saying that. Morning Star didn't care about it, pushed open the hidden door on the wall, and then walked in. Morning Star. When Morning Star walked in, Uranus, who was sitting high on the altar, recognized Morning Star's identity at first sight. The steady and vicissitudes of life came out of his mouth, but there were not many surprises. "What is your purpose here?" "Uranus, I have something to discuss with you." Morning Star nodded slightly, and then got straight to the point. "What is it?" "Bell and the others brought back a heretic, and I plan to send him back to the heretic group. When the time comes, I want to ask them for a favor to lure the snake out of the hole and lead out the people of the Ikelos family." "You actually know about the heretic group? And, are you so sure that the Ikelos family is related to the artificial maze?" "Ah, it seems that Hermes has already told you. 5.5 is easy to say. The leader of the Ikelos family, Dix, is a descendant of Daedalus. He has the key to enter the artificial maze. Only by getting the key can you enter the artificial maze. But that guy probably sensed something and has been hiding. Time waits for me, I have to do it myself and take that guy down. And that guy is very fond of heretics, so I want to find a few heretics with decent strength to help." "I understand, I will arrange it. I will have someone take you there when the time comes. Talking to smart people is straightforward. In that case, I will wait for good news." Morning Star said with a smile, and then turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, Uranus suddenly called out to Morning Star. "Wait. What's the matter?" Morning Star came back to his senses unexpectedly and looked at Uranus in confusion. "Morning Star, can I entrust the last of the 3 major commissions to you?" On the altar, Uranus looked at Morning Star quietly for a few seconds, and then slowly spoke. "Ah, Black Dragon. Don't worry, I will take action to get rid of that guy when the time comes." "Ah, then I'll leave it to you." Chapter 165 Upgrading, Winnie's Dependence, and Entering the Dungeon Again. After leaving the guild, Chenxing returned to the library. When Chenxing returned to the library, it was very quiet. Welf seemed to have left, and Hestia and the others seemed to be taking a bath in the inner courtyard bathhouse. Chenxing naturally couldn't disturb them, as he would be considered a pervert. Chenxing returned to his room and began to renew his favor. After reincarnating AC today, Chenxing and AC left Orario and had a fight outside Orario. I have to say that AC's talent is really strong. As soon as she was reincarnated as an angel, her strength was comparable to that of Oda. After fighting with AC, he had been sparring with Dion and Diana these days, and after fighting with AC today, Chenxing felt that his ability value should be full. Morning Star. IV.4. Strength, SSS 1796 SSS 1999. Durability, SSS 1802 SSS 1999. Dexterity, SSS 1812 SSS 1999. Agility, SSS 1820 SSS 1999. Magic, SSS 1896 SSS 1999. Upgrade. Optional development ability, Berserker. Development ability, Magic E, Luck H, Rejuvenation H. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Rinrengan. God of War's Protection. Flame of the Sky. Looking at the changes in ability values, Morning Star secretly said, "Sure enough, it's 26. Originally, after upgrading to 4.4, Morning Star thought that the next upgrade would become very troublesome. After all, after upgrading to 4.4, my strength has become extraordinary. If I want to upgrade, I can only enter the floors after the 58th floor to maintain the previous improvement speed. I didn't expect it to be faster. In just half a month, I can upgrade again. However, this is also thanks to the appearance of the Angel Reincarnation Pool, which allowed me to reincarnate into Dion, Diana, and Ace. Otherwise, I really don't know how long it will take to upgrade." After sighing, Chenxing did not hesitate and chose to upgrade directly. With the renewal of grace, Chenxing officially entered the ranks of the nominal first level. As soon as he upgraded, Chenxing felt his strength improve. In his normal state, his strength has reached the full burst when he just upgraded to 4.4. As for the current full strength, Chenxing doesn't know, because there is no comparison. However, Chenxing feels that if he bursts out with all his strength, he should be able to cross 4.8 and reach the normal IV.9. It's really incredible. At this level, my strength can still cross so many levels. In the state of Samsara I mode, Super Death Chi mode and Death Chi flame ignited, Chenxing felt the change in his own strength and murmured in his heart. Immediately, Chenxing exited this state. Standing up, Chenxing walked out of the room and prepared to go to the kitchen to cook dinner. However, just after leaving the room and walking in the corridor, Chenxing saw a figure emerging from the corner of the corridor, running towards him quickly, shouting his name. Morning Star. Behind him, Hestia, Lily and others were chasing quickly, but they didn't catch up. This figure was Winnie. I clearly haven't told this guy my name yet, but this guy actually called out my name. It's probably Hestia and the others who told her. Looking at Winnie, who was wearing a pajamas, approaching him quickly and rushing towards him, Chenxing quickly reached out to catch him. Chenxing, this guy is too dependent on you. He just ran to you after taking a shower. Looking at Winnie, who was caught by Morning Star, Hestia said with resentment. Yes, and I don't know if this guy is a monster, but he can actually sense that you are here, Lord Morning Star. Lily also spoke up. Belle and the other two also spoke up. Well, I am kind-hearted. After hearing what they said, Morning Star narrowed his eyes slightly and then said. Everyone. Winnie is really the same as Hestia and others said. For some reason, she is very dependent on me. Even though I am not Belle, the one who saved her, she just likes to stick to me. Even when sleeping, she wanted to sleep next to her. There was no other way, so Morning Star discussed with Hestia and let her sleep next to him and Hestia. The next day, Morning Star did not go to Deadless Street, nor did he go to compete with Ace and the others. He stayed in the courtyard of the library to play with Winnie. Hestia still went to supervise, and with Winnie there, Morning Star had no plans to continue to open the library for the time being, so he played with Winnie in the courtyard. Winnie seemed to treat him as a relative and was not afraid of him at all. There was nothing in the courtyard, but this guy just ran in the courtyard and was very happy to bask in the sun. The whole courtyard was filled with Winnie's silver bell-like laughter. This situation continued until the evening, and it was quiet after Hestia came back. At night, Morning Star, who had been waiting for a day, finally waited for Fells. Nice to meet you, Morning Star. I'm Fells. In the moonlight, in the courtyard, Fells, wearing a black hooded cloak, walked out of the darkness and introduced himself lightly. Morning Star. Have you communicated with them? Morning Star nodded slightly, said his name, and then asked directly. We have communicated, and they are willing to see you. If you want, we can set off now. Fells nodded slightly and said. Okay, wait a moment, I'll take Winnie out. Morning Star nodded and then walked towards the corridor. Fells did not retreat into the darkness, but waited quietly. Soon, Morning Star brought Winnie and Hestia to the courtyard. Hey, you are the private mercenary of Uranus that Morning Star mentioned. You look quite mysterious. After Hestia saw Fells, she observed Fells at the first time, and then said. Nice to meet you, God Hestia, I am Fells. Fells nodded to Hestia and greeted her respectfully. I'm Hestia, please give me your guidance. Hestia also replied politely. Immediately, Hestia looked at Morning Star and Winnie on the side. Morning Star, Winnie is in your hands. Hestia said to Morning Star. Hearing Hestia's words, Winnie couldn't help but tighten her grip on Morning Star's hand. She couldn't bear to leave Morning Star, because Morning Star was the only person she had met since she was born who had no ill will towards her from the beginning. Even Belle instinctively reacted to attack her when she saw her for the first time. Only Morning Star didn't. Therefore, Morning Star was incomparable in Winnie's heart. She was very happy and comfortable with Morning Star and didn't want to leave at all. However, after these 2 days of getting along, she also learned about her situation from Morning Star and Hestia. In order not to cause trouble to Morning Star and Hestia, she didn't want to leave, but she had to leave. Morning Star, you must come to see me often when the time comes. Holding Morning Star's hand tightly, Winnie asked for a promise softly. Well, don't worry, I will come to see you often. Morning Star reached out and gently stroked her hair for a few times, then smiled and promised. Yeah. Winnie smiled. Since it has been agreed, let's act now as soon as possible. At this time, Fells spoke and said to Morning Star and Winnie. Yeah. The three of them set off without delay and headed towards the Tower of Babel in the middle of the night. There were not many guards at the Tower of Babel in the middle of the night. Even if there were guards, Morning Star and Fells could bypass the guards and easily enter the entrance of the Tower of Babel and the underground city. Several people entered the underground city effortlessly and then headed towards the middle level. However, I don't know if it was because it was night, Winnie was very sleepy, and Morning Star carried her directly and let her fall asleep in his arms. This child really depends on you. I have never seen a heretic so dependent on humans. Looking at Winnie sleeping without any defense in Morning Star's arms, Fells was full of emotion. Ah, yes, I don't know why. Morning Star smiled and replied. Maybe your existence makes heretic naturally like you. Before, I have been looking for an opportunity to let you contact heretic. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. Fells nodded and said. Let me contact heretic. Why? Morning Star was a little surprised. I hope heretic can coexist peacefully with adventurers, so I need someone who has no deep hatred for monsters, has a high probability of accepting heretic, and is powerful to help. And you are the best candidate. It's just that too many things have happened around you recently, and I have no chance to contact you at all, so I was delayed. Fells explained. Haha, so that's the case. Morning Star nodded in understanding, and instantly understood what Fells meant. It was nothing more than that he had just come into contact with monsters, no relatives or friends died in the hands of monsters, no deep hatred with monsters, no prejudice against other adventurers, plus his own strength and celebrity effect, he could endorse the layer. How about it, can I entrust you with this matter? Seeing that Chenxing just nodded and didn't say much, Fells' heart skipped a beat, and then hurriedly asked. Let's talk about it after we solve the problem of Dionysus and the artificial maze. Chenxing didn't give an answer immediately, and said lightly. Okay, let's talk about it then. Hearing this, Fells didn't force it. The two of them walked very fast, and it took only more than 2 hours to reach the 20th floor. Under the leadership of Fells, Chenxing entered a dark unknown area. So many. Chapter 166, Morning Star's Plan, Return of Dionysus. As Chenxing finished speaking, the dark area suddenly became bright. On the layers of cave terrain, various monsters stared at Chenxing intently. Standing in the front was a gargoyle, a lizardman elite and a singing bird. Welcome, Lord Chenxing. My name is Lei Yi, please give me your guidance. The first one to speak was the singing bird named Lei Yi. I am Gyros, please teach me, Mr. Morning Star. Gyros was the second to speak, and his tone was very polite. It's not like the 10th time he met Belle in the original book. But this is also normal. It is estimated that Fells told Gyros about the strength of Morning Star before. Facing such a powerful existence as Morning Star, Gyros will naturally not make trouble like a brainless person. I am Reed, Morning Star. The last one is the lizardman elite Reed, who has a habit when speaking. These three people are the leaders of the heretic group. The strength of Gyros and Reed should be between LV4 and IV.5. The strength of the singer bird Lei is unknown, but it is also in the category of second-level adventurers. Morning Star, please teach me. Morning Star nodded gently, smiled and introduced himself briefly. Seeing that Morning Star's attitude was so gentle, the heretics present breathed a sigh of relief. This time, they could be said to be betting on the fate of the heretics. If Morning Star had ill intentions towards them, the people present would probably not be able to escape. They all knew from Fells how powerful Morning Star was. Morning Star was not only powerful in close combat, but also in magic, and it was also a wide area annihilation magic. With this heavy magic, they could not escape. This is Winnie, I'll leave it to you in the future. Morning Star also saw the reaction of the heretics, smiled slightly, and then walked towards the singer bird Lei with Winnie in his arms, and handed Winnie who was sleeping over. Thank you very much, Lord Morning Star, for sending this child here. The singing bird Lei saw this and hurriedly thanked her. But she didn't stretch out her wings, because her wings couldn't hold Winnie at all. She called her companions behind her. Behind Lei, a half-snake-man came behind Lei with his tail wiggling, and took the sleeping Winnie from Morning Star's hands. I guess you also know my purpose from Fells. This is also a good thing for you heretics. After all, the Ikelos family has been looking for you heretics and wants to hunt you heretics. The purpose of my going to the dungeon this time is the Ikelos family. So I hope you can send 2 people to move around outside to attract the attention of the Ikelos family and let them show up. After handing Winnie to the heretics and arranging them to rest in an open space, Morningstar sat with Lei and others. Morningstar went straight to the point and stated his purpose. Well, Fells has already told us. For your plan, Lord Morningstar, I have no objection. Everyone was not surprised to hear this. Lei spoke on behalf of all the heretics and responded to Morningstar. All of them present had no objection to Morningstar's plan, and even agreed with it. During this period, many of their companions were killed. Before, they didn't know what happened and who killed them. Now they know that it was the adventurers named Ikelos Familia who caused it. And Morningstar is now preparing to attack Ikelos Familia, so they naturally agree with it. If they get rid of Ikelos Familia, they don't have to worry about their companions getting into trouble. When they learned from Fells that the culprit for their companions' disappearance was Ikelos Familia, they immediately fought back and prepared to launch a counterattack against Ikelos Familia, hunt them down, and even prepared to grind them in the deep. The guy who practiced martial arts was brought back to join the fight. However, after hearing Fells say that Morningstar also wanted to attack the Ikelos family and was going to ask them to be bait, they discussed it and agreed. Fells had told them a long time ago that he was going to use the influence of Morningstar to let the heretics appear on the ground openly step by step. However, since they placed their hopes on Morningstar, they naturally had to take action. Morningstar's request was not dangerous to them, and they would not refuse. Even if there was danger, it was worth their risk. After all, they could not sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor and do nothing. Since they were going to ask Morningstar for help, they naturally had to pay something. Haha, I thought it would take some time to talk, but I didn't expect you to agree so easily. Seeing that all the heretics had no objection to the reaction, Morningstar was a little surprised. After this, many heretics with their own thoughts looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. In fact, we agreed to your commission, Lord Morningstar, for a purpose. We may need your help in the future, Lord Chenxing, so we want to improve our favorability in your heart as much as possible. Lei said with a slightly red face and a little embarrassed. For a strongman like Chenxing, it is a bad idea for them to play tricks. It is better to be honest and perhaps it is easier to win some favor. Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly stunned, then touched his chin, and slowly spoke after a while. I've heard about this from Fells. The adventurer's impression of monsters is already deeply rooted. Even if I tell all the adventurers on the ground that you heretics have no ill will towards them, they won't believe it. If you want the adventurers to accept your existence, the most important thing is to see your own actions. You need to show enough goodwill and actions to prove yourself. Only if you show enough goodwill can I use my influence to make the adventurers slowly accept you. It was the same in the original book. When dealing with the 6 rings of elves, the heretics also came to help, and were eventually accepted by a few adventurers, which made many adventurers change their views on the existence of heretics. The relationship between heretics and adventurers officially embarked on the right path. Even so, it is still a long way from heretics being able to appear openly on the ground. This matter needs to be done slowly, and we can't rush for quick success. Chenxing does have a plan, which is to use the world contract to plant a seed of acceptance of heretics in the high-level adventurers of Orario, and then let it germinate slowly. When the high-level adventurers slowly accept the heretics, they can radiate downwards and let the low-level adventurers slowly accept the existence of heretics. However, doing so also requires the heretics to show their own goodwill. For heretics, Chenxing doesn't mind lending a hand. After all, Winnie is also a heretic. Although they have only been together for 1 day, Chenxing still likes this girl very much, and also likes Winnie to appear openly in Orario. Sometimes people are like this, maybe decades of getting along are not as good as 1 day. This is Chenxing's current situation. Thank you, Lord Chenxing, it is an honor for me to be able to help you. Lord Chenxing, please tell me what you need me to do. Hearing Chenxing's words, the heretics instantly understood the meaning of Chenxing's words. After looking at each other, Lei said with a slightly excited look. Other heretics also spoke up and thanked Chenxing. Thank you very much, Chenxing. Fells also thanked him. Well, let's talk about this later. Let's lure Ikelos out for the time being. Chenxing nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Lord Chenxing." Everyone immediately began to discuss how to lure the snake out of the hole. However, after discussing for a while, a voice suddenly intervened in the conversation between Chenxing and others. "Chenxing, hug me." Winnie, who was sleepy, rubbed her eyes and walked towards Chenxing with one hand. Chenxing was slightly stunned, then reached out and hugged her in his arms, gently patted Winnie's back, and comforted her softly. Looking at Chenxing's gentle expression, the heretics were all touched in their hearts, and they trusted Chenxing more in their hearts. They did not speak, but watched the scene quietly. Soon, Winnie, who had just woken up, fell asleep in Morning Star's arms again. Morning Star then spoke in a low voice. "Okay, let's continue the discussion." "Yes, Lord Morning Star." Everyone responded in a low voice. Then, everyone discussed the plan to lure the snake out of the hole again, but this time, everyone's voices were very low, and they were afraid of waking Winnie in Morning Star's arms. Finally, Morning Star and others discussed the plan. Reed was used as bait, appearing in front of many adventurers, and showing human behavior, so that adventurers knew the specialness of Reed. Use the Annihilator to spread the specialness of Cheat as much as possible. Morning Star hid in the 18th floor with a dozen second-level heretics. If there was any disturbance, they would contact through the communication orb made by Fells. Once the traces of the Ikelos family were found, they would contact Morning Star as soon as possible. As for the information about the Ikelos family, it was naturally Fells. Provided by C. After all, he is a member of the guild and a personal mercenary of Uranus, so Fells is quite capable in this regard. While Morning Star and others were luring and encircling the Ikelos family, on the other side, in the artificial maze, Dionysus appeared here. However, this time, Dionysus's back was straightened again. After going to the deep layer, Dionysus, who lost Fellweiss, a powerful subordinate, once again had the qualifications to communicate directly with the dark faction in the artificial maze. Chapter 167, Conversation Between Gods, Conquering the Familia of Ikelos. Dionysus, you are back again. In the empty cave, on the huge steps, a sturdy figure sat on the edge of the steps without any image, looking up at the existence in front of him. This figure is none other than Thanatos, the only god of the dark faction now. As for Ikelos, this guy is not considered a dark faction. And standing in front of him is Dionysus, who has returned from the depths. At this time, Dionysus smiled and nodded gently. Looking at you like this, it seems that you have found powerful subordinates again. Is there any problem with the plan this time? Looking at Dionysus's attitude, Thanatos understood that Dionysus should now have powerful subordinates to drive under his command, just like before, but he didn't care about this. He just wanted to know if there was any problem with the plan made by Dionysus. After all, in the previous plan, the number of fallen fairy clones was not enough. Ah, don't worry about that, it's all ready. How are those guys on the ground? Dionysus said gently, and then asked about the current situation. During this period, he went to the deep layer and had no idea about the situation on the ground. The entrance to the artificial maze has been discovered. But they don't have the key, so they can't get in. Thanatos replied. Really? In that case, find a chance to have someone pass the key out. Everything is ready now, just waiting for the hero's weapons to enter. Hearing this news, Dionysus raised a curve at the corner of his mouth and said gently. Although the tone was very gentle, Thanatos felt a deep chill. You are really crazy, much crazier than those kids. Looking at Dionysus deeply, Thanatos said meaningfully. The adventurers under his command just wanted to destroy Arario, but the guy in front of him wanted to completely destroy the entire Arario, completely destroy this city and all the adventurers in the city. Haha, if you're not crazy, you wouldn't make such a plan. You're the same, too. You want to complete this plan with me? No, I'm not like you. I just want to see how far those kids can go. What they do has nothing to do with me. I've never given them any orders. Haha, who knows? Morning Star naturally didn't know the situation on the artificial maze side. At this time, Morning Star had already started the plan with Reed and others. The members of the Hermes family knew that there was an entrance to the artificial maze in the mountain on the 18th floor, so they had been monitoring the 18th floor, but they didn't find any traces of the Ikelos family. However, Morning Star didn't give up searching the 18th floor. Maybe someone suddenly came out of the entrance to the artificial maze. Moreover, the most important reason is that the 18th floor is a safe floor. Reed appeared on the floor after the 18th floor. If the people of the Ikelos family want to find Reed, they definitely can't bypass this floor. Whether they come out from the 18th floor or from the maze entrance on other floors, they need to pass through the 18th floor. Morningstar's plan went smoothly. After 2 days, Reed's existence was discovered and spread widely. Morningstar estimated that the people of the Ikelos family hidden in the artificial maze should have noticed the news. Now it depends on the Ikelos family and whether Dix can be patient. As for whether they have obtained this information, Morningstar is not worried at all. After all, there are many entrances to the artificial maze, not just on the 18th floor. The reason why most people from the Dark faction enter the artificial maze on the 18th floor is just because the 18th floor is a safe floor and is safer. Things are not as expected by Morningstar. On the 3rd day, the people of the Ikelos family couldn't wait to show up. The people of the Ikelos family did not come out from the 18th floor. Obviously, the people of the Ikelos family found that someone on the 18th floor was monitoring the entrance to the maze, so they came out from other entrances. Lord Morningstar, the people of the Ikelos clan have appeared. On the 18th floor, Morningstar, who was sitting on a branch of a big tree with his eyes closed, received Lei's message. Listening to the message from the communication orb, Morningstar suddenly opened his eyes. "I know." Morningstar responded lightly. The next second, the veins of light were activated and spread to the entire 18th floor. To be honest, Morningstar didn't like to stay on the 18th floor to spread the veins of light, because he would see all kinds of dirty things and dirty his eyes, so he asked the heretic to help. However, now that Lei has told him that the Ikelos family has appeared, Morningstar will naturally not stop using the light vein for such a small matter. Countless influences were imprinted in Morningstar's mind, and Morningstar quickly locked the location of the Ikelos family. The next second, Morningstar's figure instantly disappeared from the spot and flashed towards the direction of the Ikelos family. At the same time, in a forest area on the 18th floor, members of the Ikelos family were wearing cloaks and hiding themselves under the cloaks. The people of the Ikelos family obviously knew that someone was looking for them, so this time they were very low-key, wearing cloaks one by one, and were rushing towards the passage leading to the 19th floor. "Gran, have you figured out who is investigating us?" the leader said as he walked. "It has been figured out. It's the people of the Hermes family. There is nothing to be afraid of." However, the people of the Hermes family are accompanied by the gray wolf bird of the Loki family. "This guy is a bit tricky," the bald strongman named Gran answered. Jack, Loki's family. How did those guys get involved?" The leader, Dix, a descendant of Daedalus, a guy who was driven crazy by Daedalus's mission, was at level IV.4 on the surface, but actually hit a level, and his real strength was IV.5. At this time, when he heard that the people of Loki's family had also got involved in this matter, he immediately looked troubled. So, we'd better not be too ostentatious during this period." Gran nodded and advised. "It's really annoying, I really want to kill that guy Grey Wolf." Dix curled his lips and frowned deeply. "It's a pity that you are not Bert's opponent." As soon as Dix finished speaking, a voice came into the ears of all the Ikelos family. In an instant, the people of the Ikelos family entered a state of alert, and even Dix was not surprised. He didn't expect that he was approached to this extent without noticing. Dix's eyes under the goggles kept scanning and soon locked onto a place. After seeing the figure standing on the tree, Dix's pupils under the goggles suddenly shrank. "It's you." Others also noticed this at this time, and after seeing Morningstar, everyone took a breath. In the past few days, the guild has transferred the title of the strongest adventurer in Orario from the Fierce Oda to Morningstar. The people of the Ikelos family also knew this news. Therefore, after seeing Morningstar, everyone in the Ikelos family was not calm. At this time and place, Morningstar suddenly appeared in front of them, and also gave such a response to what Dix said just now. Everyone in the Ikelos family had a bad premonition in their hearts. Gran and others felt that Morningstar, who suddenly appeared in front of them, was an enemy. If this is really the case, then they are miserable. Even Dix had this feeling, but he forced himself to calm down, looked directly at Morningstar, and said calmly, "Morningstar, what can you do for me when you suddenly come here?" 17. With Dix's personality, it is very rare for him to speak to others in such a calm tone. Because he doesn't want to have any conflict with Morning Star. Being able to take the title of the strongest adventurer in the city from the fierce Oda, his strength is naturally self-evident. Let alone Morning Star, even if there is an IV.6, all the members of their Ikelos family together are not opponents. This is why he did not object until Bert, who had reached IV.6, who was searching for them, suggested that Gran should not be too high profile for the time being. However, Morning Star obviously did not intend to talk nonsense with Dix. As soon as Dix finished speaking, Morning Star took action. The dark shadow instantly spread out from the big tree under Morning Star's feet, and turned into a huge dark sky in an instant, covering everyone present in an instant. Then, the next second, the dark sky suddenly shattered, revealing the situation. In less than a second, all the members of the Ikelos clan were tied up by the black shadow tentacles, including the leader Dix. In just a moment, a B-level clan with first-level adventurers was taken down. Morning Star's strength is so terrifying. Morning Star, why do you want to attack us? At this time, the bald man was tied up tightly and could not move at all. He was extremely frightened and shouted unconsciously. The other members of the Ikelos clan were similar. Even Dix looked at his situation with a shocked face at this time. In just a moment, he was tied up and didn't even have the ability to resist. The strongest adventurer in the city, is this the strength of the strongest adventurer in the city? Morning Star didn't care about the reaction of the Ikelos clan. After coming down from the tree, Morning Star came straight to Dix, and with Dix's pupils constricted, he touched Dix's forehead with one hand. World contract, sign it. Hand over all the keys. Chapter 168, The Key is in Hand, The Plan for the Heretic, Livilia's Inquiry. World contract, this ability is too buggy, but Morning Star will not use it casually. But when facing the Dark Faction, Morning Star will not care about these. Just like the members of the Ikelos clan in front of him. Morning Star hates the people of the Ikelos clan, and they can't become the nourishment for his growth like Fellweiss. Naturally, Morning Star will not waste time on them, and directly use the world contract to let these guys hand over the key to the artificial maze. Speaking of which, when facing Fellweiss, Morning Star's strength was much stronger than Fellweiss, and he could directly use the world contract when he found Fellweiss. However, Morning Star wanted to take revenge personally, so he didn't use it. This time, Morning Star used the world contract, which was simple and crude, and he didn't think of the subtle influence at all. The people of the Ikelos clan seemed to be controlled, and everyone took out a key to the artificial maze. After getting the key to the artificial maze from the members of the Ikelos family, Chenxing quickly dealt with them. To be honest, this was the first time that Chenxing killed an adventurer. The previous Fellweiss didn't count, she was already a weirdo. But Chenxing didn't feel uncomfortable about it. It's impossible to keep these guys to continue to harm the heretics in the future. You know, Winnie will live with the heretics for a period of time. Who knows if letting these guys go will cause irreversible consequences. Moreover, these guys can be regarded as a member of the Dark Faction, and they deserve to die. After Chenxing killed all the people of the Ikelos family, Lei Yi and others came late. Lei Yi and others didn't dare to get too close, and only dared to follow the members of the Ikelos family from a distance, relying on their own special perception ability of monsters. When Chenxing came, Lei Yi and others had already discovered it and rushed over as soon as possible, but even so, they arrived here only after Chenxing killed the people of the Ikelos family. Are they all dead? Fells was among them. After coming here, he looked at the members of the Ikelos family who were already silent on the ground. His tone did not change at all and he was very calm. He did not care at all that Morning Star killed the Ikelos family. In Fell's mind, since they could enter the artificial maze and move around in it, they must be dark factions. Fells had no good feelings towards these dark factions that destroyed the city. Moreover, he had lived for hundreds of years and was no longer at the age of being merciful. As for the heretics, it was even more impossible for them to be heretics. They wished that the Ikelos family would die. After all, several of their companions died at the hands of the Ikelos family. Thank you, Lord Morning Star. Lei Yi thanked Morning Star, and the other heretics also showed gratitude. The death of the Ikelos family members was a big worry for them, the heretics. You're welcome. Morning Star shook his head and smiled. Are these the keys to enter the artificial maze? At this time, Fells looked at the round sphere in Morningstar's hand and asked. Yes. Morningstar nodded. The round sphere in Morningstar's hand is very similar to an eyeball, with the mark of Daedalus on it, which is the key to enter the artificial maze. Fells, I'll give you 3 days to see if you can crack it and make it. Morningstar threw the key in his hand. Ah, leave it to me. Fells stretched out his skeleton hand to catch it, full of confidence. He is a sage who has lived for hundreds of years, and has developed mystery and magic to the extreme. If he wants to crack this magic tool, he can still do it as long as he pays more attention. Then it's your business. As I said before, try to rescue adventurers who fall into traps and don't look like bad guys. Shawan will assist you. Morningstar turned his head to look at Lei Yi and others, and instructed them. As for the heretics, Morningstar's plan is to let the heretics help the adventurers who are in danger in the dungeon as much as possible, of course, not to help those who are extremely vicious. As long as the heretics rescue adventurers frequently, the rescued adventurers will gradually change their views on the existence of heretics. However, there are great risks in doing so, because people's hearts are unpredictable. It is possible that you save them now, but they will be backstabbed in the next second. So Morningstar sent Shawan to help the heretics. Shawan, like Xiao Guang, has the ability to split into thousands of avatars. Morningstar asked Shawan to split into avatars and follow Lei Yi and others to protect the heretics when the heretics help the adventurers, so as not to be backstabbed. Yes, Lord Morningstar. Many heretics responded in unison. The heretics are now convinced by Morningstar, because they can see that Morningstar really wants to help them. Even a powerful existence like Shawan was sent out and assigned to them to ensure their safety. They really couldn't think that Morningstar would be bad for them. Moreover, the plan given to them by Morningstar was the only thing they could do now. Influence the adventurers imperceptibly, plant the seeds of the idea that they are heretics and not enemies in the adventurers' hearts, and then let the seeds germinate over time. During this period, they will continue to water and fertilize these seeds, and continue to grow these seeds. This is a time-consuming plan that requires them to spend a lot of time to complete. However, they are willing to do so. In order to be able to go to the surface and live under the sun, instead of living in the dark underground city. Well, that's it, I have to go back too. I'll leave Winnie to you. Chenxing nodded slightly. Don't worry, Lord Chenxing, we will take good care of Winnie. But, Lord Chenxing, before you go back, won't you go to see Winnie? Lei Yi promised solemnly, but then asked. No, I will come down to see Winnie often in the future anyway. Besides, don't you have the communication orb given by Fells? When Winnie misses me, you can use the communication orb to contact me. Chenxing waved his hand and smiled lightly. I understand, Lord Chenxing. Hearing this, Lei Yi didn't say anything more and responded. Fells, I'm going back now, do you want to come with me? Chenxing nodded, then looked at Fells and invited Fells. You go back first. I will deal with the bodies of the Ikelos family with Reed and the others, and then go back. Fells shook his head slightly and declined Morningstar's invitation to go back with him. Okay, then I'll go back first. Morningstar didn't hesitate. He nodded and said goodbye to everyone and set off on the return journey. This time he went down to the dungeon. He had been in the dungeon for several days. Hestia had asked him several times through Xiaoguang. It took more than 2 hours for Morningstar to return to the ground. Back to the ground, Morningstar returned to the library as soon as possible. As expected, there was still no one in the library. Did the renovation of the stove hall take so long? It has been more than a week, and it has not been completed. Morningstar was a little puzzled, but he didn't think too much. After a simple wash, Morningstar went to Daedalus Street, found Chain. Daedalus Street, the temporary residence of the Loki family, Finn's office. There were only Finn, Lavilia, and Morningstar in the office at this time. As for the others, according to Finn and Lavilia, Dion, Diana, and AC went to spar, and Lafia went to join in the fun. As for Bert, that guy is still on duty. Grace, Angel, and Ligia were guarding the sewer. Point 0. Sure enough, if you take action, the matter will definitely be completed. Is this the key to open the door of the artificial maze? There are so many. Since we already have the key, let's make a plan and then explore the artificial maze. Looking at the many round spheres on the desk, Finn was very moved, and then his expression became serious and said seriously. No, don't act for now. There are only these keys, I don't think they are enough. I have asked Uranus's private mercenaries to crack the key, and they should be able to make it in a few days. It's safer to make more. Morningstar shook his head and said. The artificial maze is intricate and has many mechanical doors. These mechanical doors can be opened and closed at any time, and the control panel is in the hands of Baka, the current pioneer of the artificial maze. However, if there is a key, then these doors can be ignored, so the passivity of the team entering the artificial maze will be greatly reduced. Morningstar analyzed the situation with Finn and Lavilia. After listening, the two thought about it carefully and agreed. It has come to this point, and it won't be a big deal in a few days. Ah, it's decided. Wait until Fells completes the cracking and production of the key and makes more keys, then we will act. Seeing that the two had no objection, Morningstar made the decision. After the discussion, Morningstar also stood up and said goodbye. However, Lavilia also left the office with Morningstar. What's the matter, Lavilia? Turning his head and looking at Lavilia walking side by side with him, Morningstar asked curiously. Something extraordinary seems to have happened to AIC and the others. Is it related to you? Can you tell me what happened? Otherwise, I'm a little worried. Lavilia turned to look at Chenxing and asked seriously. Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly stunned. Your sense is really sharp, Lavilia. Okay, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Anyway, we can sign a world contract, and we are not afraid of being exposed. Chapter 169, Lavilia's Feelings, Naza's New Life. Reincarnated as an angel. AC is so obsessed with strength. After listening to Chenxing's story, Lavilia couldn't help showing a surprised look. I was also hesitant about this matter at the beginning. After all, after reincarnating as an angel, the immortal blood in AC's body disappeared. But it's not disappeared, at least it has turned into her strength. Chenxing nodded and said softly. Reincarnated as an angel, then whatever blood it was before, this blood will disappear and become an angel. That is to say, after AC was reincarnated as an angel, half of the immortal blood in AC's body disappeared. But it's not completely disappeared. AC's wind attribute power should be due to the immortal blood in her body. I still underestimated AC's obsession. That's the only connection between her and Arya. Lavilia sighed slightly and said. Compared to this blood connection, AC wants to gain the strength to avenge Arya more. After all, although the blood connection is important, as long as AC still remembers Arya, the connection between her and Arya will not be broken. In contrast, AC wants to avenge Arya more. After reincarnating as an angel, AC's potential has become many times stronger. 103. The ability values of AC, Dion, and Diana will increase quickly. As long as the great deeds are enough, they can quickly reach IV.7. Morningstar said lightly, expressing his opinion on AC's determination. Ah, that's good. It's a pity. I'm different from Lafia. Otherwise, I really want to find you to reincarnate like AC and the others. Lavilia nodded, and then said with a little regret. That's right, you and Lafia can't be reincarnated. Morningstar couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. In Loki's family, the only ones he could give reincarnation quotas to, besides Ace and the other three, were Lavilia and Lafia. Although Morningstar had a good relationship with the others, they were not to the point where Morningstar could reincarnate them. The situation of Lavilia and Lafia was very special, and it was impossible for them to reincarnate. One was from the Elf Royal family, symbolizing the Elf Royal family, and this alone made it impossible for them to reincarnate. If Lavilia really reincarnated into an angel, and this was known to other elves, it would probably cause great turmoil in the entire elf clan. And Lafia, this guy has the magic of the elf ring, and the effect of this magic is to use the magic of the same clan. If she really reincarnates, this magic will be useless. Although Lafia's gains after reincarnation as an angel are definitely not as good as those of an angel, the benefits of the magic of the soul ring are smaller, but Lafia probably won't give up her identity as an elf in order to reincarnate as a virgin. What Chenxing didn't know was that because the immortal blood in Ace disappeared, a certain existence deep in the dungeon had gone berserk. After chatting with Lavilia for a few words, Chenxing left Deadless Street and returned to the library. However, on the way back, Chenxing met someone he hadn't seen for a long time. Naza, are you going to buy materials? Since growing up, Chenxing rarely needs potions. He still has more than half of the physical potions and magic potions he bought before, so he rarely goes to Mai's Tianqing's shop and rarely sees Naza. The last time I saw him was when Apollo held the Feast of the Gods, and I haven't seen him since then. Long time no see, Chenxing. Naza, holding a bag of medicinal materials, nodded gently and greeted. Chenxing nodded slightly, and then the two walked side by side. It's just a few days since we last met, Chenxing, you have become the strongest adventurer in the city. Morning Star, your growth rate is really terrifying. As they walked, Naza started a conversation and talked about how Morning Star won the title of the strongest adventurer. You're flattered. Morning Star smiled and responded. A long time ago, I also dreamed of becoming a powerful adventurer. It's a pity that everything is in the past. Naza nodded, and then she didn't know what she thought of. There was a hint of nostalgia in her eyes when she looked at Morning Star, and she murmured softly. Hearing this, Naza's information emerged in Morning Star's mind. I remember that Naza had monster PTSD, and had a psychological shadow on monsters. She couldn't face monsters at all, and thus cut off her adventurer's path in this life. Naza, do you want to go back to the adventurer's path? Thinking of this, Morning Star looked at Naza and asked with a sincere heart. I thought about it, but I gave up because I couldn't pass that level. Naza nodded truthfully. Before, the Lord God Mai mentioned that he wanted to ask Chenxing for help and let Chenxing take her into the dungeon. With a powerful adventurer like Chenxing by his side, his psychological shadow on monsters would be smaller. At that time, he considered it carefully, but he failed at the first step in the end, so he declined the Lord God's kindness. Do you still want it now? If you want, I can help. Chenxing was a little surprised when he heard it, and then smiled. Hearing this, Naza's step suddenly paused, and she stopped, looking at Chenxing with a puzzled look. How are you going to help me? Naza pondered for a moment, and then spoke softly. To be honest, Chenxing's words made her very excited. The words of her Lord God Mai were not unreasonable, and Chenxing's strength did give people a strong sense of security. Chenxing's words now made her fear of monsters slightly reduced. As long as you want, I can help you. Everything is up to your wishes. Morning Star nodded, his tone was very affirmative. As long as Naza is willing, Morning Star can directly use the world contract to directly remove Naza's fear of monsters. Psychological shadow is also a kind of thought. Chenxing's world contract can change a person's thought. But Chenxing has never thought of using the world contract so simply and crudely on the people around him. If Naza is willing, then Naza will be the first. Looking at Chenxing's confident eyes, Naza's eyes flickered slightly, and her expression became struggling. She did not answer Chenxing immediately. Chenxing did not urge, but stood quietly in place, waiting for Naza's answer. After a long time, Naza's expression gradually calmed down, as if she had made a decision. She raised her head, with a firm look in her eyes, and looked at Chenxing solemnly. Chenxing, please help me, no matter what reward you need. Naza seemed to have really made up her mind this time, her words were extremely firm, and her eyes were the same. If it is said in the previous life, it is like a firm desire to join a certain organization. The contract is concluded. Let's go. It's still early. Let's go to the dungeon. Hearing Naza's answer, Chenxing smiled slightly, spoke softly, and then turned and walked towards the direction of the Tower of Babel. Seeing Chenxing's reaction, Naza was slightly stunned and instinctively wanted to speak. However, the next moment, Naza seemed to react. I'm not afraid. In the past, when I heard that I was going to the dungeon, my body was trembling. But this time, I'm not afraid. In fact, I'm still looking forward to entering the dungeon and fighting monsters. Did you do it, Chenxing? Magic. Skills. Naza murmured in her heart, and then suddenly raised her head and looked at Chenxing's back. The next second, Naza took a step and quickly followed. Chenxing, how did you do it? After catching up with Chenxing, Naza couldn't help asking. Well, just think of it as my magic. You shouldn't be afraid of monsters now. but let's test it. Chenxing smiled and replied. It is indeed magic. Thank you, Chenxing, whether I can overcome it or not. It's just a little help, you're welcome. Chenxing smiled and replied softly. For Chenxing, helping Naza overcome the psychological shadow of monsters is just a little help. It's just that Chenxing had never thought of this before. After all, Chenxing had never thought of using the world contract roughly before. If it weren't for the opening of the Ikelos family today, and Naza also mentioned her own situation, Chenxing would not have thought of this. Well. Soon, the two entered the Tower of Babel, followed the spiral staircase into the dungeon, and came to the first floor of the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, Naza's body trembled unconsciously. Seeing this scene, Chenxing frowned slightly. Is the world contract ineffective? But Chenxing obviously thought too much. The reason why Naza trembled was because of the reaction of entering the dungeon again. Now Naza not only has no psychological shadow of monsters, but also has a fierce hatred for monsters in her heart. She lost her arm because of monsters. Now that she is no longer afraid of monsters, what Naza wants to do most is to use the long sword in her hand to tear the first monster that appears in front of her into pieces. Naza's main occupation is archer, but she can also use close-range weapons to fight. What she is holding in her hand is a long sword 1.1, which was given by Chenxing. Before Chenxing asked about Naza's situation, and the cave in front of them changed. Small goblins came out from the ground and the wall. Chenxing opened his mouth to say something, and Naza's body moved. Naza's 4.2 physique made her very fast. Almost in an instant, Naza appeared in front of one of the small goblins, raised her sword and chopped the small goblin in half, leaving no magic stone behind. After killing the first small goblin, Naza seemed to have activated something, and a faint aura of tyranny emanated from her body. The next second, Naza took action again. Almost one per second, the remaining 3 small goblins died in Naza's hands. Looking at this scene, Chenxing, who originally wanted to ask something, swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and replaced them with a faint smile. It seems that you are in a good situation. Well, I really don't know how to thank you. Morning Star, if you need anything, just tell me. Naza walked back to Morning Star slowly, holding the long sword dripping with blood, and said softly with a faint smile on her gentle face. Okay, I won't be polite. Yes. Chapter 170, New Member of Hestia's Familia, Eve of the General Attack. Chenxing and Naza stayed in the dungeon for only half an hour. Naza was really fierce during this half an hour, as if she wanted to vent all the hatred she had accumulated over the past few years. Half an hour later, the two set off to go back, which was Naza's suggestion. After all, it was not too late. It was just a spur-of-the-moment decision to come to the dungeon with Naza. Chenxing was fine, but Naza needed to go back. Otherwise, Mai would probably be worried. After all, Naza was Mai's only family member now. After the two returned to the ground, they parted at an intersection. Naza went to Tianqing's shop, while Chenxing went to the library. When Chenxing returned to the library, Hestia had already returned. Belle and others also came back with them. In addition, there were 2 unexpected guys for Chenxing. Morning Star, you're back. How's the work going? Mr. Morning Star, Sir, Your Excellency. Seeing Morning Star, Hestia greeted him happily and asked him how his work was going. Belle and others also shouted. It's done. We'll have to wait a few days before we can attack the artificial maze. Morning Star smiled and nodded. Yeah, that's good. By the way, they are Daphne and Cassandra, my new families. Hestia nodded after hearing this, and then introduced the 2 new members, Daphne and Cassandra from the previous Apollo families. It seems that you and Cassandra have listened to my advice. Looking at Daphne and Cassandra, Morning Star said with a smile. 26. Well, since the Apollo family has been disbanded, we too need to find a new family. The Hestia family is the best choice for us. Please take care of me in the future, Lord Morningstar. Daphne smiled and nodded, speaking. She values the potential of the Hestia family. Whether it is Belle, Lily, or Haruki, they are all very good. And, most importantly, the Hestia family has a backer like Morningstar. No matter what situation we encounter, Morningstar can handle it. Please give me more advice, Lord Morningstar. Cassandra whispered to Morningstar. Ah, please give me more advice, Daphne, Cassandra. Morningstar smiled and nodded. By the way, Morningstar, the hearth house has been renovated. Next, Haruki and others will go to the hearth house with Belle and will no longer live here. After Morningstar greeted Daphne and Cassandra, Celestia mentioned another thing. Congratulations, Belle and Lily, you don't have to keep crowding in the underground church. Chenxing congratulated. Thank you, Mr. Chenxing, Sir, Your Excellency. Upon hearing this, several people hurriedly thanked Chenxing for his congratulations. By the way, Naza's psychological shadow has been cured by me, and she can go to the dungeon in the future. You can go to the dungeon with Naza starting tomorrow, so that you can take care of each other. At this time, Chenxing suddenly remembered something and said to Belle and others. Really? Belle and others were a little surprised. The potions of the Hestia family were all purchased from the Tianqing shop, so they were very familiar with Naza and knew Naza's situation. They all felt sorry for Naza's situation, but they didn't expect Naza to be well now. Del. That's great, then I can be with Miss Naza in the future. We have a forger, a healer, a forward, a central defender, an assistant, and now we have a pharmacist and the archer team. The composition is getting more and more perfect. Li Xin said excitedly. The forger is Wealth, the healer is Cassandra, the forward is Belle, the center back is her, the defenders are Ming and Daphne, the assistant is Chun Ji, and now there is Naza. Naza is a pharmacist and archer, and the only thing missing is a magician. Hee, the Hestia family is on the right track. Listening to Lily's words, everyone smiled, and Hestia put her hands in her pockets, looking proud. Looking at the looks of everyone, Chenxing smiled slightly. At the same time, on the other side, Naza also returned to the Tianqing shop. I'm back, Lord Mai. After returning to the Tianqing shop, looking at Mai sitting behind the counter making potions, Naza walked over lightly and spoke softly. Welcome back, Naza. Hearing Naza's voice, Mai turned around, looked at Naza, and smiled, but halfway through the words, Mai opened his eyes wide and looked at Naza with some doubt. Because Naza at this time is completely different from before. At this time, Naza's face was stained with a few drops of blood, which made Mai a little worried. Lord Mai, Chenxing helped me overcome the psychological shadow, and I can continue to go to the dungeon. Looking at the surprised Mai, Naza smiled and said. As soon as these words came out, the doubt on Mai's face slowly disappeared, and then a faint smile gradually emerged. Ah, that's great, Naza. Well, I will work hard in the future. Naza smiled and nodded, saying firmly. In the next 2 days, Chenxing did not take any action. Except for going to find AC and Dion to spar with the three of them, the rest of the time was spent in the library, waiting for news from Fells. During this period, Hephaestus and Tsubaki ate almost every meal at Morningstar's place, even in the morning. In addition, Demeter also came to the library once and talked with Morningstar and Hestia for a long time. Morningstar also asked Demeter to send some fresh vegetables and fruits every 2 days. 2 days passed in a flash. The news from Fells came the next night. Morningstar, I have made the key, a total of 50. You are worthy of being a sage. Listening to the news from the communication orb, Morningstar narrowed his eyes and praised generously. In 2 days, Fells not only cracked the key to the artificial maze, but also made 50 copies at once. This ability is only possessed by him in Orario. Without any hesitation, Morningstar went directly to Fells that night and took the key, then found Finn on Deadless Street and told Finn about it. As expected of the personal mercenary of the god Uranus, it's incredible. Finn couldn't help but sigh after hearing the news from Morningstar. Since the key is in place, the next step is to launch a general attack on the artificial maze. Lavilia nodded, also agreeing, and then shifted the topic back to business. Well, this time we attack the artificial maze. There are only 2 forces, our Loki clan and you, Morningstar, and the others. The team is divided into 4. Me, Angie, and Bert will lead a team of members. I have no objection. Bert nodded lightly. No problem. Angie also nodded calmly. At this time, the senior executives of the Loki clan were all here in the office, and even Bert was called back by Finn in the past 2 days. Ace, Dion, Diana, the three of you will lead a pair of members. Leave it to us. Tiona waved her hand and responded excitedly. Tioni and Ace also had no objection. Morningstar, please take Alicia and lead a team, okay. After getting the reply from Ace and the other two, Finn nodded, then looked at Chenxing and asked Chenxing. Well, okay. Morningstar smiled and nodded, and agreed. Thank you. Grace, Lavilia, you just wait outside and be ready to respond at any time, okay. Finn nodded and thanked, then looked at the remaining Grace and Lavilia and said to the two. Leave it to me. Grace nodded slightly. No problem. Lavilia also nodded and responded lightly. If we attack this time, I hope it will be a general attack if possible. If not, we can also explore the situation of the artificial maze and prepare for the next general attack. If you can't move forward at that time, please be sure to record everything you encounter along the way. Do you understand? No problem. By the way, these are the communication beads I took from Fells, which can be used for long-distance communication. Use the communication beads to communicate when something dangerous happens. Chenxing nodded slightly, and then distributed the communication beads that he took from Fells when he took the key. Wow, can we communicate? What a convenient magic tool. Hearing the function of the communication bead, Finn and others were very surprised, and each of them showed a surprised look. Finn said with surprise. With the communication bead, he can understand the situation of the other teams in real time. At that time, he can give long-distance commands and give some instructions based on the information he has learned. After talking again, everyone dispersed. Morningstar returned to the library. Back in the library, Morningstar washed up in the bathroom and then lay on the bed. As soon as he got on the bed, Hestia got into Morningstar's arms. Morningstar, you will attack the artificial maze tomorrow. I'll let Chun-Ji follow you. Chun-Ji's ability will definitely help. Burying her head in Morningstar's arms, Hestia muttered. Hearing this, Morningstar thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, let Chun-Ji enter the artificial maze with me tomorrow. Chun-Ji's Wanbao hammer can only be used face-to-face, but its hero power has no such limitation. As long as there is prior contact, Chun-Ji can add hero power to the person who has been in contact, even if they are far away. With Chun-Ji, even if some moths happen in the artificial maze, it won't be a big deal. There is no need to worry about AIC's group and my team, but Finn and Lavilia's teams need some trump cards. Well, then I will let Chun-Ji go with you tomorrow morning. Well, okay. Go to sleep. Yeah, sleep. Chapter 171, Sudden Singing. The next morning, Morningstar brought Haruki to Deadless Street to join the people of Loki's family. Haruki of Hestia's family? Finn and others were a little surprised when they saw Haruki next to Morningstar. They had seen the war games before and knew that Haruki was from Hestia's family, but Haruki did not make any moves at that time and had been hiding behind the scenes. Adventurers from the outside world still did not think that Haruki was anything special. At least compared to Lily and Belle, Haruki was very ordinary and plain. However, since Morningstar brought Haruki to participate in this expedition, he naturally had his own plans, so Finn and others did not say much. Only Dion looked alert when looking at Haruki, but also did not say anything. Since Morningstar has arrived, let's assign the team. Finn nodded to Morningstar, then glanced at the gathered members of Loki's family and said loudly. The members of the Loki clan already knew that Morningstar would take over and bring a team. No one in the Loki clan was opposed to this and they all welcomed it. The team members were quickly assigned. Alicia came to Morningstar and bowed slightly to him. Master Morningstar, please give me more advice. Ah, please give me more advice, Yaxianxia. Morningstar replied with a smile. Then, the artificial maze general attack force is now officially set off. After the team was assigned, Finn announced loudly. Then, the large force entered the sewer in a mighty manner and rushed towards the entrance of the maze. The entrance to the artificial maze in Deadless Street is at the end of the sewer. It took everyone 5 minutes to rush there. Looking at the bronze door in front of him, Finn took out the key brought by Morningstar and opened the door directly. Everyone, let's go. As Finn said, some people quickly rushed into the artificial maze. At the same time, on the other side, in the depths of darkness, a magic stone glass lamp barely illuminated the dark passage. A young man with disheveled hair, bangs covering one eye, and the other eye was dim, thinking that he was very sloppy. Chenxing was holding a hammer and a stake, constantly hitting the soil and digging. This person was none other than Baka, the pioneer of the current artificial maze. Baka was a descendant of Deadless Street. He had been living in the artificial maze since he could remember. When he was able to do so, he took over the excavation of the artificial maze. He had been doing it day after day for 10 years and rarely left the artificial maze, so that at this time he was pale and his eyes were dull, like a living dead. "Brother Baka, how about helping me?" The tall male god Thanatos came here, looked at Baka's back, and said in a relaxed tone. Hearing Thanatos' voice, Baka paused. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, God. Forgive us for the pain of not being able to live forever, and the completion of the work is far away. I don't want to waste time on you." Baka's action just paused for a moment, and then continued. "The Loki family has already attacked. It's not a good idea to let them run around in the artificial maze. If we don't find a way to deal with them, it will be very troublesome to raise funds. What do you think, Baka? My children want to bury them in the dark and let them sleep peacefully. What do you think?" Thanatos ignored the sarcasm in Baka's words and said lightly. But Baka still didn't react. Seeing this, Thanatos sighed slightly, and then gave a decisive word. "If this goes on, the family business passed down by our ancestors will not be able to continue, and the maze will not be able to continue to be built." As soon as these words came out, Baka successfully stopped his actions again. Baka slowly turned his head, stared at Thanatos with his dull eyes, and slowly said, "What should I do?" He didn't care about anything else, but he couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't continue to build an artificial maze. "I want to use a mechanism that only your people can use. Please come forward," Thanatos said with a faint smile. "Are you going to destroy our work, Thanatos?" Hearing Thanatos' words, Baka was furious. "Don't say that. Isn't that thing made to deal with this situation? Besides, if we are caught in one fell swoop, wouldn't it be a loss?" Thanatos still had a smile on his face that deserved a beating, and said with a smile, "I know. Call me when you need me." Baka was silent for a moment, then responded lightly, and then prepared to continue working. "Didn't I just say that the people of Loki's family have come in, so now we need that mechanism? Brother Baka, let's go." Baka. At the same time, in another part of the artificial maze, Dionysus, wearing a cloak, was sitting quietly under a step, looking quietly at the top in front of him, where there was a hideous monster locked by heavy chains. This space was covered with green meat, and the locked monster merged with the green meat, as if the monster was controlling the green meat. "Hodnig, destroy the whole world." Looking at the monster on the green meat wall, Dionysus murmured in a low voice. Then, Dionysus threw his cloak and turned to leave this space. Behind him, 2 huge fallen fairy spirit clones with the lower body of cattle monsters followed closely, which were the genius fallen fairy spirit clones. And it was not the defective one of Ishtar, but the complete fallen fairy spirit clones, and there were 2 of them. This time when he entered the deep layer, Dionysus got a terrible harvest. "Let me meet you properly, Morning Star." And just when Dionysus stepped out of this space, the monsters that were locked here began to flash red light in their eyes. Afterwards, in the artificial maze, in this space belonging to the 10th floor of the dungeon, 6 places rang out songs, and the songs merged into one. At this time, Morning Star and others had just entered the artificial maze not long ago. Not long after entering the artificial maze, a large number of forks appeared in the running passage, so Morning Star and others had already divided into 3 directions and moved towards 3 of the passages. The journey was very smooth, and there were no monsters to stop the actions of Morning Star and others. In addition, with the existence of the key, the progress of Morning Star and others was not hindered at all. At this time, Morning Star was running while opening the light veins to explore the entire artificial maze. The passages of the artificial maze are intricate and there is not much light. Even if Morning Star uses the light veins, it is very troublesome to explore. "Lord Morning Star, which way should we go next?" After coming to a fork in the road again, Yashia looked at the 3 passages in front of her and asked, "Wait a moment, let me take a look." Morning Star nodded slightly, and then began to increase the intensity of the detection of the light veins to find the situation behind these passages. However, not long after the detection, Morning Star heard a uniform singing voice in his ears, which made Morning Star's face change slightly. Morning Star heard it at the first time. This song was mixed, and the sound was 6. Hearing this voice, Morning Star instantly thought of the 6 rings of the elves. Is Dionysus going to break the pot? Starting to use the 6 rings of the elves now, has it gathered enough power to destroy Orario? It shouldn't be right. In an instant, Morning Star didn't care about consumption, used the largest light veins, and began to explore the entire artificial maze. Alicia, I will leave a trace, you guys follow me as soon as possible. Haruheim, amplify Alicia if necessary. After giving orders to Alicia and Haruheim, Chenxing activated the Samsara Eye mode and rushed out quickly. What happened? Why did Mr. Chenxing look so ugly? Looking at Chenxing's fleeting back, Yashia was a little confused. I don't know, but since Mr. Chenxing did this, something must have happened. Haruheim shook her head repeatedly, looking at the direction Chenxing left, her eyes revealing worry. Then, the team quickly followed the passage where Chenxing left. Finn, AC, speed up and enter the deeper floors, go to the 10th floor of the artificial maze. In the passage, the rock warrior, Li Qianhao, used the communication bead to contact Finn and others. What happened? On the other 2 sides, Finn and AC, who were on the road, heard the sudden contact from Morning Star, and they were a little confused and asked one after another. Did you hear these sounds? If I guess correctly, this is the 6 rings of the elves, which is a joint magic launched by the fairy spirit clone. It is the great secret of the great fairy spirit. After launching, it can blow up the entire Orario in an instant. It must be stopped as soon as possible. At this time, Morning Star didn't care about anything else and told what he knew. I understand. Hearing what Morning Star said, Finn was shocked, his expression was extremely solemn, and his tone was low. Revelia, Grace, you guys come down too, you don't need to guard up there. After contacting Finn, Morning Star began to contact Revelia and Grace again, and told them the situation again. Revelia and Grace looked at each other and immediately led a large force into the artificial maze. As for Morning Star did not stop contacting, but contacted Fells and told him about the 6 rings of the elves. Fells, contact the people of the Ganesha family and let them enter the artificial maze as well. Also let the heretics enter the artificial maze to help. I understand. Chapter 172, all members are mobilized to explore the terrain, unexpected figure. When the song started, Chenxing understood that the plan of the 6 rings of the elf was not terminated because of the early offline of Fellweiss. In the original work, Dionysus delayed the time in order to destroy Orario and all the adventurers in Orario, the so-called hero's weapon, and let the adventurers enter the artificial maze. But now it is reality, and Chenxing doesn't know whether Dionysus, who has lost Fellweiss, will change the plan and take action directly. So when he heard the song, Chenxing didn't want to come slowly, and asked Fells to summon the people of the Ganesha family to help. As for the members of other families, they don't have much use in the artificial maze. To act in the artificial maze, at least a first-level adventurer must lead the team. At least several adventurers of IV.5 are needed to ensure safety, and more than 2 adventurers of IV.6 are also needed. After all, the dark faction in the artificial maze controls new monsters and has a lot of mechanisms. So Chenxing only asked Fells to summon the people of the Ganesha family to come. As for the others, Morningstar never thought that he could call them. Hephaestus's family only has 1 first-level member, Tsubaki, and the rest are all blacksmiths, not combat-type families, and the levels of family members are generally not high, so Morningstar is not going to let them come down. As for Freya's family, Morningstar has even less hope. Freya's character is not clear to Morningstar, and asking Fells to summon them probably won't have much effect. Of course, if Fells says Morningstar's name, maybe Freya can send someone. But no one knows this possibility, so Morningstar never thought about Freya's family. Maybe there are not enough people in the original book, but now, Morningstar thinks there are enough people. AC, 653 Dion, and Diana are all IV.7 combat power, and they are all comparable to Oda. In addition to the existence of Morningstar and Haruai, it is enough to deal with the 6 rings of elves. Now, Morningstar only needs to use the exploration magic to find the cave where the 7 fallen fairy clones are located, and then guide Finn and others to go there. This is also the reason why Morningstar directly abandoned Alicia and others and hurried on his way. Morningstar must rush to the 10th floor of the artificial maze as soon as possible, find the location of the fallen fairy clones, and then tell Finn and others about these locations and quickly divide the troops. However, Morningstar did not think of asking Fels to find the Hephaestus family and Freya family, but Fels did not think so. After learning about the existence of the 6 rings of elves from Morningstar, Fels immediately felt that there were not enough people to enter the artificial abyss palace. Fels is very clear about the strength of the fallen fairy clones. When the Loki family and Morningstar went on an expedition before, a fallen fairy clone held back the entire Loki family, although it was finally destroyed by the Loki family. But now, according to what Morningstar said, there are 7 fallen fairy clones, distributed in different directions. Even if the Loki family splits up the team, even if the Ganesha family and the Heretic join, they will definitely not be able to deal with so many fallen fairy clones at the same time. So after contacting the Ganesha family and the Heretic, Fels immediately reported the matter to Uranus. Uranus immediately decided to mobilize the forces of all factions of adventurers on the ground in Orario through the guild to launch a general attack on the artificial maze. That's what happened. God Freya, please lend a generous hand. In the Silver Mansion, the guild's pig Royman came here in person, brought the divine will of Uranus, and asked Freya for help. Did such a thing happen? Is this just Uranus's intention? After listening to Royman's words, Freya narrowed her eyes slightly and said in a low voice. Freya's tone was very calm, but Royman felt a chill. Royman could guess why Freya had such a reaction. Freya coveted Morningstar very much. Almost all the adventurers in Orario knew about this, and the people in the guild were also very clear about it. This time, Morningstar only asked Fels to notify the Ganesha family, but did not let the Freya family intervene. Royman knew that Freya must be very upset. If it were emotional, it would be full of jealousy. Mr. Morningstar is not sure whether you will join, so he did not make it clear. However, if Lady Freya can send Freya's family to act together, Mr. Morningstar will surely be very happy. Royman wiped the sweat from his forehead and said nervously. Hearing this, Freya's squinting eyes flashed a faint violet light. Well, forget it. That kid is still wary of me, and didn't even think of me getting involved in this kind of thing. Ota, take action. After a long silence, Freya sighed slightly, and then ordered in a low voice. Yes, Lady Freya. Ota, who had been standing beside Freya, heard the words, bowed respectfully to Freya, and responded softly. Seeing Freya's reaction, Royman wiped the sweat off his face again, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Freya would be indifferent to this matter. Well, Goddess Freya, I will take my leave first. Royman bowed to Freya and said. Go away. Freya was not happy with Royman because of her inner dissatisfaction, and waved her hand lightly. On the other side, Chun had already summoned the senior forgers in the family and entered the artificial maze with a large number of magic swords. Before entering the artificial maze, Chun met Fels at the entrance of the maze, and Fels took the key and communication orb in his hand. In addition, the members of the guild also began to work hard and notified each family. Many families were also shocked when they learned about the news of the 6 rings of the elves. They did not doubt it, because the singing of the fallen fairy avatar had passed through the layers of artificial mazes and came to the ground. Now everyone in Orario has heard the singing of the fallen fairy avatar. The hazy voice made the adventurers shudder, knowing that they were facing a crisis of certain death. In the current situation, the only way to leave Orario is to eliminate the source of the crisis. Most of the adventurers on Orario are not cowards. Even if there are, they become not cowards under the coercion of others. So after receiving the notice from the guild, the members of the major clans who can fight began to take action. It's really incredible. I originally thought that it was enough for the people of the Morning Star and Loki clans to explore that place, but I didn't expect that it would involve such a big event. In the residence of the Hermes clan. After learning about the 6 rings of Elf, Hermes' eyes flashed with surprise. According to the notice of the guild, the 6 fallen fairy spirits of the 6 rings of Elf are distributed in 6 directions, and there is another one on a deeper floor. In this case, even if the Morning Star and Loki clans are powerful, they cannot destroy so many at the same time. He has learned from Loki about the strength of the fallen fairy elf clone, which is a stable IV.7 level monster. Among the people who go down to the artificial maze, only Morningstar can deal with it alone, and the rest need to work together. In the previous expedition of the Loki clan, the first-class adventurers of the Loki Circle clan joined forces to eliminate Imai. Facing this level of existence, the Loki clan obviously had to go all out. Morningstar dealt with one alone, and the members of the Loki clan could only deal with two at most. The remaining four needed the help of other clans now. It's only been 2 days since we returned to the ground, and we have to enter the artificial maze again. It's so tiring. Luoyun complained. They just came back from the dungeon yesterday, and they didn't have a good rest for a day, and they had to start a new battle. This is related to the safety of Orario, so you are not allowed to complain. The leader Yasvi glared at her fiercely and scolded her. Yes. Luoyun immediately responded as if her tail was stepped on, trembling all over. Lord Hermes, the guild has received news that the Freya family and the Ganesha family have already started to act. Let's set off too. Yasvi turned to look at Hermes, looking serious. After all, it concerns the entire Orario, you can go and help too. If we don't stop it, the entire Orario will be blown up. Hermes nodded and gave an order. Yes, Lord Hermes. Hearing this, all the Hermes family members responded in unison. Just as many Orario family members poured into the artificial maze, on the other side, Morningstar had already arrived at the 10th floor of the artificial maze first. After arriving here, Morningstar used the 2 detection magics of light veins and shadow to expand infinitely and began to detect the entire 10th floor of the artificial maze. The 10th floor of the artificial maze is very large, almost as large as the entire Orario, and the maze passages are complicated. Even if Morningstar uses all his strength to expand the detection magic, it will take a lot of time. Taking out a huge piece of paper from the system space, Morningstar detected the terrain of the artificial maze while using shadow magic to record the detected terrain on the ground. There was no way, they knew nothing about the terrain of the artificial maze. Not long after Morningstar began to detect the 10th floor of the artificial maze, Finn and others also arrived at the 10th floor. Morningstar's detection magic had already seen them, but the positions of the two teams were almost poles apart. Finn, AIC, you stay where you are for a while. I'm detecting the terrain now and will send the map over later. While detecting, Morningstar used the communication orb to contact Finn and others. No problem. Both Finn and AIC's teams had no objection to this. Soon, Morningstar figured out the terrain of the 10th floor of the artificial maze, and also saw the location of the 6 fallen fairy clones. At the same time, Morningstar also saw an existence that surprised him. Dionysus, and the 2 guys next to that guy. Looking at the impact of the detection magic, Morningstar narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 173, Distribution of Immortal Essence, Goodbye Dionysus. The 6 rings of the spirits have been activated, but Dionysus actually has 2 bull-shaped fallen fairy spirit clones beside him. This situation does not exist in the original book. There is only one fallen fairy spirit clone of the type of heavenly bull, which was obtained by Ishtar after cooperating with Dionysus. It was used by Ishtar to deal with Oda of Freya's family, but in the original book, Ishtar did not have time to use it, and Ishtar's family was destroyed by Freya and the high-level members of Freya's family. The heavenly bull fallen fairy spirit clone also fell into the hands of the dark faction in the artificial maze, which brought a huge crisis to the Loki family when the Loki family first attacked the artificial maze. But now, Dionysus actually has 2 heavenly beings beside him. Did Felweiss get it back from the deep before she went offline? Or did Dionysus risk his life to get it in the deep? But fortunately, Dionysus is a little far away from Finn, so nothing will happen. Send the map to Finn and the others first, and then go deal with these 2 fallen fairy clones. Looking at the information from Dionysus in his mind, Chenxing thought silently. 1 fallen fairy clone is already tough enough. Now in the artificial maze, except for himself and Ace and the others, the team led by Finn and the team led by Grace who have entered the artificial maze and have not yet reached the 10th floor are no match. Even if Chun-Ji gives them the power of heroes, it is still the same. A small team can't handle it at all. Chenxing is not going to let these 2 fallen fairy clones go. Chenxing will deal with them and send Dionysus back to heaven. This time Dionysus can't escape. However, we need to wait until Chenxing. The map must be delivered to Finn, Ace, and others. The current situation did not give Morningstar too much time to waste. With the light veins and shadows always on, Morningstar first rushed to the direction of Finn. Morningstar turned on the Samsara Eye mode, and with the route of the artificial maze already explored, he quickly rushed to the location of Finn and others. Morningstar, have you planned the route? After seeing Morningstar coming, Finn did not hesitate and immediately asked about the situation of the maze map. Well, it's planned. This is the map. You go to this place according to the map. There is a fallen fairy clone there. Morningstar nodded slightly, then took out the map that had been prepared long ago, and pointed out the location of one of the fallen fairy clones to Finn. This location is the closest to Finn and others, and it will not confront Dionysus. Okay, let's go now. Finn took the map and looked at it, then nodded solemnly. Wait, Finn, contact Chun-Ji after finding the fallen fairy, and let Chun-Ji use skills for you. Seeing that Finn was about to leave immediately, Morningstar hurriedly stopped Finn and ordered Finn. Huh. Finn was a little surprised. Isn't Chun-Ji in Morningstar's team? How can I use skills for them when the distance is so far? Chun-Ji has marked you, and you can use skills regardless of the distance. Chun-Ji's skills can increase your combat power by 1 level. Morningstar directly told Finn about Haruki's ability. Hearing this, Finn's pupils shrank. Ignore the distance and increase the combat power by 1 level. According to Morningstar, this skill of increasing combat power can even work on him at level IV.6. At the same time, this skill is not effective for a single person but for a group. That is to say, when I contact the fox girl named Haruki, my and Bert's combat power can reach IV.7, and Angie can also reach IV.6. What a terrible auxiliary skill. In the previous war game, the reason why the compatriot named Lily was able to trap so many members of the Apollo family was because of Haruki's ability. According to what AC and the others said, the fox girl seemed to be from Ishtar's family. After sending Ishtar back to heaven, Morningstar immediately reserved the fox girl for Hestia's family. Is it because of this skill? Morningstar, you are really mysterious. After taking a deep look at Morningstar, Finn nodded without any delay and led the team to the direction pointed by Morningstar. Morningstar did not hesitate. After watching Finn and the others leave, he also left here and rushed to the location of AC, Dion, and the others. AC and the others were quietly staying in a cave at this time. The group was chatting and laughing. They were not alert at all because they were in someone else's territory. It can only be said that they were really skilled and bold. But this is also normal. After all, with the current strength of AC and the other two, what might happen in the artificial maze really can't be dangerous to AC and the others. The mechanism has the key, so it can be completely ignored, and the monsters are even simpler. Kill 1 if 1 comes, kill 2 if 2 come, kill as many as you want, isn't it stress-free, just like a vacation? Ah, Morningstar, you're here. Tioni was the first to discover Morningstar, waving her hand happily to greet Morningstar, and the others also looked over here. Yeah. Morningstar nodded slightly and landed in front of everyone. AC, Tioni, Tiona, you need to act separately next. As soon as he landed, Xing said. Okay, Morningstar, you make the arrangements, and we will do whatever you ask us to do. Facing Morningstar's words, Tioni said with a smile without any hesitation. Mr. Morningstar, please give me your orders. Others also spoke up. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Morningstar didn't hesitate and started to make arrangements directly. Tioni, Tiona, you lead the team here. As for AC, AC will go to another place with Alicia and the others later. Chenxing took out the copied map, pointed to the location of one of the fallen fairy spirits on the map, and said to everyone. Okay. Without any hesitation, Tyone and Tiona immediately took the map from Chenxing's hand and led the large army to the direction of the map. Chenxing, where should I go? Seeing Tyone and the others leave, AC turned to Chenxing and asked Chenxing. Let's go, Alicia and the others should be here soon, I'll take you there. Chenxing nodded and said. Yeah. AC didn't ask any more questions, and after responding, she followed Chenxing and started to move. Not long after, Chenxing brought AC to the entrance of a passage. Please give me flowers 0. Alicia and the others were not slow. Chenxing had been on the 10th floor of the artificial maze for a long time, and Alicia and the others should be here soon. As expected, Alicia, Chuanji and others did not let Chenxing and AC wait for long, and soon arrived here. Chenxing did not hesitate and directly arranged Alicia, Chuanji and others to follow AC to the location of one of the fallen fairy clones. Sada, next, before Lavilia and others arrive, I will go to meet Dionysus first. That guy seems to be looking for something. Looking at the backs of AC and others going away, Chenxing murmured in his heart. The next second, Chenxing's figure flashed and rushed to another direction. This passage was the shortest passage to where Dionysus was. While Chenxing rushed to the direction of Dionysus, Lavilia and others on the other side met with Chun and others who arrived later. Chun did not even meet the members of the Ganesa clan but met Lavilia and others first. You are here too. Lavilia and others were very surprised when they met Ju. Lavilia knew that Morningstar only notified the people of the Ganesha clan, and did not let other clans come down. Well, the guild knew the situation below, so they mobilized all the adventurers of Orario. We are just the vanguard, and there are large troops rushing here behind us. Chun nodded and told the situation again. I see. Lavilia nodded in understanding, not surprised by this. After all, according to Morningstar, the power of the so-called 6 rings of elves is very terrifying, enough to threaten the entire Orario. As the order manager of Orario, the guild will naturally not sit idly by, and it is reasonable to do so. I heard from the members of the guild that the guild leader Royman went to the Silver Mansion, and I don't know if the Freya clan will also leave. Chun nodded, and then spoke again. Freya. When mentioning Freya, Lavilia's expression was a little complicated. After all, she almost died at the hands of Freya's clan before. Let's not talk about this. What are your plans? Chun also saw this, so she quickly changed the subject. 6 places, some people go to each place to eliminate the fallen fairy clones there, and there are no other plans. Those fallen fairy clones are on the 10th floor of the artificial maze. Morningstar has already found out the terrain there and made a map. When we arrive there, Morningstar will come to us as soon as possible and arrange a location for the fallen fairy clone for us. We can just rush over and eliminate it. This sentence was not said by Lavilia, but by Grace. Hey yeah, as expected, with Morningstar, things will become much simpler. Hearing this, Chun's eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, I have to admit that with Morningstar, things are indeed much simpler. Without Morningstar's detection magic, even if we reach the 10th floor, we are still headless flies and can't find the location of the fallen fairy clones at the first time. Lavilia nodded in agreement and said with a smile. At the same time, when Chun and Lavilia and others met up, Chenxing also came to Dionysus on the other side, and there were 2 of them. Hey, we meet again, Dionysus. Lucifer. 9. Chapter 174, The Return of the Gods, Dionysus' Ascension, and the Arrival of Freya's Familia. When he saw Dionysus again, Chenxing never thought of letting this guy go. And to deal with Dionysus, he needed to use divine power to deal with it. But Chenxing didn't want to leave any hidden dangers for himself. Although there were only himself and Dionysus here, he could directly use divine power to suppress Dionysus's divine power, but who knew whether Dionysus would pass information to the lower world after being forced back to heaven by himself. If the gods knew about his situation, it would definitely attract the attention of the gods. Maybe he would be sliced and studied like in his previous life. Chenxing's current strength can't fight against the gods. At most, he can suppress the gods' divine power with divine power. So Chenxing directly used the thought body magic and separated Lucifer's thought body. Lucifer's identity is a god, which is perfect for dealing with Dionysus. Even if he sent Dionysus back to heaven, Dionysus would have nothing to say. Lucifer. Looking at Morningstar and Lucifer in front of him, Dionysus's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect to meet Lucifer in the artificial maze. This guy who once made him lose face and made him want to tear him apart alive. 987 Enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. Dionysus didn't say anything nonsense and directly gave the order to attack the bowl-shaped fallen fairy spirit clone beside him. The huge bowl-shaped fallen fairy spirit clone rushed towards Morningstar with a strong body. Morningstar didn't hesitate at all and directly cloned over. The bowl-shaped fallen fairy spirit clone is a physical fallen fairy spirit clone. Compared with magic, its physical strength is more terrifying and has a strong melee ability. The ground trembled when he took a step. However, Morning Star didn't have any fear about this and rushed straight over with the reincarnation I mode. Morning Star is a hexagonal warrior, and grace has grown in all aspects, reaching SSS 1999 every time he upgrades. This also leads to Morning Star only upgrading to IV.5. The strength of the normal state has reached the level of normal adventurers upgrading to 4.8, and the same is true in terms of the body. Even in the current Samsara I mode, Morning Star's physical strength is even stronger. Therefore, facing the two bull-shaped fallen immortal spirit clones, Morning Star has no need to dodge at all, and can completely destroy the fallen immortal spirit clones by head-on confrontation. And the situation is indeed so. As soon as Morning Star and the two bull-shaped fallen immortal spirit clones collided, Morning Star directly tore one of them apart, without using weapons at all, and inserted his hands into the body of one of the fallen immortal spirit clones. The powerful force tore the bull-shaped fallen immortal spirit clone into two halves, directly turning it into ashes, leaving only a colorful magic stone floating in the air and falling to the ground. Morning Star quickly collected it. The other fallen immortal spirit clone had never expected that Morning Star's strength was so terrifying that it could tear apart the clone that looked exactly like itself. Its huge body froze in place, staring blankly at my. However, the fallen immortal spirit clone was stunned, but Morning Star would not. After collecting the magic stone, Morning Star launched another attack and appeared in front of the remaining fallen immortal spirit clone in an instant. TSK. Without any surprise, the fallen immortal spirit clone did not even have the ability to resist and followed the footsteps of the previous fallen immortal spirit clone, only a colorful magic stone. This scene directly confused Dionysus. He did not expect Morning Star to be so terrifying. He had grown to this point in just half a month, and he was already capable of tearing apart the fallen immortal spirit clone alive. That was a fallen immortal clone, a physical fallen immortal clone, with a strength of LV7 and a very tough physique, but it was torn in half by Morning Star, and it had no ability to resist. However, just in this moment of distraction, Dionysus found that the figure of Lucifer in front of him suddenly disappeared. When he realized something was wrong, a broad palm was already on his shoulder. A huge force came from the palm, which directly made him, who had sealed his divine power and was weak, kneel down directly. In an instant, a strong sense of shame emerged in Dionysus's heart. UB******************. D. A low roar roared from Dionysus' mouth, and a powerful divine power quickly spread from Dionysus' body. However, the next second, an even more terrifying divine power fell on Dionysus. Dionysus's divine power was directly suppressed back. Last time, the gods were there, and they would not allow this to happen, so I let you go. But it's different now. You are the dark god. Even if you are sent back to heaven, the gods will not have any opinions, and they will even applaud. Holding Dionysus tightly, Chenxing said calmly. Feeling the changes in his body, Dionysus's face darkened again, but after a few seconds, Dionysus laughed wildly. Haha, even if you send me back to heaven, what about it? Even if you destroy the 6 rings of the elves, what about it? That guy has gone berserk and will never let Orario go. Soon, that guy will launch a counterattack. When the time comes, the Feast of Frenzy Orchia will definitely start in Orario and on the earth, and no one can stop it. Hearing Dionysus' words, Chenxing frowned slightly. That guy, Chenxing was sure who Dionysus was referring to. Dionysus was referring to the fallen fairy. That guy was Dionysus's partner, and the fallen fairy clone was made of the gems provided by the fallen fairy. That guy is indeed a big enemy, but what is the level of that guy's strength? The fallen fairy went berserk. What does this mean? Could it be related to Ace? Chenxing thought silently in his heart. Although he had some guesses in his heart, Chenxing did not ask and kept this guess in his heart. The next second, Chenxing controlled Lucifer to increase the strength in his hand. Dionysus, who was pressed by Lucifer, suddenly changed his face. The next second, a sacred beam of light burst out from Dionysus' body and soared into the sky. Dionysus ascended to heaven. The sacred light column of the gods' return penetrated the entire artificial maze, rushed out of the ground, and rushed straight into the sky. The figure of Dionysus also appeared in the light column and rose to the sky. Morning Star could see that Dionysus was watching Lucifer in the light column at this time. His expression was very ferocious, his eyes were red, and he was extremely angry. However, Morning Star directly ignored Dionysus in the light column. The light column of the god's return broke through the ground and rushed into the sky, connecting the sky and the earth. The people of Orario noticed it and discussed it. Another god was sent back to heaven. This is a bit frequent. It was Ishtar before, but half a month later, another kind was sent back to heaven. The children in the lower world are really fierce. It seems to come from Deadless Street. In other words, it is the main god of the dark faction. Those guys of the dark faction are really haunting. It should be Morning Star who did it. Only Morning Star would dare to do this. Hee, it was Morning Star who did it. Only the kid would dare to do it so recklessly. In the silver mansion, Freya shook the red wine, stood in front of the French window, looked at the pillar of light in the distance, smiled, and whispered softly. Well done, Morning Star. On the other side, in the library, Hestia came out of the library, looked at the pillar of light, and waved her fist wolfishly. Because of the general attack on the artificial maze, she was very worried about Morning Star, and kept Xiaoguang in touch with Morning Star at all times. So she was the only one who dared to determine who triggered the light pillar of God's return. Dionysus, this guy, she felt something was wrong when she was in heaven, but she didn't go. In-depth study. This guy is a disaster, a bigger disaster than Loki. Sending him back to heaven is a great joy for the lower world. Has it started? In the underground altar of the guild, Uranus felt the undisguised fluctuations of divine power and murmured in a low voice. In the whole of Orario, most of the gods left their respective residences and came outside. Looking at the pillar of light that reached the sky, their reactions were different. The pillar of light did not last long, it disappeared in just 1 minute, and the gods also retracted their gaze and cast their eyes in the direction of Deadless Street. Now all the adventurers in the whole of Orario have come out. It's already 2.2, and I don't know what's going on. However, judging from the situation of the gods' return just now, things should be going well. At the same time, in the artificial maze, Morning Star had dispersed the thought body Lucifer and looked up at the big hole above his head. These breaths. Freya's family. Feeling the breath coming from above the hole, Morning Star murmured in a low voice. Morning Star felt the breath of Freya's family from above the hole caused by the god's return. I didn't expect that people from Freya's family would come down, and they were near the god's return. The next moment, a few whooshing sounds came over, followed by a black shadow fell from the sky and landed in front of Morning Star. The huge force directly caused the ground to tremble again. See you again, Morning Star. I came to help you on the orders of Lady Freya. Oda, who stood up straight and carried 2 giant swords on his back, looked at Morning Star and said lightly. Hey, Morning Star, tell me quickly, where is the guy we want to kill? As soon as Oda finished speaking, Alan, who was carrying a gun, spoke arrogantly. On his left, Hayden pushed his glasses with his fingers and said nothing. Ah, please. Looking at the people of Freya's family, Morning Star smiled slightly and said softly. Chapter 175 Arrangement. Perhaps it was because Chenxing had crushed all the members of Freya's family when he fought with Oda in Orario before, so even if the members of Freya's family were arrogant, they could not show this character in front of Chenxing. Although Alan's tone was very arrogant, his words had proved this point. Letting Chenxing arrange enemies for them meant that they were convinced by Chenxing and were willing to follow Chenxing's orders. If it were someone else, it would be absolutely impossible. Chenxing directly arranged 2 fallen fairy clones for Oda and others. With the strength of the members of Freya's family, it would be a waste to deal with only 1 fallen fairy. In the original book, Oda acted alone and tore a fallen fairy clone alive. The remaining members also showed a brave attitude and played a decisive role in dealing with the fallen fairy clone. So Chenxing directly let Oda go to 1 position alone, and the rest of Alan and others went to another position. Finn and his team dealt with 1, Tioni and Tiona's team dealt with 1, and AC and Alicia's team dealt with 1. There were only 2 left of the Elf 6 Rings and Nidhogg. Now we just have to wait for Lavilia and the others to come. Looking at the cave above his head, Morning Star muttered silently, and then quickly spread the veins of light and shadows along the cave, spreading to each floor, looking for the location of Lavilia and the others. Soon Morning Star found the location of Lavilia and the others. However, there are not only Lavilia and the others in the artificial maze now, but also a large number of adventurers 26. This surprised Morning Star. In addition to Lavilia, Chun brought a large number of senior forgers and a large number of magic swords into the artificial maze, and is now with Lavilia and the others. In addition, the people of the Ganesha family are also running in the artificial maze, and there are also the figures of the core family. Looking at so many adventurers in the artificial maze, Morning Star was silent. Then, Morning Star took out the communication orb. Fells, did you mobilize those core adventurers in the artificial maze? Morning Star contacted Fells and asked him. Well, although I have confidence in your strength, you are only one person after all, and you can't split yourself into two. Uranus was worried that he could not destroy the 6 rings of elves in time, so he mobilized the core adventurers of the entire Orario to enter the artificial maze. I am organizing them now. The communication orb soon sent the figure of Fells. As for why it is the core adventurers, it is because adventurers of level 1 are just a burden, and only adventurers above level 2 can play a role. Hearing this, Chenxing raised his eyebrows. Fells and Uranus had seen the battle on the 59th floor and knew the strength of the fallen fairy clones. With the strength of the Loki family, they could never deal with so many fallen fairy clones, so they did this. However, this is also because Fells and Uranus do not know the strength of the current Loki family. Even if it is only himself and the Loki family, he can destroy the 6 rings of elves. He himself, Ace, Dion, and Diana each have one, Finn and Bert's combination, and Lavilia and Grace's combination with the blessing of Chuanji. They can deal with one person, but they are concerned about Dion and Diana, so they are sent together. AC also asked her to bring Alicia, who can be amplified by Haruheim at any time. In addition, members of the Ganesa clan were also sent down, which is enough. However, Chenxing didn't really say it out loud even though he thought so. Fells and Uranus were also worried about the safety of Orario. It was understandable that they did so. The adventurers sent down were all strong and would not be a burden. At least they could help a little. Of course, whether they could arrive in time and help depended on their speed. Fells, is the communication orb in the hands of the Ganesa clan connected? Chenxing didn't continue to ask, but asked the people of the Ganesa clan. Chenxing planned to let the Ganesa clan, Lavilia, Chun and others use the vertical hole opened by Dionysus' ascension to let them come directly to him through the vertical hole, just like the people of Freya's clan before. Ah, I've connected it. Try it yourself. You can contact them at any time. Fells responded. Ah, I see. Morning Star heard this and expressed his understanding, then directly hung up the connection with Fells. Then, Morning Star began to use the communication orb to find the contact channel of the Ganesha family. Soon Morning Star found it. A member of the Ganesha family. I am Morning Star. In the artificial maze, Shakti, who was running fast with a large number of Ganesha clan members, suddenly heard the voice of Morning Star in his arms. Shakti was slightly startled, but he continued to run without stopping, and took out the communication orb from his arms. This is Shakti, Morning Star, what's the matter? Shakti, I know where you are, now listen to my instructions and act according to my instructions. Morning Star did not say any nonsense and directly took over the command authority of the Ganesha clan. Understood. Shakti was stunned again, and then gave up the command authority very neatly. Go to the left, continue to turn left at the first fork, then go straight, continue to turn left at the second fork, go straight, go right. Although it was a little unexpected that it was so simple, and he got the command authority without explaining it himself, but Morning Star did not waste time and words, and started to command directly. After commanding the Ganesha clan, Morning Star contacted Lavilia without stopping. Lavilia, follow my instructions. Understood. Finn's previous actions had already shown that this operation was commanded by Morning Star, so when Morning Star gave the order, Lavilia responded without any hesitation. Lavilia and others followed the guidance of Morning Star and rushed to Morning Star with the people of Ganesha's family. Morning Star stayed where he was and did not move. During this period, Morning Star did not forget to check on the situation of AC and others. During the time when Morning Star dealt with Dionysus, the team of AC, Dion, and Finn had successfully arrived at the location given by Morning Star and fought with the fallen fairy's clone. And Chun-Ji also used the hero's power on Finn and others. However, Chun-Ji did not use the hero's power on too many people, only on Finn, Bert, Angel, and Alicia on S's side. As for other people, Chun-Ji did not use it. After becoming an angel, Haruheim's potential has been improved, and her strength has been continuously improved every day, with her mental and magic power constantly increasing. However, even so, the consumption of increasing the strength of adventurers like Finn and IV.5 and IV.6 is also very large. In addition, Morningstar has instructed her to coordinate with everyone. Lavilia and Grace have not yet notified her that they need support, so she saved some strength and waited for Lavilia and Grace to apply for support. 3 fallen fairy clones, each of which has at least 2 IV.7 combat power. After Haruheim used the hero's power to increase Finn's strength, Finn and Bert reached the combat power of IV.7, and Angel also reached V.6. And Dion and Diana don't need it at all. They are already IV.7 after they were reincarnated as angels. As for Ace, Ace doesn't need it either. Haruheim's consumption here falls entirely on Alicia. Chun-Ji not only used the power of the hero on Alicia, but also gave Alicia a layer of the power of the Wanbao hammer, directly raising the strength of Alicia, the elf who had just upgraded to 4.5, to LV7. In the 3 battlefields, the fallen fairy elf clones were suppressed. As for the other 2 places, Oda and others had just arrived not long ago. Although they had the map given by Morningstar, they had not yet reached the location of the fallen fairy elf clones. It seems that Dionysus is set up. Even if he disappears, the fallen fairy elf clones of the elf 6 rings will not stop. 103 however, like the original, the use of the elf 6 rings is very time-consuming and requires a long time to chant. This is good news. The long chanting time can also give everyone enough time to deal with them. However, once the 6 fallen fairy elf clones of the elf 6 rings are defeated, the power contained in them will quickly flow to Nidhogg in the 10-10 Kong. Let's go to the 11th floor after arranging Lavilia and the people of the Ganesa clan. Chenxing said silently while checking the situation on the 10th floor. Dionysus made 2 plans to destroy Orario, one of which was the 6 rings of elves. Once the 6 rings of elves were activated, the entire Orario would be blown away. The people of Orario on the ground still had a glimmer of hope, but the adventurers who entered the artificial maze would have absolutely no chance of escape. Once the 6 rings of elves were destroyed, the power accumulated by the 6 rings of elves would flow to the other fallen fairy elves clone on the 11th floor, which was possessed by a dragon-shaped creature very similar to the one-eyed black dragon, and the fallen fairy elves clone would roar enough to destroy the entire Orario. Originally, Chenxing was thinking that he would be responsible for the fallen fairy spirit clone in the 6 rings of the elf, and then deal with Hodnig, but looking at the current situation, the fallen fairy spirit clone in the 6 rings of the elf slave no longer needs to be responsible by himself. After arranging Lavilia and the others, he can go directly to the 11th floor to find Nidhogg. Lavilia and the people of the Ganesa clan did not let Chenxing wait for long. They soon fell from the sky through the vertical hole created by Dionysus' ascension, and arrived at the same time. Chenxing, where do you need us to go? After landing, Lavilia and others walked over quickly, and Lavilia asked. Lavilia, Chun, Grace, you go to deal with the fallen fairy spirit clone. As for Shakti, there are a large number of members of the dark faction in the artificial maze. Take this opportunity to take them down. Chapter 176, Destroying Nidhogg, an unexpected event. The last fallen fairy clone, Lavilia, and the other 2 will be enough to lead the rest of Loki's family. If the Ganesha family also followed, it would be a waste of manpower. It just so happened that the purpose of entering the artificial maze this time was not only to destroy the fallen fairy clone, but also to destroy the fallen fairy clone hiding in the dark faction. Finn and others hated the dark faction very much, and they all thought that only by destroying the people of the dark faction could they have no worries when they went on expeditions in the future. Morningstar also agreed with this. These guys in the dark faction like to make trouble. Although they are not big things, they are easy to disgust people, or it is also a good thing for Orario. Before, Morningstar was going to deal with those scum in the dark after solving the crisis of the fallen fairy clone. But now that there are enough troops, let's do it directly. I understand. Lavilia, Grace, and Chun nodded. Don't you need our help? Shakti frowned and asked. She was not worried about whether she could find the people of the dark faction because she had learned from Tiles that the exploration Mofa had already detected the situation of the artificial maze. She was concerned about the matter of the fallen fairy avatar. The people of the dark faction could be discussed later, but according to Fells, this elf 6 ring would bring a devastating crisis to Orario. Originally you were needed to do it, but the people of Freya's family have arrived here just now, and I handed 2 of the fallen fairy avatars to them. The remaining 1 will be enough for Lavilia and the other 3 to deal with. You take this opportunity to wipe out those guys in one go. Morning Star shook his head and explained. Freya's family? It's them, they actually went out. Hearing that the people of Freya's family also entered the artificial maze and had already dealt with the other 2 fallen fairy avatars, Shakti was immediately surprised. After all, Freya's family is both good and evil, and rarely intervenes in these matters. Only in the previous Dark Dawn period, when the whole of Orario united against the Dark faction, they took action a few times, and the rest did not take action. Even if they did, it was just some private matters. They didn't participate in such major events concerning Orario. Yeah. Morning Star nodded slightly. I understand. Provide us with the distribution location of the Dark faction. After getting the affirmation, Shakti did not force himself and took on the task of destroying the Dark faction. Morning Star did not drag it out and directly assign tasks to both parties. Morning Star, are you going to go to the next level to find the Nidhogg you mentioned? After both parties obtained the map, the members of the Ganesha family took action immediately, leaving some people to return to lead the adventurers who had entered the artificial maze, and the rest went straight to the location given by Morning Star, and Lavilia, and others were also ready to act, but before the action, Lavilia asked Morning Star about the next action. Yeah. Morning Star nodded slightly. Understood, be careful along the way. Lavilia nodded, then said something and left with the main force. Morning Star watched Lavilia and others leave, and after a few seconds, he also started to move. The 6 elf rings were handed over to them, and he also had to go to the 11th floor to find Nidhogg. However, this time, Morning Star was not going to continue walking through the passage. Looking at the hole above his head, Morning Star's face was slightly strange. Why didn't he think of this before? The next second, Morning Star pressed one hand on the ground, and the Super Death mode unfolded, and the shape changed. Boom. The terrifying death flame directly blew a huge gap in the ground, leading directly to the next floor. This is much simpler. Looking at the hole on the ground, Morning Star smiled, then jumped up and jumped down. Before, I was still limited by my thinking. I walked up the stairs layer by layer. The artificial maze was not all forged with mountain copper. Except for some mechanical doors, the ground was ordinary stone bricks. Just break through it directly. This was what Chenxing thought of after seeing Dionysus's divine scent penetrated the entire artificial maze. Before, Chenxing was limited by normal thinking and did not think of this at all. After entering the 11th floor, Morning Star quickly launched detection magic to find the location of Nidhogg. Morning Star was very fast. It didn't take long for him to find the location of Nidhogg and rushed over there. In the huge space connected by a large passage and several caves, on the huge altar, a huge monster was quietly sitting. 3 pairs of wings, sharp, twisted claws flashing with cold light, huge bodies covered with dense scales, and dragon-shaped heads. These were 10 extremely huge dragons. The dragon's body was covered with green meat, connected to the entire altar, and emitting red light at the same time. The green meat kept beating, as if it had life. On the dragon's chest, a graceful fallen fairy clone was standing quietly, but compared to other fallen fairy clones, this fallen fairy clone was a little different. The face could not be seen. Half of the face below the nose was eroded by the dragon, leaving only the mouth, and the rest was completely invisible. This situation is no longer the fallen fairy spirit parasitizing on the dragon, but it is like the fallen fairy spirit is sucked into the dragon's body. The majestic appearance is extremely ugly, which makes people feel horrified at first sight. Is this the black dragon that has some connection with the one-eyed black dragon? Looking at the huge monster in front of him, Chenxing muttered to himself. The huge monster in front of him is Nidhogg, who is a black dragon with a deep connection with the one-eyed black dragon that the monsters have taken from the depths of the 60th floor of the dungeon. It is Dionysus's backup. Once the fallen fairy spirit clones are destroyed, the power gathered by the fallen fairy spirit clones will flow here. He has gathered the power of the 6 fallen fairy spirit clones and has enough power to destroy the entire Orario. However, Nidhogg does not have much power at this time, just a simple fallen fairy spirit clone. Only after absorbing enough magic power of the fallen fairy, Nidhogg will become an extraordinary existence, and can release energy that is not inferior to the 6 rings of the elf, that is, the roar. Nidhogg also felt the arrival of Morning Star, and seemed to feel a strong crisis from Morning Star. Nidhogg quickly attacked Morning Star, the sharp and twisted giant claws covered Morning Star. Facing this fierce attack that can cause damage to the adventurer of level IV.7, Morning Star was very calm. He did not dodge, but just raised his hand to block the twisted giant claws. The next second, a deep orange flame broke out from under the giant claws and spread rapidly, spreading along the giant claws towards the main body of the fallen fairy clone, that is, the female body. Wherever the flame of death passed, everything turned into gray stone. The fallen fairy clone had no eyes, but could feel the changes in his body, and immediately let out a shrill scream. She tried to cut off her tail to survive, but the speed of the death flame of Morning Star was too fast, and it didn't give her any chance to cut off her tail to survive. The death flame of Morning Star had already spread to her body. In just a few seconds, the huge Nidhogg turned into 10 stone sculptures. At this time, the ability of the Great Sky Flame can release the death flame that can petrify people. With the current strength of Morning Star, it is too easy to deal with Nidhogg. However, just in case, Morning Star still blasted a death flame, and instantly blasted the huge Nidhogg into pieces, leaving only a colorful magic stone falling from the air. Since it is known that the magic stone of the fallen fairy's clone has an effect on Xiaoguang and Xiaoan, then Morning Star will naturally not destroy the magic stone together, and avoid the magic stone when controlling the Great Sky Flame to petrify. I don't know, is it because of Nidhogg's special relationship? The size of the magic stone is much larger than the magic stones of the 2 heavenly cattle-type fallen immortal spirit clones that Morning Star destroyed before. 1 magic stone can at least replace 3. Although it was a bit unexpected, Morning Star did not care too much. He flashed in front of the magic stone, caught the magic stone with a wave of his hand, and then threw it into the system space. Dinua Zhao, just when Morning Star was dealing with Nidhogg, Uranus stood up suddenly in the underground altar space of the guild on the ground. What's going on? Uranus stood up with shock in his eyes and shouted in disbelief. The next second, Uranus quickly took out a spiritual bead from his arms and contacted Fells. At this time, on the 11th floor of the artificial maze, Morning Star, who had just destroyed Nidhogg, was about to return to the 10th floor because he was looking at the situation of everyone. Suddenly, Fell's voice came to Morning Star's arms. Morning Star, something big has happened. See. What's wrong, Fells? Hearing Fell's words, Morning Star was a little surprised. Isn't the matter they are dealing with a big deal? Is there anything more important than destroying the 6 rings of the elves? Something big has happened in the dungeon, and you need to deal with it. Fells didn't hesitate and quickly told Morning Star about the situation. After hearing Fell's words, Morning Star's face also sank. Morning Star didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Dionysus, is this what you call rampage? Without any hesitation, Morning Star, who had just exited the reincarnation I mode and the super dead air mode, transformed again and rushed out quickly. Chapter 177, Multiple Fallen Immortal Clones, 2 parties joining forces. Fells, the fallen fairy spirits in the deep are running wild. Many fallen fairy spirit clones are quickly breaking through the floors and rushing to the ground. Fells, contact Morning Star and ask Morning Star to find a way to resist and try to delay the pancreatic cancer time, at least give others time to free up their hands. In the underground altar of the guild, Uranus looked solemn and contacted Fells through the communication orb. What did you say? Fells was rushing to the underground city to meet up with Heretic. Fells was going to take this opportunity to let Heretic participate in this matter, let the adventurers know the existence of Heretic, and let the adventurers see that Heretic is not an enemy. Unexpectedly, he suddenly received a contact from Uranus, and heard such shocking news. I was extremely shocked. The fallen fairy clones, that's an IV.7 level existence. Just dealing with the 7 in the artificial maze has exhausted the power of the entire Orario. Now you tell me that there are a large number of fallen fairy clones approaching in the dungeon. Are you sure you don't want to scare me to death? Uranus, how many fallen fairy clones are there? After being shocked, Fells asked hurriedly. I don't know what stimulated the fallen fairy. In my perception, at least 10 fallen fairy are rushing towards the ground. They have entered the lower level and will soon turn bad and rush to the middle level. Fells, quickly contact the house. He is very strong and should be able to resist one or two temporarily. Let others deal with the fallen fairy clones in the artificial maze as soon as possible, and then go to support. Uranus said in an urgent tone. Uranus has been using divine power to suppress the dungeon for many years, so he is sensitive to the huge movements in the dungeon. He sensed the appearance of the destroyer at the beginning. This time, the fallen fairy made a big thing, and he also sensed it. It was because he felt a large number of fallen fairy clones rushing towards the ground that he was so panicked. Now the main force of Aurario is dealing with the fallen fairy clones in the artificial maze, and has no ability to deal with these newly appeared fallen fairy clones. The only way is to let Chenxing find a way to stop them. He has learned about Chenxing's strength from Freya, which has exceeded IV.7 and reached the level of LV8. This strength is already the strongest combat power of Aurario. There is no need for Chenxing to eliminate these fallen fairy clones. Chenxing only needs to temporarily stop the fallen fairy clones. With Chenxing's strength and the means he has shown, it should be possible. As long as the adventurers in the artificial maze have enough time to eliminate the fallen fairy clones in the artificial maze, the other adventurers will be free at that time, and then the power of the entire Aurario should be able to deal with these fallen fairy clones. I understand. Hearing Uranus's answer, Fells was shocked and immediately agreed. The next second, Fells hung up the communication and started to contact Morning Star. Morning Star, something big has happened. Fallen fairy clone. What on earth has stimulated this fallen fairy to create 10 fallen fairy clone at once? With so many fallen fairy clone, the consumption of itself will definitely be a great loss of vitality. Otherwise, Dionysus would not have brought only these few to the artificial maze. So, what happened to make the fallen fairy do this? Is it related to AIC? Turning into a stream of light and constantly penetrating the floors of the artificial maze, Morning Star, while hurrying on the road, thinking about the news he just got from Fells, he speculated about the actions of the fallen fairy. Morning Star had a vague guess in his heart that the riot of the fallen fairy should be related to AIC. After all, when AIC awakened the wind attribute magic, she was targeted by the fallen fairy. And AIC's wind attribute magic was awakened because of the half-fairy blood in her body, which belongs to the fairy wind. In the original novel, the fallen fairy had been very calm, staying deep in the dungeon without coming up. Even if it coveted AIC's fairy bloodline, it only cooperated with Dionysus. But now this situation has happened. Chenxing couldn't think of any other reason for this situation except that it was related to AIC. After all, after AIC was reincarnated as an angel, her fairy bloodline disappeared. The fallen fairy probably felt that AIC's fairy bloodline disappeared, so it went berserk and created so many clones at once to attack the ground. However, whether it was this or not, Chenxing would not let the fallen fairy clones attack the ground. With full force, Chenxing broke through from the 11th floor of the artificial maze to the 18th floor. Buzz. The veins of light spread out, and Chenxing quickly looked for the exit to the 18th floor. The artificial maze was only built to the 18th floor, and Chenxing could only leave from here. However, just as Chenxing was looking for the exit, he suddenly felt a violent vibration. Feeling this vibration, Chenxing frowned slightly. The next second, Chenxing's communication orb responded. Chenxing, where are you now? The 2 fastest fallen immortal clones have reached the 18th floor and are slaughtering adventurers on the 18th floor. Reed and the others are helping to resist. Can you hurry over? 2 fallen immortal clones have reached the 18th floor. No wonder I feel the vibration here. After hearing what Fells said, Chenxing immediately understood why he felt the vibration. It was probably caused by the fallen immortal clones destroying the 18th floor. There were not many people on other floors, but there were a lot of adventurers on the 18th floor. The fallen immortal clones would never let these adventurers go when they arrived here. Without hesitation, Chenxing flew quickly towards the exit. Morning Star was very fast. It took only half a minute to cross dozens of bends and reach the exit. As Morning Star got closer to the exit, the vibrations he felt became stronger, and he could even hear explosions. Without any hesitation, Morning Star took out the key and quickly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Morning Star heard even more violent explosions. The entire 18th floor turned into a sea of fire, and shrill screams resounded throughout the 18th floor, which could not be covered even by the explosions. Morning Star quickly spread the veins of light, and the situation on the 18th floor was grasped by Morning Star in an instant. The two fallen fairy clones were in the town of Rivera. Nearby, many adventurers gathered here, and with the help of heretics, they tried their best to resist the attacks of the fallen immortal avatar. Many adventurers died at the hands of the fallen immortal avatar, and there were many seriously injured people, which was a heavy casualty. If it weren't for the existence of heretics, the current Rivera town would have been destroyed by the fallen immortal avatar. And at the forefront was a huge black minotaur. The two fallen immortal avatars that arrived at the 18th floor seemed to be physical clones like the heavenly shepherd. The black minotaur held a huge axe and fought one against two. With the help of other heretics and adventurers in Rivera town, he barely blocked the two fallen immortal avatars. The attack of the clone of the fallen fairy. The two sides are in a stalemate at this time. After receiving the impression, Chenxing was slightly stunned. The black minotaur, Astrios. This guy still appeared. Astrios, called Nyome by netizens in the previous life, is the minotaur defeated by the protagonist Belle and reborn as a heretic. He has very strong potential. Within a few months of his birth, his strength has reached the level of IV.7. I didn't expect that this guy was born in the same way as the original, and he seems to grow faster. In just over a month, this guy has been born and grown to this point. It's really outrageous. Although he complained in his heart, Chenxing didn't without hesitation. He soared into the sky and rushed over there. At this time, in the town of Rivera, Boros was holding a giant axe and attacking while observing the heretics around him with surprise from the corner of his eyes. He really didn't expect that there were monsters with human consciousness in the dungeon. And these monsters would actually help them. If it weren't for the appearance of these monsters, when these two terrifying monsters appeared just now, everyone in their town of Rivera would not have survived. In any case, they were all indebted to these monsters. Astrios, hold on a little longer. Fels has said that Morning Star has arrived and will be here soon. At this time, Boros suddenly heard the words of Reed in armor. Not only Boros, but other adventurers also heard it. After hearing the name of Morning Star from Reed's mouth, many adventurers were surprised. Judging from Reed's tone, they knew Morning Star. These monsters knew the strongest adventurer in the city today. Huff. Astrios did not answer, but exhaled heavily from his nose, clenching his white teeth tightly. It was obvious that even with the help of Reed and others, Astrios was still a little reluctant to face the two fallen fairy clones. However, the next second, Astrios seemed to feel something, and his eyes quickly turned to the direction behind the fallen fairy clone. Not only Astrios, but other heretics also noticed it and looked over. Great, Morning Star is coming. Reed shouted excitedly as he watched the stream of light flying in the distance. The same was true for other heretics, and even the adventurers in Rivera town cheered. Many adventurers here have seen the Morning Star's reincarnation I mode, so after seeing the familiar azure stream of light, combined with Reed's previous words, an idea instantly emerged in everyone's mind. An idea they hoped for very much. That means Reed and the others were not lying. Morning Star had really arrived. The light in front of them must be the Morning Star that these monsters were talking about. The facts did not disappoint them. Swoosh. Swish. Bang. Chapter 178, Instant Kill of the Immortal Spirit Clone, the opportunity given by Morning Star. The fallen immortal spirit clones, which the combined strength of the heretic and all the adventurers in Rivera could only resist with difficulty, were instantly killed by Morning Star. The dense cold sword light flashed, and the huge bodies of the two fallen immortal spirit clones were cut into pieces by Morning Star in an instant. The fallen immortal spirit clones didn't even react. Morning Star's full-strength power was terrifyingly strong. Even the fallen immortal spirit clones couldn't survive a single move in the hands of Morning Star. This is also the reason why Morning Star dared to come alone when he heard that the number of fallen immortal spirit clones rushing up this time was as high as 10. Because Morning Star has absolute confidence in his own strength. Morning Star is absolutely sure to destroy this stone fallen immortal spirit clone. Even if they attack Morning Star at the same time, Morning Star is not afraid at all. The adventurers from the Heretics and Rivera town did not expect that the monsters they had been fighting against with great difficulty would be instantly killed by Morning Star. Everyone paused and fell into a trance, staring blankly at the scene in front of them. Only Astrios was not stunned, with a look of shock in his eyes. Astrios did not expect that there would be adventurers so powerful. He thought that his strength was already very strong. He killed his way into the deep dungeon alone, and even killed his way to the dragon pot. He could enter and exit the dragon pot alone and would not be left there. Even when he was besieged by the Balkan Dragon King with his dragon group and the Dragon King and his flying dragons on the 58th floor, he killed them alone. However, with such strength, he needed the help of other heretics to barely fight against the two fallen fairy spirit clones in front of him. The result was that the monsters that he could not fight alone were actually given to him by Morning Star. What a terrifying strength! A light flashed in the bull's eyes, and Astrios muttered in his heart. But, I want to fight. What Astrios was thinking at this time, Chenxing naturally didn't know. After instantly killing the fallen fairy clone, Chenxing casually threw the magic stone that deliberately bypassed the fallen fairy clone, which had already begun to fall, into the system space, and then looked over here. Looking at the injured heretics and adventurers at this time, Chenxing thought about it and directly released the gate of heaven. The holy light covered the entire battlefield, and everyone was entangled by the holy light, and their injuries recovered quickly. In just a few seconds, the injuries of the heretics and adventurers who were still alive on the battlefield were completely recovered. This speed made everyone present unable to react. By the time they reacted, they were already in a perfect state. Many heretics and adventurers quickly checked themselves, and then looked at their companions around them, and they all saw the incredible in each other's eyes. Just now they were still wondering if they could survive this battle. The next second, the enemy was killed, and while he was stunned, his serious injuries that could threaten his life were completely healed. Polis, Reed. After curing everyone, Morning Star's eyes shifted to Reed and Polis. Morning Star, your magic is really convenient. My injuries were so serious, but they healed in an instant. Hearing Morning Star calling his name, Reed came back to his senses and said excitedly. Morning Star nodded slightly. Morning Star, do you know these monsters? At this time, Porus also spoke, looking back and forth between Morning Star and the heretics. Well, they are heretics, monsters with intelligence. If you want to say, some of them can be regarded as our companions. Heretics are the souls of dead monsters and adventurers who died in the dungeon and reincarnated into the monsters in the dungeon. Morning Star nodded slightly and explained. Hearing this, everyone present was startled. This was not a lie by Morning Star. Astrios was the reincarnation of the Minotaur that had fought with Bel before, and some of the other heretics were reincarnations of monsters, while others were adventurers. In the original book, Reed said that he had a dream, dreaming of the sun on the ground and some buildings on the ground. That was not a dream, but Reed's memory in his previous life. Reed was born very early, when the monster festival had not yet been born, and the people of the Ganesha clan would not bring monsters to the ground. At that time, the underground monsters had no chance to come to the ground, let alone see the sun and the buildings of Orario. So the only possibility is Reed's memory in his previous life. Reed's previous life was an adventurer who died in the underground city. Because he died in the underground city, his soul was reincarnated in the underground city and became a newly born monster. So he has those memories. However, this is just Morning Star's guess about the heretics, and there is no evidence to confirm it. Morning Star said this just to make it easier for Boris and others to accept the identity of the heretic. After all, if the heretic is the reincarnation of an adventurer, then the adventurer will naturally be more friendly to the heretic, although not much, but very useful. At least, this friendliness can make the adventurers willing to sit down and talk with the heretic, understand the heretic's situation, instead of shouting and killing them as soon as they see them. And the facts are indeed the same as Morning Star guessed. Even though they were rescued by the heretics just now, the adventurers in Rivera Town are still very wary of the heretics. But now that Morning Star said this, the eyes of the adventurers in Rivera Town looking at the heretics have changed a little. But Morning Star has no time to pay attention to the psychological changes of Boris and others. Reed, you stay on the 18th floor for the time being and help them repair Rivera Town. There are still monsters like the ones just now on the deeper floors. I will go and clean them up, and then you can leave. Morning Star instructed Reed. Oh, okay, Morning Star. Reed agreed without thinking. Although he was rough, he had a heart of a tiger and could smell the roses. He understood quickly that Morning Star was creating an opportunity for them to get along with the adventurers. Wait, Morning Star, are you saying that there are still monsters like that after the 18th floor? At this time, the frightened voice of Boris came over. Morning Star looked over and saw that Boris was full of fear at this time, and the other adventurers were no exception. They all experienced the miserable battle just now, and they were deeply afraid of the existence of the clone of the fallen fairy spirit. Don't worry, I came here to clean up those guys this time. Looking at the frightened adventurers, Morning Star said lightly. Boris, let them stay here for a while, and help you rebuild the town of Rivera. Morning Star glanced at the many adventurers, then his eyes fell on Boris, and said lightly. Oh, okay, no problem. Hearing what Morning Star said, Boris reacted and quickly agreed. He was indeed afraid of heretics before, but compared to the monster just now, heretics were much better, and heretics didn't look like bad people. If the monster just now appeared again, with the existence of these heretics, they would have some ability to resist. The resistance to the two monsters just now was carried out by heretics as the main force. So Boris did not resist Morning Star's order at all. The same was true for other adventurers. Although some adventurers had different ideas and wanted to speak out to resist, they were all clear-minded around them. The people who knew this were stopped. Morning Star also knew that Boris and others had other ideas, but Morning Star didn't care. The opportunity had been given to Reed and others, and it was up to Reed and others to grasp it. Glancing at the people present again, Morning Star flashed and flew towards the entrance to the 19th floor. Astrios glanced at the people present, and then took a step and ran in the direction where Morning Star left. Hey, he wants it too. Seeing Astrios was leaving, Boris suddenly became uneasy. Just now, Astrios was the main force in the fight against the fallen fairy clone. Without Astrios, none of them could survive now. This guy has always been a maverick since he was born, and we can't control it. Lee scratched his head and said. Hearing this, Boris's eyes twitched. I thought that with Astrios, this strange minotaur, I could feel a little relieved, but this big guy was leaving too. However, on second thought, Boris thought this was a good thing. It seemed that this black minotaur was going to follow Morning Star to deal with the monster that Morning Star had just mentioned, which was rushing here. With one more person, the probability that those monsters would be stopped and would not reach the 18th floor would be higher. Reed, right. Since Morning Star has ordered it, I'll ask you to help rebuild the town of Rivera. After thinking it through, Boris turned around and said to Reed. Oh, no problem, I'll be right there. Gyros, start the action. Reed responded, and then greeted the heretics who had been silent. Many heretics also knew that this was the opportunity that Morning Star had given them to live in peace with the adventurers, so they had no objections and walked towards the destroyed town of Rivera one by one, and began to clean up the town of Rivera, which had become a ruin. The other adventurers looked at this scene, and looked at each other, and saw the incredible look in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that one day they would be able to see monsters cleaning up the ruins in front of them. Okay, don't waste time, let's do it together. Boris looked at the adventurers and called out loudly, and then he took the lead in cleaning up the ruins. The adventurers looked at each other again, hesitated for a while, and followed to join the cleaning team. Chapter 179, An Accidental Coincidence, or an Instant Kill. Hey, your name is Reed, right? On the ruins of the town of Rivera, Boris carried a piece of scrapped wall and turned to Reed beside him and asked. Yeah, the boy is called Reed. Morning Star seemed to call you Boris just now, right? Then I will call you Boris G. Seeing Boris actually talking to him, Reed was a little happy. This was the first time that an ordinary adventurer was willing to communicate with him calmly. As for Morning Star is different, and it doesn't count. G or something. Just call me Boris. Hey, is what that guy Morning Star said just now true? Are you really adventurers reincarnated? Hearing Reed add a G word after his name, Boris was embarrassed, but he didn't dwell on it and asked about what he cared about directly. I don't know, but I often dream of the sun and some buildings on the ground. Hearing Boris asking this question, Reed was stunned for a moment, and then answered. To be honest, he was also very concerned about what Morning Star had just said. Are there really companions among their heretics who are reincarnated adventurers? But if not, then what is the dream that seems to be real all along? Hearing Reed's answer, Boris' eyes suddenly became strange. Are you sure you didn't lie? I don't know you well, why should I lie to you? Reed looked at him strangely, and then said, "Well, it seems so." "Well, that's not right, your words are a bit ambiguous. What do you mean you can't lie if you are not familiar with them? Don't you usually lie only to people you are not familiar with?" Boris nodded, then reacted and immediately complained. "That guy Fels said that lying is for friends, and strangers don't need to lie." Reed shook his head and said firmly, "Well, what you said is called a white lie." Boris was even more embarrassed. Why did he feel that the lizardman elite in front of him was a little bit upright? Really? Reed was a little surprised. "Yeah. Well, can you tell me about the building you dreamed about?" Boris nodded, then thought of something and continued to ask. It's a little vague, I can't explain it clearly." Reed was stunned when he heard this, and then shook his head. He could feel that his dream was very real, but after waking up, the situations in the dream became vague, but the fact that the dream was real was imprinted in his mind. "It's okay, just talk about it casually." Boris heard this, shook his head repeatedly, and continued. He wanted to use this to see if what Morning Star said was true. Then I'll tell you one that impressed me the most. I often dream of running past a very special building. That building. Reed saw that Boris was so persistent, and he didn't feel annoyed. He nodded and talked about some buildings he saw in his dreams. The more Boris listened, the more his pupils shrank. As an adventurer of level 4.3 and the manager of the town of Rivera, Boris is very old. He has lived in Orario for many years and knows Orario very well. He has heard of some very special and unknown buildings. And there are several buildings that Reed mentioned that he knows, but they are not very special. If Reed was talking about those more famous buildings, he would think that Morning Star told him. But some of the buildings that Reed mentioned are not very famous, and are located on very remote streets, but they are buildings he knows because he lived there for a while before, which shocked him a little. Those buildings, except for those who live nearby, it is impossible for anyone to remember them. Reed said it now. In addition to Reed having lived there before, other buildings that can be the possibility is very small. Not only Boris and Reed, after listening to Morning Star's story about the Heretics' identity, other adventurers in Rivera Town also began to ask questions about the heretics around them. As a result, many adventurers found that some heretics would dream and talk about some buildings on the ground. Many of them were ordinary buildings, nothing big. However, among these heretics, the dream of a heretic who was born only a few years ago was surprising. Because the dream this heretic dreamed was similar to that of an adventurer. It is related to the adventurer team, and it happened with the adventurer team. And the adventurer who happened to ask this heretic was a member of the team, and the team had lost several companions in the past few years. The dream that this heretic said was the same as the 10th floor they experienced. This matter spread in an instant, and the adventurers in the town of Rivera knew about it, and they were all shocked. If it was just a building, it would be fine. If a precise plan was made, it could be faked. But this experience with the adventurer team was not something that could be planned. Who would go out of their way to find out what happened in an unknown adventurer team? But the dream that this heretic told was a real thing that happened in this adventurer team. In an instant, the adventurers who had doubted the identities of the heretics because of Chenxing's words believed more than half of what Chenxing said, that many of the heretics were reincarnated in the dungeon after the adventurers died in the dungeon. For a while, the adventurers in Rivera Town had a much better attitude towards the heretics. The atmosphere in the ruins of the entire Rivera Town suddenly became boiling. Morning Star didn't know about this. If Morning Star knew, he would definitely give a thumbs up to the heretics. Because they didn't waste the opportunity that Morning Star had given them. So many adventurers in Rivera Town recognized the existence of the heretics, which means that the heretics have taken the first step. Next, as long as this influence is slowly spread, sooner or later the adventurers on the ground will accept the existence of the heretics. As for how to distinguish the heretics, this is even simpler. Normal monsters are all red-eyed monsters, but heretics have normal eyes, just like humans. Having said that, while the reconstruction of the ruins of Rivera Town was in full swing, Morning Star had already reached the 21st floor. Astrios followed Morning Star closely. Morning Star didn't care that Astrios followed him. Morning Star could guess what Astrios was thinking. This guy has a very strong obsession with becoming stronger, and his way of survival is to fight against powerful opponents. Just now, I heard that more fallen fairy clones will arrive one after another, and this guy probably wants to continue fighting with the fallen fairy clones. Of course, this is just Morningstar's guess. The two soon encountered other fallen fairy clones. I don't know if the two just now were the first to appear, so they appeared together. But this time, the fallen fairy clones that appeared in front of Morningstar and Astrios were together. That is to say, the number of the fallen fairy spirit clones that appeared in front of Chenxing at this time was as high as 8. These fallen fairy spirit clones were parasitized on different monsters, and Chenxing didn't know which monsters they were parasitized on. Because Chenxing didn't know them at all. In this case, Chenxing could be sure that these parasitized monsters were definitely monsters after the 59th floor. There were 10 dragon-shaped fallen fairy spirits in front of Chenxing, and there were also giants with huge bodies, larger than Goliath, and there were also beings like white wolves, and one was a huge lizard, all of which were animal-type parasites. The remaining 4 were all plant-type, and they were completely unrecognizable after being parasitized. Chenxing couldn't see the original appearance of these plant-type monsters. As soon as these fallen fairy spirit clones appeared, they noticed the existence of Chenxing and Astrios. There was no way, because the two people's aura was too strong, and their value was like a light bulb in the dark, very conspicuous. The 8 fallen fairy spirits attacked Chenxing and Astrios at the same time. The giant, white wolf and lizard-type fallen fairy clones charged directly at Morningstar. The 4 dragon heads of the fallen fairy clones condensed magic energy spheres respectively, and the remaining 4 plant-type fallen fairy clones chanted one after another. The superfast chanting echoed in the empty tree maze. "Leave that giant to me." Seeing the fallen fairy clones launch a 3.7 attack on them, Astrios rushed out immediately and threw a word to Morningstar before leaving. Morningstar didn't care about it either. He rushed out in a flash, much faster than Astrios, who launched a charge 1 step ahead, and suddenly appeared in front of the chest of the giant fallen fairy clone. Scream! A crisp sound of drawing a sword sounded, and a scarlet bloodline appeared on the chest of the giant fallen fairy clone. The next second, a huge amount of blood gushed out, and the lower body of the giant-type fallen immortal spirit clone continued to run, but the upper body had already turned into ashes, as if it had not had time to react. However, after running a few steps, the lower body of the giant-type fallen immortal spirit clone seemed to react, began to burn, and finally turned into ashes. Morningstar waved his hand and threw the magic stone into the system space, and then rushed towards the lizard-type fallen immortal spirit clone beside him. Hissing. The familiar sound of the sword rang out, and Morningstar followed suit and killed the lizard-type fallen immortal spirit clone in seconds. Astrios, who was running, saw this scene, and his huge bull's eyes twitched slightly. This guy. Chapter 180, Fusion, Human-Shaped Fallen Immortal Essence. While Morningstar was killing the 2 fallen immortal clones, the magic of the other fallen immortal clone with 4 dragon heads had already condensed into shape. The 4 magics of wind, fire, thunder, and earth condensed into a magic torrent that swept towards Morningstar and Astrios. However, neither Morningstar nor Astrios panicked in the face of the sweeping magic. With a sword and an axe, the sweeping magic torrent exploded directly. Morningstar and Astrios rushed out of the magic torrent and attacked the 4 dragon fallen immortal clones and the white wolf fallen clone. The fallen immortal clone that Morningstar took over was a 4-headed dragon, while Asterios's was a white wolf. However, the situations of the two were different. Facing the 4 dragons, Morningstar solved them directly with just 1 sword. But Astrios couldn't do it, and he was already fighting with the white wolf fallen immortal clone. Although the white wolf fallen immortal spirit clone can also cast magic, it is a melee fallen immortal spirit clone. This just fits Asterios's mind. Morningstar didn't care about the battle between Astrios and the white wolf fallen immortal spirit clone. After killing 4 dragons in a second, Farmer Star rushed forward. The 3 fallen immortal spirit clones that Morningstar had just dealt with and the fallen immortal spirit clone that Astrios was fighting now were all formed by possessing animal-type monsters, while the 4 fallen immortal spirit clones that Morningstar was dealing with now were plant-type fallen immortal spirit clones. However, when Morningstar's eyes fell on the 4 fallen immortal spirit clones, he discovered that the 4 fallen immortal spirit clones were different. These 4 fallen immortal spirit clones didn't seem to be chanting attack magic, but a kind of auxiliary magic. When Morningstar's eyes shifted over, the magic seemed to have taken shape. The 4 fallen immortal spirit clones gathered together, emitting golden light, and everything around them was included in the sea of light. Even though Chenxing was good at light magic, he still squinted his eyes because of the shining light. However, Chenxing's light veins were instantly expanded. Chenxing saw everything that happened in the light clearly. And it was precisely because he saw everything that happened in the light that Chenxing was slightly startled. Fusion. These fallen immortal spirit clones can actually merge? This breath is getting stronger and stronger, and has crossed the limit of IV.7. Looking at the image coming from the light veins, Chenxing squinted his eyes. The next second, Chenxing rushed over. Chenxing is not a big villain, so it is impossible for him to watch the enemy improve his strength without caring. The fallen immortal spirit clone seemed to feel Chenxing's movements. As soon as Chenxing moved, the fallen immortal spirit clone suddenly appeared from the light. The speed was so fast that even Chenxing did not react. However, the next second, Chenxing felt the trace of the disappeared fallen immortal spirit clone from the light veins that he had been opening. I saw that the fallen immortal spirit clone was quietly processing there a few dozen meters away, and the light gradually dissipated. The fallen immortal spirit clone that appeared again had a huge change. The original 4 fallen immortal spirit clones with different images merged, and their bodies were very bloated, as if several pieces of meat were squeezed together, but the fallen immortal spirit clone that appeared now was completely different from the ugly appearance just now. The fallen immortal spirit clone that appeared again turned into a normal human form, with a green body and a colorful feather group on his body. His eyes were still white, without pupils, and the corners of his mouth captured evil's smile. At this time, the fallen fairy clone no longer looked like a parasite, and could be said to be a real clone. You have the breath of Arya. When Chenxing was sighing at the appearance of the fallen fairy clone in front of him, the human-shaped fallen fairy clone spoke, and spoke from a distance of dozens of meters. Chenxing had long known that the fallen fairy clone could speak, so he was not surprised at all by the fallen fairy clone's speech. However, Chenxing could feel that the intelligence of the fallen fairy clone in front of him was different from any of the fallen fairy clones he had met before. The fallen fairy clones he had met before all had the ability to speak, but Chenxing could feel that the fallen fairy clones could speak, not so much because they had intelligence, but because they were obsessed. They were driven by the obsession of the fallen fairy clone, that is, the obsession of finding Ace, so they could speak. And the fallen fairy clone in front of him, Chenxing felt, seemed to be the will of the real fallen fairy. Morning Star felt that the will of the fallen fairy in the deep underground city had descended upon the fallen fairy clone in front of him. Fallen creatures, why are you here instead of staying in the deep underground? Looking at the fallen fairy in front of him, Morning Star spoke lightly. Both Morning Star and the fallen fairy ignored Astrios and the fallen fairy clone of the White Wolf who were fighting fiercely not far away. Where is Arya? Why did her breath disappear? Why do you have such a strong breath of Arya on you? In response to Morning Star's questioning, the fallen fairy did not answer, but instead asked a question. Hearing this, Morning Star frowned slightly, and sighed inwardly that it was indeed so. Before, Morning Star had guessed that the reason why the fallen fairy rioted was most likely related to Ace. Because he made Ace reincarnate into an angel, the immortal blood in her body disappeared. It was just a guess before, but now seeing the appearance of the fallen immortal, Chenxing is ninefold sure. Arya. No comment. After thinking it through, Chenxing responded lightly. The next second, Chenxing's figure disappeared instantly. The fallen immortal also disappeared instantly. When the two appeared again, they were already high in the sky, and there was a violent collision. The attack in Chenxing's hand landed on the body of the fallen fairy, but did not cause any damage to it, because the body of the fallen fairy was wrapped in 10 Kong purple lightning. This power is not much weaker than mine. Chenxing was a little surprised when he saw that his slash was blocked. You should know that I didn't hold back just now, and I was going to kill the fallen fairy here. This guy's strength is really strong. However, it's just what I want. While thinking about it, Chenxing has launched another attack. The fallen fairy on the opposite side did not sit still and wait for death, and also launched an attack. Most fairy spirits are magicians, and they are best at using magic to attack. But the fallen fairy in front of him actually has very exquisite fighting skills. This fighting skill, Chenxing Star felt that even Oda would be very difficult to face. Morning Star estimated that in the years in the dungeon, the fallen fairy spirit probably not only devoured the great fairies, but also devoured the heroes who entered the dungeon to fight and obtain powerful fighting skills from the heroes. As for adventurers, the peak adventurers are the Zeus family and the Hera family. The members of the two families have never encountered fallen fairies. The reason why the most powerful empress and hero died was also in the battle against the one-eyed black dragon. So the only possible ones are the heroes of 1,000 years ago. It just so happened that that was the era when the great fairies were active. However, these have nothing to do with Morning Star. Morning Star is very satisfied with the current fallen fairy spirit. Since upgrading to IV.5, Morning Star's favor has increased. The speed of ascension has slowed down. Even if he fights with AC, Dion, and Diana, fighting them alone cannot bring a strong training effect to Morning Star. And now, the fallen fairy in front of him just makes up for this, allowing Morning Star to fight well and improve his grace. The strength of Morning Star and the fallen fairy is too strong. The fluctuations of the battle between the two are much more destructive than the battle between Astrios and the White Wolf fallen fairy clone. The aftermath of the battle between the two is very terrible. Even if they fight in midair, the aftermath of the collision also caused a very violent impact on the ground. In the range of the two people's battle, the ground within a radius of 430 kilometers is constantly impacted by the aftermath of the battle between the two. In just a few minutes in a moment, the ground had become a wasteland. The huge trees and thick vines were completely destroyed in the aftermath of the battle between the two. Even Astrios and the White Wolf fallen fairy clone did not dare to approach the range of the two people's battle. The area where the two were located seemed to have become a vacuum zone. Moreover, the two people did not fight in only one place. Both of them could fly, and they fought in midair, hitting wherever they could. In particular, Morning Star's strength was stronger than the fallen fairy, and its attacks often caused great damage to the fallen fairy. From time to time, it would kick the fallen fairy out with one foot, and then immediately chase after it. This also led to the constant change of the two people's battle venues. The entire 21st floor had become a wasteland under the battle between the two. The huge movement caused by the two people even affected several floors above and below. Even on the 18th floor, the fluctuations of the two people's battle could be felt. The entire 18th floor was shaking, and the explosion sounded from the 21st floor to here. Many heretics and adventurers who were cleaning up the ruins were in a state of doubt. They looked up at the ceiling and watched the rocks falling from the ceiling from time to time. They were worried. What a terrible battle it actually affected here. Feeling the vibration from the ground, Porus opened his mouth and whispered to himself. Don't worry, with Morning Star and Astrios here, nothing will happen. Reed comforted him. Other adventurers were also worried. At the same time, on the ground, in the underground altar, Uranus, who was paying attention to the floor where Morning Star was, also felt the changes in the 21st floor through the relationship of the divine power suppressing the underground city. Feeling the battle between Morning Star and the fallen fairy, Uranus' eyes were full of worry. If this continues, the underground city will not sit idly by. Chapter 181, The Gods are shocked, and they draw nutrients. The destruction caused by the battle between Morning Star and the fallen fairy was too great, even greater than the damage caused by Morning Star to the dungeon during the previous expedition of Loki's family. In this case, the dungeon's recovery ability can't keep up at all. From the beginning of the battle between the two to now, the entire 21st floor has been almost destroyed by the battle between the two, and the dungeon's recovery ability has not been able to show a bit. In this case, the dungeon will definitely not sit idly by, and more powerful destroyers will be born to clean up Morning Star and the fallen fairy. At that time, there will be a great possibility that Morning Star will have to fight against the fallen fairy and the more powerful destroyers alone. These are what Uranus is worried about. After all, Morning Star is an adventurer, and the fallen fairy and the destroyer are monsters, and to some extent, they can be said to be in the same group. Who knows whether the destroyer created by the dungeon will cooperate with the fallen fairy to deal with Morning Star together. However, even if he is worried, he has no way. After a little hesitation, Uranus used the God's Mirror to observe the situation in the dungeon. The God's Mirror consumes very little divine power, and it is almost not felt by the dungeon. This is also the only divine power that can be used in the dungeon but will not be felt by the dungeon. However, the gods in Orario need to apply to Uranus in advance even if they use the God's Mirror, otherwise they will suffer the corresponding punishment. So even if the God's Mirror can be used in the dungeon, the gods will not use the God's Mirror to observe the dungeon for nothing. Moreover, the gods prefer the unknown development. Using the god's mirror to observe what is happening in the dungeon is too disappointing. This is the idea of the gods. However, after Uranus used the god's mirror, the gods of the entire Orario felt the fluctuation of this divine power and discovered Uranus's actions. This immediately surprised the gods. The gods also knew the situation in the artificial maze, but even if such a thing happened in the artificial maze, it would not let Uranus use the god's mirror, right? Since they came to the world, they have hardly seen Uranus use the god's mirror. This old guy has been using all his strength to suppress the dungeon. In addition, the gods are not allowed to use divine power because of the contract Uranus led to make. This guy has never used divine power in the underworld, and the mirror of God is naturally impossible. But today Uranus actually used it. For a while, the gods were very curious about how far the artificial maze has developed that Uranus actually used the mirror of God to observe. However, when the gods found the area observed by Uranus's mirror of God, they were stunned. No, this is not a man-made maze, it is much deeper than a man-made maze. Isn't the man-made maze the most important thing now? After using the mirror of God, you don't pay attention to what happened in the man-made maze, but observe the situation on the deeper floors. Did something incredible happen there? For a while, the gods were very curious. Uranus, what happened in the dungeon that made you use the mirror of God as an exception? On the wall of Orario, Hermes quietly stared at the direction of the Pantheon and murmured in a low voice. Immediately, Hermes snapped his fingers with one hand, and a god's mirror appeared in front of Hermes. Not only Hermes, but other gods who wanted to find out the situation also used the god's mirror and inserted it along the fluctuation of Uranus's divine power. Uranus himself was using the god's mirror, so they could use it naturally. The next second, a tragic scene appeared in the god's mirror. What is this? Looking at the situation of the god's mirror, the gods were stunned. The lake surface reflected by the god's mirror was very chaotic, and the first thing the gods saw was dust all over the sky. However, if you look more carefully, you can see that there are two figures in front of the dust, constantly shuttling, entangled, and colliding. And every collision will send out a violent shock wave, bombarding the earth. The gods then understood why their god's mirror was just opened and the picture was full of it was dust. Moreover, the gods could feel that this shock wave even affected the god mirror they were using. The god mirror is shaking. This shock wave can even affect the god mirror. This power can already be compared with the Empress and the heroes back then. Feeling the feeling transmitted back by the god mirror, Hermes' pupils shrank slightly and he murmured in a low voice. The Empress of the Hera clan and the hero of the Zeus clan, the two had reached the peak level of IV.9 and IV.8 at the time. They were already very close to demigods, and their power was very strong, which had an impact on the god mirror, which had no defensibility. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, he actually felt this strange impact again. Have the two sides in the battle reached this level of strength? Hermes murmured in a low voice, then controlled the god mirror to stabilize, and then maximized the ability of the god mirror, and then saw the appearance of the two sides of the battle clearly. After seeing the two sides in the battle, Hermes couldn't help but shout out. This is Morning Star, my morning star, you are really the best. In the Silver Mansion, Freya, who also used the god's mirror, was stroking her neck in ecstasy, murmuring with joy on her face. Unlike Hermes, Freya saw from the beginning that one of the people in the battle was Morning Star. She also felt the impact of the god's mirror, and instantly understood the current ability of Farmer Star. It was also because she knew the current strength of Morning Star that she was so excited. This means that Morning Star has taken another huge step towards Morning Star. Not only Hermes and Freya, but other gods who came to the lower world before the decline of Zeus's family and Hera's family also understood the current situation. Because they understood, the gods all took a breath unconsciously. Although Oda of Freya's family gave up the throne of the strongest adventurer in the city before, which surprised the gods very much. However, the gods who did not know the inside story and Oda's strength did not think that Morning Star had exceeded IV.7 and reached IV.8. They still thought that Morning Star was only IV.7 but was just stronger than Oda. But the current situation has shown that Morning Star's strength has definitely reached IV.8, and it may even be stronger. When the Empress and the heroes fought against the Black Dragon, the gods used the god's mirror to see because they were concerned. It was also because of seeing it at the time that the gods knew that powerful forces would affect the god's mirror. The Empress and the heroes who affected the God's mirror at the time were IV.9 and IV.8 respectively, and they were not the kind of people who had just entered IV.8. Morning Star's current battle can affect the God's mirror, which obviously has at least reached the level of the heroes at the time. In just over 2 months, he has reached the level of the heroes who took decades to grow up. Even the gods are shocked by the growth rate of Morning Star. If Morning Star is given a few more months, will he become a god directly? If Lucifer had not been judged by the gods, they would still think that Lucifer used some means to make Morning Star grow so fast when they saw Morning Star's current growth. Perhaps, Morning Star is the one who can end the existence of the one-eyed black dragon. Looking at the picture in the mirror of God, Hermes began to doubt himself. At the beginning, he firmly believed that Bel was the hero who ended the last commission of the 3 major commissions. Because Bel was the last seed left by Zeus's family and Hera's family. And Bel's growth was indeed very fast. Even with the existence of Morning Star, he still believed in Bel. But looking at the scene in front of him, Hermes' heart was shaken. Not only Hermes, but other gods at this time had this idea. After seeing the current strength of Morning Star, the gods unanimously agreed that Morning Star would be the best candidate to end the black dragon sleeping at the end of the world. Hestia, you really found an incredible partner. In the library, Hephaestus, who came here to accompany Hestia, looked at the scene in front of her, smiled slightly, and said, "Hee, my vision is very good." Hestia smiled and said proudly. Immediately, Hestia frowned slightly. "However, this is not an artificial maze, it is the 21st floor of the dungeon. Isn't Morning Star in the artificial maze? When did you run into the dungeon and fight with such a powerful existence? Who knows, then ask Alanos, or ask Morning Star when he comes back." Hephaestus shrugged and smiled lightly. Just when the gods determined that Morning Star was the only adventurer who could end the one-eyed black dragon, Morning Star didn't know that he was being watched by the gods. At this time, Morning Star was constantly absorbing the magic attainments of the fallen fairy. The strength of the fallen fairy's clone is not stronger than Morning Star. But this guy can use instant magic like Morning Star, and use it in close combat. It is precisely because of this reason that the fallen fairy can fight with Morning Star to this extent. Although Morning Star is stronger than the fallen fairy, he did not think about ending the battle quickly. Because the powerful magic attainments shown by the fallen fairy are what Morning Star needs most now. Morning Star's close combat strength has increased rapidly, but the magic aspect has not kept up. Until now, it is only IV.7 level firepower. Even when communicating with Lavilia, the improvement in magic is very slow. There is no way, who makes Lavilia's level not too high. Although he is known as the strongest magician in Orario, he is only IV.7. And now the magic attainments shown by the fallen fairy, Morning Star does not want to miss it. When fighting with the fallen fairy, Morning Star tirelessly absorbs this nutrient. Chapter 182, Fleeing the Fallen Immortal. As expected of a fallen fairy spirit that has absorbed a large number of great fairy spirits, all kinds of magic can be done at will. This is a good opportunity, can't be missed. While colliding with the melee attack of the fallen fairy spirit with magic, Chenxing muttered silently, with a faint smile on his lips. Chenxing's magic has reached a bottleneck, and can't keep up with his melee strength. Now is a good opportunity, Chenxing will never miss it. Even though Chenxing's strength is stronger than that of the human-shaped fallen fairy spirit clone, and he can solve it in a short time, but Chenxing didn't do so. Chenxing wants to take advantage of the fallen fairy spirit and eat up the fallen fairy spirit bit by bit. Chenxing has a strong talent, whether it is close combat or magic, Chenxing's qualifications are very evil. However, Chenxing has now entered a bottleneck period in magic, and needs to master new magic knowledge to break this bottleneck. Chenxing used to communicate magic with Lavilia and encourage each other to break this bottleneck period slowly. But now, in front of Morning Star, there appeared a fallen fairy, whose attainments in magic were much stronger than Lavilia. This was an important opportunity for Morning Star. Morning Star could completely find an opportunity to continue to grow his magic through the battle with the fallen fairy, and break the bottleneck period that bound him. It had been a few minutes since the battle began. While fighting, Morning Star kept observing the magic used by the fallen fairy. In just a few minutes, Morning Star had already gained a lot. As long as he continued, Morning Star could definitely break this bottleneck, let his magic attainments reach a new level, and thus make his magic more powerful. In addition, in the battle with the 147 fallen fairy, Morningstar's back was constantly burning, and the burning sensation was stronger than any previous battle. This made Morningstar understand that his favor was rapidly improving in this battle, and it was greater than any previous improvement. The fallen fairy seemed to have noticed the strangeness of Morningstar, but he didn't care at all. He put all his strength into using the most powerful magic that his body could exert, and combined with the combat skills he mastered, he launched a violent attack on Morningstar. The battle between the two became more and more intense as time passed. Even Astrios and the remaining White Wolf fallen fairy clone could not stay on the 21st floor. The impact of the battle between the two alone had affected Asterios' performance. Affected by this, Astrios directly used a bull charge to bring the White Wolf fallen fairy clone to the 22nd floor, so that it would no longer be a hindrance on the 21st floor. Morningstar, who had been using the light vein, just noticed this. When he saw the speechless look on Asterios' bull face because the combat space was severely squeezed, and when he used the bull charge to take the fallen fairy clone away, Morningstar, who was in the battle, almost laughed out loud. However, Chenxing was only slightly happy, and then continued to focus on stealing. While stealing and using, Chenxing's magic power continued to increase. 10 minutes later, the ground of the entire 21st floor dropped several meters directly under the battle between the two. The entire 21st floor no longer looked like a big tree maze. There were potholes everywhere, broken walls, and it was completely ruined. Boom. CGCB, at a certain moment, with a loud bang, Chenxing and the human-shaped fallen fairy collided again, and a huge cave was directly blown out of the ground. The two fell from the cave and entered a deeper floor. The gods had been watching the battle. The battle between Chenxing and the fallen fairy clone was watched with great interest by the gods. There was no impatience at all, and the eyes of 10 of them were shining. They had not seen such a fierce battle for a long time. In the underground altar, Uranus fell into silence. What happened to the dungeon? Such a huge destruction, the entire floor has been shaved into a thin gauze, and even broken through. Why haven't destroyers been born to stop it? The dungeon had a huge reaction and destroyers were born during the expedition of Loki's family a few years ago. Why not this time? Isn't the destruction big enough? Don't be funny, the thickness of the floor was shaved to the point that it can be broken by a poke in the battle between the two, and this is not big. So, why is it like this? The dungeon is not without reaction. Uranus was puzzled. The gods not only pay attention to the battle on the Morningstar side, but also pay attention to the battle on the artificial maze side. After all, they have already used it, so it doesn't matter if they open a few more gods' mirrors. For example, Loki at this time opened 7 gods' mirrors in one breath and included the battlefields of Jinglimu Kangwan on the Morningstar side and the artificial maze side into his own view. Hey, Finn, Bert, Grace, Lavilia, Alicia, Angel, why are they all wrapped in a layer of light? Just like the little clan in the previous war game. Does this increase Finn's and his team's combat power? Looking at the battlefield where Finn and his team were, Loki was very surprised. Although Loki was an outsider, he also knew the general battle history of his first-class adventurers. She could see at a glance that the combat effectiveness of Finn and others had improved, because except for Angie, Finn and others were able to fight against the fallen fairy, and they were not at all inferior, and even cooperated to suppress the fallen fairy. Finn had clearly told her before that they had joined forces to kill the fallen fairy's clone on the 59th floor. But now the situation has become like this. Loki keenly noticed the light wrapped around Finn and others. Loki could be sure that the changes in Finn and others were related to this layer of light. And this layer of light was the same as the light on Lily when the Hestia family fought with the Apollo family before, so Loki immediately attributed this layer of light to the Hestia family. Although he was very surprised by this, Loki did not think too much. Loki now cares more about Ace, Dion, and Diana. Because at this time, the 3 of them all had a pair of wings of light behind them, and they were not like Finn and the others, with a layer of light wrapped around their bodies. However, the combat power of the 3 was not weaker than Finn and the others, and they were even stronger and more confused than Finn and the others. The fallen fairy's clone was extremely miserable in the hands of the 3. Isatin and the others were not amplified by the little family, so why do they have such a strong combat experience? This combat power is already IV.7. I must ask them after they come back. However, it looks like the battle here should end faster than that of the Morning Star Kid. After all, these fallen immortal clones are all in a miserable state, and they are all beaten to pieces. As for the Morning Star Kid, this kid seems to be using this more powerful fallen immortal clone as a whetstone. He obviously has the strength to crush the fallen immortal clone, but he quits that state and fights in the normal state. Looking at the heroic AIC and the other two, Loki curled his lips and said speechlessly. Morning Star didn't know the situation on the god's side, nor did he know that Loki would use the god's mirror to watch the battle in the artificial maze and his side, but these had nothing to do with Morning Star. At this time, Morning Star had quit the Super Death Chi mode and the Reincarnation I mode, and fought the fallen immortal in the normal state. More than 10 minutes passed and he worked tirelessly. The power of magic is absorbed from the fallen fairy to increase the power of magic. At this time, Morning Star has improved in terms of magic. The power of magic has directly jumped 2 levels and reached the level of LV8. At this time, Morning Star is just like the fallen fairy, directly wrapping magic around weapons and bodies to fight. Even in normal state, Morning Star's strength is IV.8. Now that the power of magic has increased, the combination of melee strength and magic strength is completely enough to deal with the humanoid fallen fairy clone in front of him that has merged with the stone fallen fairy clone. Even because Morning Star's fighting skills are stronger than the humanoid fallen fairy clone, Morning Star's current strength has already taken the upper hand, and this advantage the momentum is growing with time. Time passed by bit, and Morning Star gained the upper hand and crushed the human-shaped corrupted fairy spirit head-on, and the power of the magic it mastered became more and more terrifying. It's almost done, the burning feeling on my back is gradually subsiding, and the power of magic has been increased to the current limit. I can't get more if I continue. Let's stop here. Morning Star has a very strong ability to absorb growth resources. In just a dozen minutes, Morning Star ate up the human-shaped corrupted fairy spirit. Melee combat can no longer increase the grace, and the woolen magic has been pulled to the extreme. Morning Star's magic power has reached the limit of IV.8, completely crushing the human-shaped magic power that the fallen immortal spirit can use. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, so Chenxing is not going to waste time on the human-shaped fallen immortal spirit. With a thought, Chenxing entered the Reincarnation I mode again. The rosary spun quickly, gathered in Chenxing's hand, and turned into a golden giant sword, which Chenxing slashed down with one sword. Swish. Being locked by Chenxing's aura, the human-shaped fallen immortal spirit had no ability to dodge at all, and was directly slashed down by Chenxing's golden will reincarnation explosion. The whole body was directly split into 2 halves and turned into ashes. Chenxing stretched out his hand and threw the magic stone that he had deliberately avoided into the system space. And at the moment when Chenxing chopped the human-shaped fallen immortal spirit into 2 halves, a shrill roar came from the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 183 Thinking about the next plan. It's over. After throwing the magic stone into the system space, Morning Star murmured in a low voice. Immediately, Morning Star looked at a place not far away. There, violent explosions were constantly ringing. The battle between Astrios and the White Wolf's fallen immortal spirit clone was not over, but continued. Morning Star's figure flashed, and he rushed over there, and arrived at the battlefield in less than a few seconds. At this time, Astrios had already gained the upper hand in the battle between Astrios and the White Wolf's fallen immortal spirit clone. The giant axe in his hand was swung vigorously, constantly chopping at the White Wolf's fallen immortal spirit clone. The White Wolf's fallen immortal spirit clone was covered with wounds. Even with a strong self-healing ability, these wounds could not be healed. Seeing this scene, Morning Star did not disturb it. He flashed and fell on a cliff, watching the battle quietly. While watching the battle between Astrios and the fallen immortal spirit clone, Morning Star was thinking in his heart. I felt like someone was watching me from the beginning. It's probably the gods. During the war game, I used my thought body to show up under the mirror of God, and Chenxing felt the spying of the mirror of God. And this spying feeling was also felt by Xing when he was fighting with the fallen fairy just now. It was exactly the same as in the war game. Chenxing immediately thought that the gods might be watching the situation here. However, Chenxing's mind was always on the wool of wool before, so he didn't care. Now that he calmed down, Chenxing also thought about this matter. Come to think of it, such a big thing happened in the dungeon, and the discoverer was Uranus. How could Uranus not pay attention? The reason why Chenxing thought that the gods were watching was because he could feel that this spying came from different people. My battle with the fallen fairy was seen by the gods, and Astrios probably caught the eyes of the gods. The situation of the heretic has officially entered the eyes of the gods. Next, all the adventurers in Orario should know about the heresy. Well, it's useless to hide it after being discovered. Let's just follow the previous plan. Besides, the adventurers in Rivera should also play a role in this Battle of Rivera. Let's take it one step at a time. However, we have harvested so many magic stones today, which should be enough for Xiaoguang and Xiaoan to upgrade. Thinking of this, Chenxing's thoughts fell on the system space and took a look at the fallen fairy magic stones in the system space. The magic stones of the fallen fairy clones allowed Xiaoan to upgrade before, and Xiaoguang also relied on half of the magic stones in Fellweiss body that he obtained to upgrade. Now there are so many magic stones of the fallen fairy clones, which are definitely enough for the two of them to upgrade. However, speaking of Xiaoguang and Xiaoan really carried out my instructions perfectly. Reed and the others fought with the fallen fairy clones for so long, this guy just didn't. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Chenxing's eyes fell on the battlefield again. I think Astrios will be able to deal with this guy soon. The artificial maze is probably going to be over soon. On the dark faction side, the first and second levels of the Ganesha clan are all out, and those guys definitely have no ability to survive. The matter of Dionysus and the dark faction is over. Next, we will continue to attack the deep adventurers. The next floor we will enter is the 60th floor. I think we will officially meet the fallen fairy soon. The strength of the fallen fairy clone just now is definitely the best in IV.8, and it is estimated that it can be compared with the IV.8 adventurers with all attribute ability values of 600 or 700. It's just a clone that can reach this level. The strength of the fallen fairy body is definitely IV.9 or even 4.10. This guy can drive a large number of clones to rush to the ground, so his body should also be able to move towards the ground. Why didn't the fallen fairy come up on her own? Is she worried that the gods would attack her? That shouldn't be possible. The fallen fairy swallowed a lot of great fairy spirits and should know that the gods would not use their divine power in the underworld. She should know that the one-eyed black dragon, who rushed out of the ground and went to the end of the world to sleep, did not suffer from the clutches of the gods. So, why didn't she come up on her own? What held her back? The dungeon. While watching Asterios' battle, Morning Star was thinking about the next plan and the matter of the fallen fairy. Morning Star wanted to ask Uranus. After all, Uranus had been using divine power to suppress the dungeon and knew more or less about the movements in the dungeon. But before the fallen fairy revealed itself, Uranus was unaware of its existence, so Morning Star gave up the idea of asking Uranus. Shaking his head, Morning Star returned his thoughts to the next expedition. The 60th floor, the record in the original book seems to be called Chenxing Bingyuan, a world of ice and snow. The guild has not announced the information about the 60th floor, and has been hiding it. However, it is certain that the guild found some relics between the 60th and 61st floors, which seems to have something to do with Lavilia. In the original book, it was even mentioned that Lavilia could quarrel with the members of the clan for this information. The 60th floor seems very dangerous. So dangerous that the people in the guild think that it takes the two major families, Freya and Loki, to go there together. The 60th floor is very dangerous, but that is only for Freya and Loki. It is not dangerous for me. My strength is enough to deal with the 60th floor. But I really don't know what is there. Should I ask Lavilia? Chenxing continued to watch the battle and thought about the expedition. The 59th floor has been to the garden, but I don't know if the 60th floor has been affected by the fallen fairy spirit. After all, the original 59th floor was an ice and snow world, but because of the fallen fairy spirit, it was affected and turned into a flower pot like the 24th floor. The most important thing is the information concealed by the guild. What the guild found on the 60th floor is related to Lavilia, which makes Chenxing quite interested. Time passed slowly as Morning Star was thinking about the expedition, and Asterios' battle was coming to an end. At a certain moment, Astrios split the White Wolf's fallen fairy spirit clone in half with an axe, completely ending the battle. This guy actually did this too. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Morning Star raised his eyebrows slightly. Thank you for not interrupting my battle. This is a thank you gift. The black giant hand handed over a colorful magic stone, and Astrios thanked him lightly. Astrios seemed to notice that Morning Star collected the magic stone, so when he gave the White Wolf's fallen fairy spirit clone, he did not choose to destroy the magic stone, but kept the magic stone, and gave it to Morning Star as a thank you gift for not interfering in the battle. Please give me flowers. Thank you. Chenxing didn't act pretentiously. He took it and threw it into the system space. After all, he really needed this thing to upgrade Xiaoguang and Xiaoan. The more of this thing, the better. Astrios nodded, then turned and left, without any intention of communicating with Chenxing. Chenxing didn't care. After watching Asterios' figure gradually disappear, Chenxing also left. When Chenxing returned to the 18th floor, he found that the heretics and the adventurers of Rivera Town got along very well. The two sides talked and laughed. The adventurers of Rivera Town were not wary of the heretics because they were monsters. They chatted enthusiastically. Seeing this scene, Zuixing raised his eyebrows slightly. Ah, Chenxing, has the matter been resolved? Reed was the first to discover the existence of Chenxing, and waved his hand excitedly to greet him. The eyes of others were instantly attracted. Morning Star slowly fell from the sky and stopped in front of Reed and Boris. It's solved. But what are you doing? Facing the expectant eyes of everyone, Morning Star nodded slightly and answered Reed's question, then raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. 0. Morning Star wanted the heretics to get along with the adventurers more, so that the adventurers would slowly accept the existence of the heretics, but Morning Star really didn't expect this effect. The relationship between the heretics and adventurers in the town of Rivera seems to be a little wrong, and it develops too fast. Ah, this is what happened. Boris and several other adventurers explained to Morning Star. After listening to the explanation of Boris and others, Morning Star's face became strange, but he didn't say anything. That's it, Mr. Morning Star, now the adventurers in this town have accepted our existence. Lei Yi also came over at this time and explained to Morning Star. That's the best. Morning Star nodded slightly, not wanting to know too much. Anyway, the development of things did not exceed the scope of his plan, so it didn't matter if it was faster. Mr. Morning Star, where is Astrios? Lei Yi nodded, then looked at the location of the passage leading to the 19th floor and asked worriedly. That big guy, he left after defeating a fallen fairy clone. Morning Star heard it and replied with a smile. Really? That's good. Hearing Morning Star's answer and reaction, Lei Yi also understood that Astrios was fine, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the other heretics were the same. Morning Star, what's going on? Can you tell us? At this time, Boris' voice sounded, and he was seen with a gloomy face and frowning brows. It's troublesome to explain, you should wait for the guild's announcement. Morning Star shook his head and did not answer, but asked Boris to wait for the guild's answer. Such a big thing happened in the underground city, plus what happened in the artificial maze, the matter of the fallen fairy can no longer be concealed, and the guild will soon issue a notice. Even if the guild does not issue a notice, the gods will find the guild to explain. Okay, I'm going back first. I want to see the situation in Knossos. Chenxing did not waste time here, and flew towards the exit of the 18th floor after leaving a word. What's going on? Seeing Chenxing fly away without looking back, Bolus immediately grabbed his hair in annoyance and complained viciously. We don't know either. Reed interrupted. Chapter 184, Eliminating the Dark Faction. After leaving the 18th floor and entering the artificial maze, Morning Star rushed to the 10th floor at the fastest speed. Going back to where he came from, Morning Star rushed to the 10th floor at the fastest speed along the vertical passage he opened when he came. The artificial maze was built by humans, so naturally there is no ability for the dungeon to recover by itself, and the vertical passage still exists. As soon as he returned to the 10th floor, Morning Star immediately opened the veins of light and shadows to investigate the situation of the subjugation of the fallen fairy clone. Good guy, the fallen fairy clone has been subjugated, and now the large army is converging to one place except for the members of Freya's family. Come to think of it, Astrios, a cow, can kill a fallen fairy clone alone during this period of time, so how can the artificial maze not be able to do it? Except for the team led by Alan, the combat effectiveness of other teams is not weaker than Astrios. Except for Oda, the remaining teams can be regarded as 2 IV.7, and they can be said to be no weaker than Astrios. Such a team will naturally solve the fallen fairy clone faster than Astrios. However, since it has been solved, why not notify me? As soon as this thought came up, the communication orb in Morningstar's arm sent a message. Morningstar, Fells said that you have solved it over there. Do you want to join us? Finn's voice came from the communication orb. Yes, it has been solved. I have returned to the artificial maze now. You seem to have solved the fallen fairy clone. 570, yes, it has been solved, but the dark faction that Shakti is in charge of has not yet ended. We are going to join Shakti and others and solve the remaining dark factions in one go. Finn's answer came. Okay. Hearing Finn's answer, Morningstar nodded slightly. The fallen fairy clones are in a fixed position and will not leave, so Finn and others can deal with them, but the members of the Dark Clan are not targets, and they are running around in the artificial maze at this time. It is not easy for the Ganesha clan to catch all the members of the Dark Clan in one fell swoop. Although Shakti has the map given by Morningstar, he can't compare with the members of the Dark Clan who have been in the artificial maze for several years. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, so it is very troublesome to chase them. In the exploration magic of Morningstar, the people of the Ganesha clan are leading the people of other clans to chase these Dark Clan everywhere. Through the communication gem, Morningstar set the meeting point for everyone, and all the adventurers in the artificial maze rushed to the meeting point at the fastest speed. Morningstar's speed is the fastest, and it only took a few minutes to reach the meeting point. The meeting point is the place where Dionysus ascended before. The light shines from above the huge hole. It is only 10 floors away. Morningstar can see the blue sky above his head here. Sitting cross-legged, Chenxing just looked at the sky above his head quietly waiting for Finn and others to arrive. At this time, Chenxing's heart was extremely calm, without any thoughts, and his brain was completely empty. Chenxing didn't know how long it had been, and he woke up from the empty state when he heard Dion's voice. The team led by Dion and Diana was the first to arrive. As soon as he arrived here, seeing Chenxing sitting cross-legged on the ground, Dion rushed over directly. Morningstar. Are you okay? Dion threw herself into his arms. Morningstar was not surprised and began to observe Dion's condition to see if she was seriously injured. Dion was not injured. Come to think of it, either of the sisters could kill the fallen fairy's clone alone. How could they be seriously injured when they worked together? As for minor injuries were inevitable, and they probably wouldn't show up. After all, the Loki clan brought enough logistical resources this time, and there were a lot of recovery potions. Brother Morningstar, you only care about your sister. At this time, Diana, who was walking slowly with her hands behind her back, spoke up, with a slightly complaining tone. Behind them was the team led by the two. The people in the team were more or less injured, but no one was in trouble. Hearing Diana's words, Morningstar smiled slightly, and the gate of heaven opened instantly and covered the past. The white light fell on everyone, and everyone's injuries soon recovered. Some seriously injured adventurers who used the panacea to recover also all returned to normal. There are many adventurers in the team who did not participate in the previous expedition. They were surprised to see the gate of heaven for the first time. Although they had heard that Morningstar could use healing magic, they did not expect the healing effect to be so strong and so fast. They looked at Morningstar with excitement. Healing magicians are very popular in any team, let alone such a powerful healing magician as Morningstar. Brother Morningstar, your magic is still powerful. By the way, Brother Morningstar, I heard from Fells that the fallen fairy rioted, and a lot of fallen fairy clones rushed up from the depths. You went to deal with it. Did you have any problems? Diana glanced at her companions who had recovered, smiled and praised, and then asked about the fallen fairy's rampage. This was what they learned from Fells after they had just defeated the fallen fairy clone. They were very worried at the time, but in order not to affect Morningstar's battle, they did not contact Morningstar. I wanted to ask about Morningstar's situation just now, but thinking that they would meet soon, I decided to wait until they met. Yes, Morningstar, are you okay? Dion quickly got up from Morningstar's arms and began to touch Morningstar and check on Morningstar's condition. It's okay. Morningstar did not stop Dion's actions and replied with a smile. It's good that you're okay. But, Morningstar, do you know what happened? It actually caused the fallen fairy's main body in the deep to riot like this. I heard from Fells that the fallen fairy created 10 clones and sent them up. Such a large number, even the fallen fairy itself is a huge consumption. Dion was still checking the situation of Morning Star, but Diana was relieved, and then continued to ask. I want to know this question too. As soon as Tiona finished speaking, Finn's voice came from a passage not far away, and then a team ran out of the passage in a mighty manner. It was Finn and others. However, before Morning Star could answer, there were also movements from passages in other directions. Except for Tioni and Tiona, everyone else arrived here almost at the same time. Hey, Morning Star, I'm here. He waved his hand and shouted to Morning Star. Morning Star, are you okay? Lavilia followed up and asked about Morning Star's situation. Others also showed concern. Lavilia and others knew about the rampage of the fallen fairy. It was troublesome for them to deal with one, but when they were fighting the fallen fairy bodies they were responsible for, they ran to the underground city to stop so many fallen fairy clones. It was impossible not to worry. Although they saw that Morning Star was intact, they still couldn't help but ask about it. Well, it's okay, we'll talk about it later. Now that everyone is here, let's focus on the Dark Faction first. You have eliminated the fallen fairy clones, and I think the people of the Dark Faction should know about it. Now they are probably ready to escape from here. If they escape, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find them later. The most urgent task now is to find the Dark Faction as much as possible before they escape from the artificial maze and kill them all. Morning Star shook his head slightly, and then turned the topic to the Dark Faction. A new expedition will begin next, and Morning Star does not want to leave the Dark Faction to cause trouble on the ground. After hearing what Morning Star said, everyone did not continue to ask questions, and they all paid attention to the Dark Faction with serious expressions. The artificial maze is too big. Even with your map, Morning Star, we can't catch them all. Shakti spoke first, frowning and said. Finn and his team are dealing with the fallen fairy clone, and the task of dealing with the Dark Faction fell to her. She led the adventurers who entered the artificial maze to chase the Dark Faction, but the effect was not very good. These guys are too good at running, and they are more familiar with the artificial maze than she is. Well, I know, I will be the commander next. I will use magic to explore the entire artificial maze, and then communicate with you in real time through the communication orb to guide you to chase those remnants. Morning Star nodded, and then expressed his thoughts. Hearing what Morning Star said, the adventurers who didn't know Morning Star's detection magic all took a breath. They didn't doubt what Morning Star said, because Morning Star had no need to deceive them on this matter. It was precisely because they knew that they were shocked. How big the artificial maze is. Although they have only been here for a short time, they have learned a lot, but the map can be compared with their actual running situation. Now Morning Star told them that they can explore the entire artificial maze. It would be strange if they were not shocked. How strong must this detection magic be to be able to do this? Then I'll trouble you, Morning Star. You provide us with the location, and we will chase. Without further delay, let's reorganize and allocate the team members, and then set off. Finn nodded, glanced at everyone, and then said. Everyone had no objection to what he said. For Finn, the adventurers present were convinced. After all, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow, and Finn's reputation is among the best in the whole of Orario. As for Morning Star, they also trusted it very much. The main reason was that the Loki clan trusted Morning Star so much, so they had no reason not to trust it. If Morning Star really cheated them, the Loki clan would be the first to bear the brunt. The Loki clan would never shoot themselves in the foot. Soon, under Finn's allocation, a new team was formed. At Finn's command, many adventurers took action again. Only Morning Star, Tioni, and Lavilia did not take action. Morning Star needed to use detection magic, while Tioni and Lavilia stayed to protect Morning Star. With the addition of Morning Star, Finn and others were much smoother in their encirclement and suppression of the Dark Faction. Morning Star's detection magic could find the hiding place of the Dark Faction in real time. None of the Dark Faction that had not left the artificial maze escaped. With the concerted efforts of many adventurers, the number of Dark Factions in the artificial maze was gradually decreasing. 2 hours later, with the death of the last Dark Faction in Morning Star's exploration at the hands of Finn 5.0, the dark faction in the artificial maze came to an end. As for whether there are still dark factions outside the artificial maze, Morningstar doesn't know. Is it over? Looking at Morningstar, who opened his eyes, Lavilia asked in a low voice. Ah, it's over. I don't know if there are still dark factions outside, but the dark factions in the artificial maze have all been solved. Morningstar smiled and nodded. You are worthy of being my Morningstar. Tione, who had been vigilant all the time, excitedly threw herself into Morningstar's arms and shouted loudly. The matter of the artificial maze has been resolved, and we can continue the expedition next. Lavilia looked at the interaction between the two and nodded with a smile. We can prepare to continue the expedition next. Morningstar stroked Tione's hair and replied with a smile. Just as Morningstar finished speaking, the artificial maze began to vibrate violently. The three of them quickly became alert. What happened? Tione hugged Morningstar and frowned. God's return, the main god of the dark faction, took the initiative to ascend to heaven. Morningstar saw the reason for this movement with the detection magic he used, and said with a frown. The various dark factions in the artificial maze were solved, and the main god of the dark faction, Thanatos, took the initiative to ascend to heaven. On the ground, many residents and adventurers were stunned by the light column of God's return that appeared again. God's return twice a day. I haven't seen this kind of situation for a long time. The last time this happened was 7 years ago. Chapter 185, Level 6, Exposed. The matter of the artificial labyrinth Gnosis was completely over after all the members of the dark faction were conquered. Even the descendant of Daedalus, Baka, who had been continuing to cultivate the artificial labyrinth and wanted to expand it underground, could not escape the encirclement of the adventurers and was killed by the people of the Ganesha family. It can be said that the artificial labyrinth is no longer dangerous now. However, these Morningstars did not care too much. After coming out of the artificial labyrinth, Morningstar took Haruheim and Belle and others back to the library. Belle and others followed the guild when they summoned adventurers to attack the artificial labyrinth. Morningstar also saw it, but did not say hello to Belle and others. After the dark faction was wiped out, Morningstar said hello to Belle and others and took them away. As soon as he returned to the library, Morningstar could not wait to update his grace. When he was fighting with the human-shaped fallen fairy clone just now, Morningstar's grace was always hot, and he didn't know how much the grace ability value increased. Morningstar. IV.5. Strength, IOSSS 1999. Durability, I0SSS 1999. Dexterity, 10SSS 1999. Agility, IOSSS 1999. Magic, IOSSS 1999. Upgrade. Development ability, Magic D, Luck G, Recuperation G, Berserker G. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Reincarnation I. Blessing of the God of War. Flame of the Sky. Just one battle, and I upgraded directly. Looking at the changes in the favor, Morningstar was slightly stunned and muttered in his heart. Morningstar knew that this time his favor ability value would definitely be greatly improved, and it might even be improved to the point where it could be directly upgraded, but he really didn't expect that it would reach the limit at 26 in 10 times. However, I didn't gain any development ability this time. Is it because I upgraded after one battle, so I didn't have much experience? Well, it doesn't seem to matter whether I have it or not. But the development abilities I gained before have all been upgraded, and the newly acquired ability of Berserker has been directly upgraded by 2 levels. After looking at the ability values for a while, Chenxing didn't waste time and chose to upgrade directly. Chenxing, who had just upgraded a few days ago, upgraded again from LV5 to LV6. The level of grace has been increased again, and Chenxing's strength has definitely increased. Chenxing can feel that his strength has been greatly improved. But Chenxing doesn't know what level his strength has reached now. When I was IV.5 before, I was already at the combat power of IV.8 in my normal state, and I reached the level of IV.9 with my full burst. Now that I have upgraded all my abilities again, Chenxing can feel that his melee strength in my normal state has reached the limit of LV8. With a thought, Chenxing entered the Samsara I mode. However, after entering the Samsara I mode, Chenxing frowned slightly. It seems that the limit of the Samsara Eye has been reached. When Chenxing was in IV.5, he entered the Samsara Eye mode. The Samsara Eye allowed Chenxing's strength to reach the limit of IV.8. After entering the Super Death Chi mode and the Great Sky Flame mode, his strength increased to IV.9. Now, Chenxing did not feel any improvement in his strength after entering the Samsara Eye mode. He was still IV.8. After thinking for a while, Chenxing entered the Super Death Chi mode. Sure enough, is the Super Death Chi mode similar to the Samsara Eye mode? After entering the Super Death Chi mode, Chenxing's strength was the same as when he turned on the Super Death Chi mode in IV.5. He reached the stage of IV.8 to 4.9, and there was not much change. Chenxing understood that this was the limit of the Samsara Eye mode and the Super Death Chi mode. The Samsara Eye and the Super Death Chi originally had their limits. Therefore, Chenxing was not surprised at all that the two modes had stagnated their own amplification. However, it does not mean that the two modes are useless without amplification. At least, the special moves of these two modes are quite powerful. When the special moves are released in these two modes, the power can reach IV.9. For example, the golden will reincarnation explosion and the silver will reincarnation explosion and some big moves in the Super Death Chi mode. However, Chenxing has more than just these two means of amplification. Then, continue. Buzz. A deep orange flame emerged from the ring on Chenxing's finger. In an instant, Chenxing felt that his strength had changed dramatically. In an instant, he stepped into the IV.9 level, and was even much stronger than when he stepped into IV.9 before. Sure enough, Ignite the Sky is much stronger than the Super Death Chi mode. After all, it is an idealistic ability. How much it can be improved depends on my consciousness. And my consciousness has always been very firm. As my strength improves, my consciousness will also improve. The more Ignite the Death Chi flame brings me, the stronger the amplification will be. Feeling the powerful power in his body, Chenxing smiled at the corner of his eyes and murmured in his heart. Immediately, Chenxing looked at the ability paper in his hand. It's only been a few days since I upgraded again. Although I can't compare with Lu in the original book, it's not much worse. Looking at the ability value in his hand, Chenxing murmured in his heart. Speaking of Lu, Chenxing thought of the members of the Australia family who went to the Sword City. It's been so long since they came back to Orario, and I don't know how they are now. Slightly shaking his head, Chenxing didn't think too much, lit the ability paper and burned it, and then left the room. At this time, Hestia and others were chatting excitedly outside the library. It was Hestia who asked Belle and others about what happened in the artificial maze, and Belle and others answered everything they had experienced. As for Hephaestus, who had been here with Hestia before, she had left and returned to her own base. After seeing Chenxing come out, Hestia's attention instantly shifted to Chenxing. Morning Star, tell me about this battle. Yeah, okay. Morning Star nodded, walked over, sat next to Hestia, and told her about the experience she had just experienced. Belle and the others were also very concerned about what Morning Star had experienced this time. When they met up before, Morning Star had a conversation with those first-level adventurers, but Belle and the others could not understand it at all. Except for Haruki, the others followed the Ganesha family and acted under the arrangement of the Ganesha family, and then acted under the arrangement of Finn. Everyone was very concerned about what the Fallen Fairy clones that Morning Star and the others mentioned were. After Morning Star finished telling the situation of the Fallen Fairy, Belle and the others took a breath unconsciously. The highest level among them was only IV.3, but the enemies they encountered this time were all IV.7 level. Morning Star killed 3 of them in the artificial maze at once, and then entered the dungeon and killed 4, one of which was still IV.8 level. However, after being shocked, everyone was extremely excited. So, Lord Morningstar's strength has reached IV.9. That's the level of the Queen of the Hera Familia. Lily said excitedly with shining eyes, full of admiration, and the others were almost the same, looking at Star with admiration. Ah, that's it. Morningstar smiled and nodded. Lord Morningstar is so amazing. After getting the affirmation of Morningstar, Lily excitedly threw herself into Morningstar's arms. With such a powerful backer, how could Lily not be excited? Lily, get up. While Morningstar was telling Hestia and others about this battle experience, on the other side, in the Dusk Hall of the Loki Familia, Ace, Diana, do you have anything to tell me? In Finn's office, the top leaders of the Loki familia gathered here. Loki sat in front of Finn's desk, crossed his legs, folded his arms, and frowned at the three people standing in front of her. Finn and the others were also looking at AIC. They didn't know it before, but in this artificial maze battle, Finn and the others also knew that something was wrong with AIC and the other two. The strength of AIC and the other two had actually reached IV.7. The three of them didn't get the increase of Chun-Ji at all, but their strength reached this level. AIC and the other two had just upgraded to 4.6, and suddenly their strength increased to IV.7. With such a big change, they had to ask clearly. Hey, I can't say. Diana touched the back of her head and said with a smile. Ah, that's it, I can't say, sorry. Dion crossed her arms and looked at Loki, full of momentum. Sorry. AIC lowered her head, playing with her fingers, looking guilty. Looking at the reactions of the three, Loki was slightly helpless. Such a big change has happened to AIC and the other two, she can't ignore 467, she must find out, otherwise she will be very worried. But looking at the looks of the three, they don't want to say it at all. Can't you tell me? Is it related to your improvement in strength? Finn was not as helpless as Loki, and smiled at the three people. Yeah, that's it. Tiona nodded repeatedly. 01441112 Philo 1324011091. Is it the condition for you to gain this strength that you can't tell me? Grace spoke at this time. Yeah, that's it. Tioni nodded and said. Is it that guy Morning Star who did it? As Tioni's voice fell, Bert, who was leaning against the wall not far away, suddenly spoke, saying lightly. As soon as these words came out, AIC and the other two were immediately shocked. The people who had been paying attention to the three people immediately understood. Think about it, the only one who can do this, except for the gods using divine power to cheat, seems to be Morning Star, who has always been a mysterious guy. Moreover, AIC and the other two have a good relationship with Morning Star. Okay, don't ask any more. It's a good thing that the strength of AIC and the other two has increased. At this time, Lavilia also spoke up and comforted everyone. Vilya, you don't know about this, do you? Loki looked at Lavilia, squinting and doubting. Hearing this, Lavilia's eyes twitched, and then she glared at Loki fiercely, without answering Loki. However, just this reaction was enough for the people present to confirm the answer. Well, I won't explore how that kid did it. Can you help me ask if there are any more good things like this? Loki didn't continue to explore, frowned and spread his face, his expression returned to his usual nonchalant expression, and smiled at AIC and the other two. All confirmed, there is no need to continue asking, no need. As for exploring how Morning Star did it, she had this idea. However, she was more concerned about whether such a good thing could happen again. IV.7, this is the top adventurer in Orario except for Chenxing. As soon as these words came out, everyone present, except Lavilia, was a little moved, and looked at AIC and the other two. The three of them looked at each other after hearing this, and no one answered. Everyone. Forget it, let's not talk about this, let's review the situation this time. Chapter 186, Debate, Daily Life, Royal Family. After the Battle of the Artificial Maze, Orario ushered in a period of excitement. In the past few days, the adventurers of Orario have been discussing the artificial maze, the fallen fairy and the heretic. Because the guild has made the fallen fairy and the heretic public. After learning about the fallen fairy from the guild's notice board, the adventurers who did not know the inside story and had not participated in the encirclement and suppression of the fallen fairy clones were all shocked and sweating. They did not expect that such a terrible thing would happen under their noses. More than a dozen fallen fairy clones, each of which has reached the combat power of IV.7 level. What is the concept? The only IV.7 adventurer in Orario now is Oda. Although Morning Star has the combat power of IV.7, his level is only 4.4. Now the guild told them that this artificial maze battle and the subsequent events caused by this battle actually resulted in the appearance of so many IV.7 level monsters. Such terrible news made many adventurers feel like they had walked in front of the gate of hell and were glad that they had escaped. After being glad, Many adventurers were attracted by the information in the guild's announcement that Chenxing had solved more than a dozen fallen fairy clones by himself. After Chenxing took over the title of Oda's strongest adventurer, everyone only thought that Chenxing had a combat power of LV7, and was stronger than Oda, but did not think that Chenxing was IV.8. After this fallen fairy clone incident, many adventurers in Orario understood that Chenxing's strength had risen by another level, at least M.8. Without IV.8 level strength, it was impossible to solve so many IV.7 fallen fairy clones. This information made many adventurers extremely excited. Orario finally had an IV.8 level adventurer again. Many adventurers were very encouraged. Those who were determined to become stronger instead of just living a lazy life had a new goal to pursue for their future, and they were full of fighting spirit. In addition to the matter of the fallen fairy spirit's clone, there was another topic that was widely discussed among the adventurers during this period. That was the existence of heretics. After fighting side by side and getting to know the heretics, and knowing that many of the heretics were reincarnated adventurers, more than 90% of the adventurers in the town of Rivera accepted the existence of heretics and became one with them. This matter was sent back to the ground by Porus, who reported the situation to the guild. In addition, the gods had seen the existence of Astrios through the mirror of God before, and they all went to find Uranus, and it seemed that they had reached some consensus with Uranus. The guild took advantage of the situation and made the matter of heretics public. Now all the adventurers and residents of Orario know about the existence of heretics. Regarding the existence of heretics, the adventurers are divided into 3 groups. One group is the adventurers in Rivera town, and the other group is the adventurers who do not believe in the existence of heretics, are vigilant against them, and even hate them. They do not believe that heretics are the reincarnation of adventurers, nor do they believe that they can get along with heretics. They all clamor to kill heretics. The third group accepted the words of the adventurers in Rivera town and were willing to tentatively contact the heretics and want to see the nature of the heretics in person. These are the companions and friends of the adventurers in Rivera town who fought side by side with the heretics before. There are quite a lot of people in this group because they have Morning Star's endorsement. The adventurers in Rivera town also told their relatives and friends about Morning Star's situation. Many people are willing to believe in Morning Star's attitude. As the most powerful adventurer in Orario now, Morning Star has accepted the existence of heretics. Naturally, many adventurers are willing to believe in Morning Star, which can be regarded as the star effect of the other world. This matter was also fueled by members of the Fells and Ganesha clans. Some adventurers even came to the library to ask Morning Star if he could trust the heretics. In response, Morning Star simply gave an answer, that is, just treat them as ordinary adventurers, believe when you should, and be cautious when you should. This answer instantly increased the number of adventurers willing to try to believe the heretics. Many adventurers followed the answer given by Morning Star and treated the heretics as adventurers. According to your heart, believe when you should, and be cautious when you should. After all, this is the way adventurers get along with each other. You can trust those who have a good relationship, but you have to be careful of being stabbed in the back if you don't have a good relationship. These have nothing to do with Morning Star, and Morning Star didn't pay too much attention to this matter. I have already helped to endorse it, and it depends on the actions of the heretics themselves. If the heretics want adventurers to accept them, they need to make enough efforts in the future. Anyway, with Shaoan by their side, they don't have to worry about the heretics harming some adventurers with ill intentions. Speaking of Shaoan, Chenxing has already fed Xiao Guang and Shaoan the magic stones of the fallen fairy clone that he obtained in the past few days. After swallowing the magic stones, the two took turns to advance and raised their strength to the level of IV.8. In the past few days, Chenxing did not enter the dungeon again, but stayed on the ground, accompanying Hestia and others. Either staying in the library, or going to the Hephaestus clan base camp to chat with Chun, or going to Demeter Manor to discuss divine life with Demeter, and then accompanying Dion and Diana to go shopping on the street and sweep. In his free time, he would go to Lavilia to exchange magic, obtain magic knowledge from Lavilia, verify the magic techniques he learned from the human-shaped fallen fairy clone, and consolidate his own magic power. Chenxing has gained something, and Lavilia has also benefited from Chenxing. Although it has not been upgraded yet, the magic firepower has entered IV.7. However, this is because Lavilia did not ask Loki for an update, otherwise, after experiencing this artificial maze battle, Lavilia would have upgraded long ago. Finn and Grace are the same. In addition, the little girl Lafia also learned a lot of new magic from Morning Star. This little girl always likes to stick to Morning Star. Every time Morning Star comes to Lavilia to exchange magic, Lafia will be there, sitting aside with sparkling eyes listening to the two of them discussing magic and learning magic. Speaking of which, Morning Star had thought about asking Lavilia about the situation on the 60th floor before. However, Morning Star did not ask. Because Morning Star has not yet asked the guild for information on the 60th floor, nor has he asked the guild for the unknown relic found on the 60th floor. That unknown relic is something of great significance to Lavilia. Without that thing, Morning Star does not know how to ask Lavilia. However, after a few days of rest, Morning Star is also ready to start planning a new expedition plan. So Morning Star came to the guild headquarters to look for Royman, the guild's pig. I didn't expect you to come to see me on your own initiative. I was thinking of waiting a few days before looking for you. In the reception room of the guild, Royman looked at Morning Star with some surprise and said. After learning about Morning Star's terrifying strength from Fells, Royman thought about announcing the information about the 60th floor to Morning Star. It's just that the artificial maze incident has just passed, and there are many things he needs to deal with. In addition, he also wants Morning Star to rest for a while, so he didn't disturb Morning Star. Unexpectedly, Morning Star actually came to the door on his own initiative. I've rested enough and want to start a new expedition, so I came to you to ask for information about the 60th floor. Morning Star smiled and said. Ah, no problem, I'll give you the information later. However, the 60th floor is very dangerous. If possible, I hope you can act with the Loki clan. Royman had no objection to this, and said very straightforwardly that he would give the information to Morning Star later, but he made a suggestion to Morning Star. He got the information about the 60th floor a long time ago, but the 60th floor was very dangerous, and he didn't dare to give it to either the Yelia clan or the Loki clan. That place needs the two major clans to join forces to conquer. This is his lowest judgment. Even if the two major clans join forces to conquer, it is also very dangerous. The two major clans are now in a state of hostility. How dare he give the information to the two major clans and let them set foot in that place? But now that Morning Star has emerged, he is no longer worried about his lack of strength. Even if there is no Freya clan, Morning Star and the Loki clan can cooperate to deal with it. After all, according to the god Uranus, Morning Star's strength has reached the peak of IV.8, and may even have reached IV.9. He didn't care why Morning Star could grow so fast, he just knew that Morning Star's strength was enough. I need to discuss this with Finn and the others. I came to you for information this time because I want to get the warehouse you got from the 60th floor. I want to ask Lavilia about something. Of course, maybe you know it, how about telling me? Morning Star nodded slightly and said with a smile. Hearing what Morning Star said, Royman's face froze, and then shook his head. I didn't expect you to know all this, but I don't want to mention the royal family's affairs casually. You should ask Lord Lavilia. Royman sighed slightly and then refused. Royal family. Chenxing was stunned. Is this matter related to the royal family? Wait here for a moment, I will go get the information, and give you the things we got by the way. Royman did not answer, stood up, left a word, and dragged his fat body to walk outside. Looking at Royman's back as he left, Chenxing was thoughtful. Royal family. Chapter 187, Royal Secrets, Cali, Astria family. Morning Star, where did you get this thing? In the dusk pavilion of the Loki family, Lavilia's pupils shrank, looking at the weapon fragments in the hands of the Morning Star, and murmured in a low voice. Grace, who was sitting in front of the desk and on the high chair next to him, also narrowed his eyes at this time, with a very solemn expression. I am ready to enter the 60th floor. This is what I got from the guild. The people of the guild brought back from the 60th floor. I found it in the gap between the 60th and 61st floors. Morning Star explained with a smile. This thing has something to do with you, Lavilia, can you tell me about it? Hearing Morning Star's question, the three people present were silent. Finn and Grace looked at Lavilia, and so did Morning Star. However, Lavilia did not answer Morning Star's question. Her hand gently stroked the weapon fragments, her eyes were absent-minded, and she seemed to be recalling something. Seeing this, Finn shook his head at Morning Star, signaling Morning Star not to disturb Lavilia. Seeing this, Chenxing nodded to show that he understood, and did not speak again. Chenxing had long known that this adventurer's relic was very important to Lavilia, so he was not surprised at Lavilia's current reaction. The four of them sat quietly for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Lavilia came back to her senses, raised her head and looked at Chenxing, and slowly spoke. "This is the weapon of my mother." Hearing this answer, Chenxing's pupils were stunned. In the long history of the elves, many royal women have abandoned Alf King Forest and set out on a journey to the outside world. It was the same with my mother. She left Alf King Forest when I was young and went to the outside world. There was no news after 227. Until I came to Orario and grew up slowly, I learned about my mother from the guild. My mother left the royal forest decades ago and came to Orario. She joined the Hera family at that time. She was the most powerful magician of the Hera family and the most powerful magician in Orario 50 years ago. However, there was no news after an expedition. P.S. There is no reason for the novel. The following is considered to be my own creation. Don't criticize. Before that, I always wanted to leave Orario and travel around the world, but after I learned about my mother's news that time, I gave up this idea. I want to go on an expedition. I want to go deeper into the floor to find my mother's traces. I want to know my mother's past. I didn't expect that mother would be silent on the 60th and 61st floors. Morning Star, you are going to the 60th floor next, right? Take me with you. Lavilia murmured in a low voice, as if she was telling herself. At the end, her eyes showed an extremely firm look, and she looked at Morning Star and asked seriously. Hey, Lavilia, don't act on your own, at least discuss it with us. Hearing Lavilia's words, Finn smiled bitterly. That's right, old woman, when did you become so impulsive? Grace also spoke up. I'm not impulsive. Since I got the clues about Mother, the purpose of my expedition is to find the traces left by Mother, and I will do it even if I have to pay everything. Faced with the persuasion of Finn and Grace, Lavilia was very calm. She looked at the two and spoke calmly, and she didn't mind being called an old woman by Grace. We didn't say we wouldn't go on an expedition, but we need to prepare before the expedition. Besides, Morning Star came here to find our Loki clan to go on an expedition together, didn't she? Finn heard this and smiled bitterly, then said, and finally his eyes fell on Morning Star. Ah, indeed, I came here this time to find you to continue cooperation. Morning Star nodded slightly and said with a smile. Although he could go alone and was not afraid of any accidents, Morning Star did not mind taking the Loki Familia with him. The situation of the Loki Familia and himself was similar to that of the Hestia Familia. They could be regarded as the kind of mother's family. After all, Dion and Diana were from the Loki Familia. If Lily and others were not too low in level now, Morning Star would have wanted to take them with him on the expedition. The levels of Lily, Belle, and others were still too low. It would be better to let them develop in the middle or lower levels for a while and take them with them on the next expedition. In the next expedition, Lily and others should be upgraded. That's good. Hearing what Morning Star said, Lavilia breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. Then let's discuss the plan for the next expedition together. Morning Star, did you bring the guild's intelligence? Seeing Lavilia calm down, Finn was slightly relieved, then looked at Morning Star and spoke. Floor intelligence is very important for the clan expedition, because with this information, the expedition clan can prepare some necessary materials in advance to cope with the upcoming adventure. Well, I brought it, let's discuss it together. According to Royman, the 60th floor is also a frozen world, called Chenxing Icefield. Morning Star nodded, then took out the information he got from Royman from the system space, and began to discuss with Finn and the other two. What Morning Star didn't know was that while they were discussing the plan for the 60th floor, a huge number of Amazons were entering Orario at the gate of a city wall. The entire street was almost occupied by the Amazon army. Residents and adventurers made way for the road and stood on the side of the road, watching these Amazons whispering and discussing. In the guild, Royman welcomed the new Kti guests not long after seeing off Morning Star. Lord Cali, according to the order of the god Uranus, you are allowed to settle in Orario and become one of the Orario clans. However, I hope you don't bring the customs of Tierskara to Orario, otherwise there are plenty of adventurers in Orario who can deal with you. In the living room, Zero Ishur said to the short figure sitting opposite him with a serious look. This short figure is Cali, and behind him, standing behind the sofa are Algana and Beige. More than a month ago, the Cali clan sent the documents for settling in Orario to the guild headquarters of Orario. After Royman knew about this, he began to send people to negotiate with the people of the Cali clan. This negotiation is after more than a month of wrangling, the terms were finally agreed. The Cali family officially settled in Orario today. Facing a main god and 2 adventurers of level 6, Royman had no fear and was not polite at all. He welcomed the Cali family to settle in Orario with both hands. The more powerful adventurers there were in Orario, the happier he was. However, he also knew the cruel customs in Tirskara, and the wrangling for more than a month was because of this. Now that the Cali family has settled in Orario, Royman once again reminded them. I know, I have already severely warned those children before coming here, don't worry. If something really happens, you will be punished. Cali waved his hand casually and said indifferently. It's good that you know. Royman nodded, his expression still serious. People outside call you the guild's pig, right? Do you know where the Lucifer family's base is? At this time, Algana behind Cali spoke up and said to Royman. Her purpose of coming to Orario was to find Morning Star. She had set her eyes on Morning Star and would definitely make Morning Star her partner. How rude. Royman heard this and immediately glared at Algana unhappily. Although he was very dissatisfied with Algana's rudeness, Royman still told Algana the location of the library. Royman didn't know Algana's purpose of asking about the Lucifer family, but Royman was happy to let Algana find Morning Star. These Amazons of Cali's family were so unruly that Morning Star should give them a warning. In this way, these unruly Amazons would restrain their personalities. Cali, Algana, and Beige quickly left the guild. After leaving the guild, the 3 of them walked directly towards the library. However, halfway through the journey, the 3 met AC and others who were being dragged by Loki to go shopping. Algana and Dion had a hostile relationship. They were on edge when they met, but they did not fight directly. Hey, little number 2, why are you here? Loki waved at Cali with a smile and said. It's the flat-chested Loki. What are you buying? Bras. Do you need it with your skinny body? Cali glanced at Loki and the bag in his hand with obvious female clothing and supplies logos, and said venomously. Well, I find that you really deserve a beating. Cali's words directly broke Loki's defense. The smile on Loki's face disappeared instantly, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching and gnashing his teeth. Diana, help me teach them a lesson. Loki opened his mouth and was about to ask Dion and Diana to take action to teach Cali and Algana and Beige behind Cali a lesson. However, he was interrupted halfway through his words. Long time no see, Loki. A gentle voice came from behind, and everyone present shifted their attention. Oh, Astria, you are back, Loki turned his head and saw the person coming. His eyes suddenly lit up and he opened his mouth to say hello, but when he spoke, his eyes touched the many figures behind Astria, and his words stopped immediately. The next second, a sharp roar resounded throughout the street. Scarlet Jinghua. Chapter 188, Reminiscing about the Past, Hestia's Message. The people standing behind Australia were the members of the Australia Familia who were resurrected by Morningstar. Loki hadn't noticed it before, but now he saw it and couldn't help but scream. The members of the Australia Familia had died a few years ago, leaving only Gale. Now the entire family appeared in front of him intact. It would be strange if Loki was not surprised. Even Ace looked at the returning Australia Familia with a look of astonishment. Are they the Australia Familia? Diana blinked and murmured with some curiosity. Shoo, except for Gale, I've seen the rest for the first time. Dion shrugged and said lightly, with curiosity in her eyes. When the two sisters came to Orario, the Australia Familia had disappeared, and they were not very clear about the situation of the Australia Familia. They are all very strong, especially Elise. Although she can't compare with Morningstar, she has the combat power of LV5 at only IV.4. Ace whispered aside. Hey yeah, the two sisters immediately showed a surprised reaction. They didn't expect that Elise actually had such strength. But how did they survive? After being surprised, the two sisters became curious again. This, I want to know too. AIC replied in a low voice, and then she didn't say anything else. Her eyes were always on the Australia family. At this time, the residents and adventurers around also noticed the existence of the Australia family. The conflict between Loki and Cali here had already attracted the attention of many residents and adventurers around. The Australia family left a deep impression in the hearts of the residents of Orario. After all, when the Australia family existed, they would protect the Order of Orario together with the Ganesa family. Many residents remembered the titles of the members of the Australia family. As the leader, Elisa's title was no exception. When Loki shouted like this, the eyes of the residents and adventurers on the whole street were immediately attracted. After seeing Elish and the others, many residents and adventurers were shocked, and then they whispered to each other. "Hey, Loki." Elish smiled and waved to Loki, saying hello. As soon as Elish finished speaking, the residents around her instantly confirmed the identity of the Australia family, and immediately surrounded them excitedly. In just a few seconds, the Australia family was completely surrounded. Many residents chattered and greeted the people of the Australia circle. It's still the same, so popular with urban residents. Loki looked at this scene and sighed. The three people of Cali on the side raised their eyebrows unconsciously when they saw this scene. The three of them didn't know the situation of the Australia family, so they were a little surprised by the scene in front of them. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Let's continue moving. Cali only glanced at Loki for a few times, and then looked at Loki again. Her attention was already completely focused on the Australia family, so she didn't want to waste time on Loki anymore. After greeting Algana and Barge, she led the way and left here. Dion, goodbye. Algana showed a provocative expression to Dion, and then left here with Barge. I really want to beat this guy up. Seeing Algana's appearance, Dion's eyes twitched and said very unhappily. Algana was very irritating at any time. If she really wanted to rush over, she could beat Algana up, but thinking about this is on the ground, if she really started to fight, it would definitely cause great damage to the surroundings, so she gave up this idea. Here we go again. Dion, who was standing aside, heard the words and immediately complained. She really didn't understand why Tioni and Algana were so at odds, even after so many years. Tisk. Tioni curled her lips. Speaking of which, why did little number 2 and the others come to Orario? Loki was also slightly attracted to his attention, and looked at Cali's back as she left, and said with some curiosity. Oh, I don't know. Tiona shrugged. The Australia family was not surrounded by residents and adventurers for too long, and let the residents disperse. Let's find a place to talk. Australia said gently with a gentle smile, bringing Elish and others to Loki and others. Let's go to my place. Loki nodded and said. Well, okay. Australia nodded slightly. Miss Australia, I want to find Mr. Morningstar. At this time, Lou behind Australia suddenly spoke. I want to find Morningstar, too. Elish also waved her hand and said. I'll come with me. Gajono Kagaya also said. Well, sure, you go. Astria was not surprised to hear that, and nodded slightly. Then we'll leave first, and we'll go to the Twilight Pavilion to find you later. Elise nodded, then called Lou and Kagaya and left with the two of them. So suspicious. Seeing Elise and the others leave, Loki narrowed his eyes immediately. There seems to be some great secret between Astria's family and Morningstar. Resurrection, is it the work of that kid Morningstar? Loki is now more and more curious about Morningstar, and he wants to lure Morningstar into his family more and more. Not only Loki, but also Ace and the other two, all of them have doubts in their hearts. Let's go, Loki. At this time, Astria spoke, saying to Loki. Ah, let's go. Loki came back to his senses, nodded, and walked towards the Twilight Pavilion with Astria and the people behind him. The group arrived at the Twilight Pavilion soon. At this time in the Twilight Pavilion, Morningstar was discussing the plan for the next expedition with Finn and the other two. While chatting, someone suddenly knocked on the door, which directly stopped the discussion of the four people. Come in. Finn shouted to the outside of the door. Then the door was opened, and the extraordinary Fror, a member of Loki's family, walked in with a strange look on his face and spoke hesitantly. Captain, Lord Loki is back. She came back just fine, why is she like this? Finn's expression was also a little strange, because Fror's behavior was strange. Not only Finn, but the other 3 people present were the same. Loki came back just fine, did he need to come here to report? But Lord Loki came back with the main god and members of Astria's family. In an instant, Finn and the other 3 were all confused. What does that mean? The main god Astria recruited new members of her family in the outside world and then returned to Orario. All the members of Astria's family have been resurrected. Except for Scarlet Jinghua, Gale and Longden, everyone else is here. Raoul explained. 3 people, _0. Finally back. Compared to the confusion of Finn and the other 3, Morningstar was very calm and murmured in his heart. After all, the resurrection of Astria's family is his arm. However, why didn't Alice and the other 3 come with him? Morningstar, the expedition plan will be temporarily stopped. We have to go over and take a look. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, and soon came back to their senses. Finn said to Morningstar. Well, let's go, I'll go over and take a look too. Morningstar nodded slightly and said gently. Then, the 4 of them left the office and quickly rushed towards the reception room. Soon, the 4 of them came to the reception room. As soon as they approached, they heard Loki's voice coming from the half-open door. The 4 of them pushed the door open and walked in. After seeing Australia and the others, Finn looked a little dazed. It's really you? Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figures, Finn blurted out unconsciously. Everyone from Australia. Livilia was also very shocked. This is really incredible. Grace was extremely shocked, opened her mouth, and finally expressed her inner shock. Australia was sitting on the sofa at this time, sitting opposite Loki. The people of Australia's family stood behind the sofa where Australia was sitting, and their faces were full of confidence at this time. Long time no see, Finn, Livilia, Grace. Australia nodded to Finn and the other 2. Please give me flowers. Long time no see, Lord Australia. Finn and the other 2 came back to their senses and said at the same time. Advertisement. I didn't expect you all to be resurrected. After greeting Australia, Finn looked at the members of Australia's family behind Australia, and was filled with emotion. Hee, that's amazing. The dwarf Layla put one hand on her waist and said proudly. Lady Livilia, it's been a long time since I last saw you. The elf Celti bowed slightly to Livilia. Ah, long time no see, Celti, it's great that you can be resurrected. Livilia nodded slightly. Others also greeted the 3 giants one after another, and Morningstar watched quietly without interrupting. After the greetings, everyone quieted down a little. Then, Australia stood up and came to Morningstar, and the members of Australia's family followed behind Australia. Finn and the others looked at this scene, a little surprised, not knowing what the Australia family wanted to do. However, the next moment, he understood. Thank you very much, Mr. Morningstar. Australia led the members of the Australia clan, regardless of their dignity as gods, and half-bowed to Morningstar with one hand on their chests. And the members of the Australia clan behind them bowed to Morningstar completely, speaking in unison. Thank you very much, Mr. Morningstar. 0. Hey, didn't you agree not to expose me? Morningstar was also startled by the Australia clan, and then spoke speechlessly. Sorry, Loki is too sensitive, and I guessed it on the way here. Besides, with Mr. Morningstar's current strength, he is not afraid of other clans, so I didn't hide it. Australia apologized a little embarrassedly, and then explained. Hearing Australia's explanation, Morningstar's eyes unconsciously looked at Loki, who was sitting on the sofa, leaning his hands on the back of the sofa, squinting his eyes, and looking sloppy. Morningstar boy, you are really hiding it. Seeing Morningstar looking over, Loki raised his eyebrows and said jokingly. Well, forget it, I'll know when I know. No big deal. Looking at Loki's expression, Morningstar thought for a moment, then shook his head indifferently. Before, he was worried that he was alone and that something might happen if his resurrection magic was discovered, but now he is not afraid. As Australia said just now, he is no longer afraid with his current strength. However, to be able to say this, Australia is very concerned about him. In other words, Morningstar, did you resurrect the people of Australia's family? Finn and the other two also reacted at this time, and Finn said with a slightly excited tone. Yes, it was me. Ryu came to me before, and I agreed. There is no need to hide this situation now, so Chenxing nodded and responded to Finn's confirmation truthfully. Morningstar clearly felt that after he said this, Livilia's breathing beside Finn became much more rapid. This made Morningstar unconsciously look at Livilia more, but Livilia's expression was very calm, and Morningstar couldn't see anything, so he suppressed this discovery in his heart. Speaking of which, where are Elise, Kagaya, and Lu? Why didn't they follow? Morningstar looked at the people of Astria's family and asked curiously. I went to your library to find you, but I didn't expect you to be here. I didn't see you, and I guess you will come here soon. Layla answered. Hearing this, Morningstar nodded in understanding. However, the next second, Morningstar's eyes were pierced. Elise and the others seemed to have fought with someone. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then their faces were full of question marks. I have a special way of contact with Hestia, she told me. It seems that Alice and the other three are fighting with 2 Amazons. I have to go over and take a look. Morningstar explained a few words, and then left quickly. Everyone at the scene looked at each other, and Loki smiled and said, Let's go over and take a look. Chapter 189 The Perseverant Amazon Sisters Invite. When Chenxing rushed back, several people were fighting fiercely on the street at the entrance of the library. Ryu, Elise, and Kagaya fought against Algana and Barge, and the battle was very fierce. Algana and Barge were both IV.6, but Ryu and Elise showed that their strength was not much weaker than the two of them. In addition, Kagaya was helping them. No one could defeat the other in time, and the battle was evenly matched. The area where the 5 people were located within a radius of dozens of meters became a vacuum zone. No one dared to approach, and they could only watch from a distance. At the entrance of the library, Hestia was leaning against the door frame of the library, watching the scene with interest. Are you the little one that Loki said? At this time, a figure who was shorter than Hestia and whose stature was completely incomparable to Hestia came from a distance. It was Cali. Who are you? Hearing this, Hestia immediately raised her eyebrows, turned her head and looked over, questioning with an unhappy face. Cali, I just moved into Orario today. Please give me more advice in the future. Cali raised an arrogant smile and said arrogantly. Ah, you are the little guy that Morningstar mentioned. No wonder you are so arrogant as soon as you come. So, these 2 guys are the 2 trump cards of your 073 clan, IV.6. Hestia was a little surprised and blurted out. Just now, when Algana and Barge came, Algana spoke arrogantly to Morningstar. She happened to meet Lu, who also came to find Morningstar, and then the 2 sides fought without saying a word. Originally, she was still wondering what was going on with Algana and Barge. Did they come here to find trouble on purpose? If they really wanted to find trouble, then are they not smart enough to know that this is Morningstar's library? Don't they know the strength of Morningstar? But if the 2 are from Cali's clan, then it makes sense. When Chenxing came back, he told her about the Cali clan and that he was being targeted by the Amazons of the Cali clan, especially the 2 IV.6 of the Cali clan. Now it seems that these 2 guys are here to pester Chenxing. Aren't you a little kid too? Hearing Hestia's words, Cali's forehead suddenly darkened and she scolded fiercely. Ryu can actually fight back and forth with them. Is this an upgrade? Hestia ignored Cali and turned to look at the battle, surprised. Originally Hestia thought the 2 were IV.5, but she didn't expect them to be IV.6. And looking at Ryu's appearance, this is an upgrade, otherwise there is no way to fight with IV.5 adventurers to this extent. Moreover, it seems that Ryu's situation does not seem to be the combat power that it should have when it has just been upgraded. For a moment, Hestia's heart arose with curiosity. Hey, that's too rude, I'm talking to you. Seeing that Hestia completely ignored her, Cali gritted her teeth. I don't know you well, and you look like you're here to pick a fight, so I don't want to talk to you. Hestia glanced at her and said contemptuously. This guy is not easy to get along with, and the Amazons under his command are coveting her Morningstar, so Hestia will not give her a good face. It's really infuriating. Listening to Hestia's words, Cali's forehead was almost popping out of veins. However, she didn't dwell on this too much, and turned to look at the battle between Lu and others. Olerio is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I didn't expect that the few people I met just now actually had such strength, and they were so well hidden. Looking at the three Lu fighting with Algana and Bage, Cali felt shocked. Algana and Barge were very sensitive to strong people. When they met before, they didn't feel the situation of Lu and the others at all. They didn't expect that they were so strong in fighting, and they were not weaker than the two sisters they carefully trained. Hestia, who was standing by, had a slightly strange look on her face when she heard this. By the way, who are these people around Lu? She didn't think about this before, but now, Ye is very curious about the identities of Elise and Yunyi. She knew Lu's identity. She disappeared during this period of time and became stronger after returning, but who are Elise and Kagaya who followed Lu? They didn't know each other just now, but Algana and Barge came over, and then they fought without saying a word. Hestia was very curious, but no one answered her. Fortunately, Chenxing and others came very quickly. After only a few minutes, Chenxing and others arrived here. Asteria. Hestia saw Morning Star at first sight, but the next second her eyes were attracted by Australia, who came with Morning Star. When she was in heaven, she and Australia also chatted well and were considered friends. After going down to the world, she was very sorry when she heard about Australia's family. She felt sorry for Australia. But when she went down to the world, Australia was no longer in Orario. Unexpectedly, Australia is back now. Long time no see, Hestia. Australia waved her hand and greeted with a smile. Hey, little number 2, see you again. I didn't expect you to get into trouble as soon as you came to Orario. Loki greeted Cali. Flat-chested Loki. Cali glanced at Loki and said lightly. Ha. Loki gritted his teeth. The four goddesses here greeted each other, and Morning Star began to separate the two sides of the battle. Good fellow, fighting in front of their own library, and not holding back at all. If they continue to fight, then the library area will be destroyed. Bang. 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 5 slaps fell on the heads of the 5 people, and the 5 people stopped fighting one after another, covering their foreheads and quitting the battle. Oh, Morning Star, my husband, we finally meet again. Algana was angry at first because she was hit on the head, but when she saw that it was Morning Star who hit her, she was no longer angry and excitedly rushed towards Morning Star, but was directly held on the head by Morning Star with one hand. Hey yeah. Why are you yelling, Amazon? Hestia's hearing is very sharp. She was reminiscing with Astrea when she heard this sentence. Hestia abandoned Astrea in an instant, and appeared in front of Morning Star almost like teleportation, pushing Algana out, and blocking in front of Star like a protective child. Ahaha, Hestia seems to really like Mr. Morning Star. Seeing Hestia's reaction, Astrea laughed and said softly. Ah, the relationship between this guy Little Bit and this kid Morning Star is already known to everyone. But I'm poaching now, digging this kid Morning Star to my side. Loki nodded and said. Astrea and others. A farce soon stopped. Morning Star brought everyone to the reception room in the inner courtyard of the library. Hey, why are you here? After making a cup of black tea for everyone, Morning Star sat next to Hestia, curiously looking at Cali sitting on the sofa on the left and Algana behind Cali, and asked. Speaking of which, I'm also curious, little number 2, why are you in Orario? As soon as Morning Star finished speaking, Loki also spoke. I asked Cali just now, but he didn't answer, and then he forgot because of the appearance of Astrea's family. Ah, we have settled in Orario, and we will be the family faction of Orario in the future. Cali showed a wanton smile and said with a smile. Hey yeah, you actually settled in Orario, and I didn't hear any news. Loki was very surprised. Algana and Bartlett said they wanted to give you some surprises, so they specifically asked the people in the guild not to leak it. Cali waved her hand and explained with a smile. After that, Cali looked at Morning Star. Hey, Morning Star, where is your main god Lucifer? I'll go visit him. Cali looked at Morning Star and asked. As soon as these words came out, Morning Star was speechless. You haven't given up yet. Ah, after all, Algana and Barge are all in love with you. I can't let them leave the Cali family, so I can only poach them. Cali said carelessly, without hiding her purpose at all. Behind him, Algana and Bard's eyes were extremely hot. You are ugly, but you have beautiful thoughts. Hestia curled her lips and said contemptuously. Mr. Morningstar is really popular. Astrea said with a smile. Morningstar is so outstanding, it's normal to attract the opposite S**X. Finn beside Loki agreed very much and was very emotional. There are many female adventurers in Aurario who are in love with Morningstar, and he has many admirers, but Morningstar has come from behind and is not inferior to himself at all. I didn't expect that another Tearskara would come now. Give up, I won't leave the Lucifer family. Even if I want to convert, I will only convert to Hestia. Morningstar sighed slightly, and then refused in a firm tone. Damn it. Hearing this, Cali did not react, but Loki shouted unwillingly. Humph, the bond between me and Morningstar is unmatched by anyone. Hestia straightened her chest and said proudly. Okay, if you have nothing to do, you can leave first. Morningstar also said. Well, that's right, the Cali family just moved into Aurario today, and there are still many things to deal with. Let's stop here today, and I will visit again later. Cali was not angry about Morningstar's expulsion. She nodded, stood up and said. After saying that, she greeted Algana and Beige and turned to walk towards the door. Algana and Beige followed, but before leaving, Algana looked at Morningstar with burning eyes and left a word. I will not give up, Morningstar, no matter what, I will make you my husband. It's really infuriating. Dion, who had been silent, gritted her teeth and said, which made Hestia look at her in confusion, but she didn't think too much, because she also knew from what she had learned about the Cali family from Morningstar that Dion and Algana were like fire and water. Okay, the trouble is over, let's discuss the expedition here. Alish, are the Astrea family going on an expedition together? Huh. Chapter 190, Joint Expedition, Moon Goddess Festival. There are only 3 families that are closest to Morningstar. The first is Hestia's family, the second is Loki's family, and the third is Astralia's family. The first 2 have the closest connection with Morningstar, and the third family is Astralia's family. Except for Lu, all Astralia's family members were resurrected by Morningstar. People who were resurrected by Morningstar using the Holy Grail of the Netherworld are naturally close to Morningstar. As long as it does not involve the existence of Australia, the main god, no matter what happens, they will stand firmly behind Morningstar. This is the same as the reincarnation of the angel reincarnation pool. So after knowing that Australia's family came back, Morningstar had the idea of taking Australia's family on an expedition and making them stronger. Eh? Are you going on an expedition again? Hearing what Morningstar said, Elise shouted out immediately. Ah, the things on the ground have been solved, and the next plan will be centered around the expedition. It just so happens that you have resurrected, let's go on the expedition together. Finn answered Elise's question. After hearing Morningstar's invitation, Finn thought about it and also made an invitation. Looking at the way Elise and the other 2 fought with Algana and the other 2 just now, it is obvious that they all have the strength of LV6. Even if not, they are at level IV.5, which is enough to participate in this expedition. And Morningstar has spoken, so let's take them together. This is a good thing. After all, Elise and the others have lost 5 years and have been left behind by you too much. They also need some high-intensity adventures. With you around, I feel more at ease. Astrea said with a smile, and did not object to this matter. It's a pity that Belle and the others are too low in level, otherwise I would let them go with me. Hestia followed and said with a little regret. Wait until next time or the next time. Morningstar spoke to comfort. Yeah. Hestia nodded and stopped talking. On this side, after listening to Astrea's words and knowing that Astrea had no objection, Elise discussed with her companions. As Astrea said, we have lost 5 years and have fallen behind too much. Since Morningstar and Loki's family have invited us, let's join together. However, we need to leave a few people on the ground to lead the new members on the adventure. Who of you is willing to do it? I'll do it. The werewolf Nye said with a smile. I'll stay too. The next person to speak was Astra of the dwarf tribe. The discussion of Elise and others was very simple, and it was completed with just a few simple sentences. It's decided. We will join this joint expedition. Elise announced loudly. In this case, the expedition will start in a few days. During this time, everyone should prepare the necessary supplies. Finn nodded with a smile, and then said, We don't know much about the situation in the deep, so we need you to communicate with us seriously. Gajono Kagaya also spoke at this time, smiling. That's absolutely fine. Since it's a joint expedition, it's normal to exchange information with each other. Finn responded with a smile. Then, the three of them quietly talked about the previous discussion between Morningstar and Finn. Let's not disturb them here. How about going for a drink together? Seeing Morningstar and others start to discuss the expedition, Hestia looked at Astrea and Loki and whispered. Well, let's go, have a drink together and reminisce about the past. Astrea nodded and smiled back. Loki had no objection to this. The three of them got up and left the reception room and the library. After leaving the library, Hestia also suggested going to Hephaestus and others to reminisce about the past. Neither Astrea nor Loki had any objection to this. Soon, the three of them, led by Hestia, went to the residence of the Hephaestus family, then went to the Tianqing shop, and finally went to the residence of the Geniule family, calling out Hephaestus, Mai, and Geniule. The six of them went to the Fengyu Hostess Tavern to drink and reminisce. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that your children, Astrea, would be resurrected. Hephaestus said with a glass of wine, looking surprised. These are all the credit of Mr. Morningstar. Astrea said with a smile. Hee, my Morningstar is amazing. When mentioning Morningstar, Hestia couldn't help but feel proud. No matter how powerful Morningstar is, it's from Lucifer's family. What does it have to do with you? Loki said contemptuously beside him. Morningstar and I are partners. Hestia retorted. Humph, my Eston, Dion and Diana have a close relationship with that kid Morningstar, and they will snatch him away sooner or later. Loki was totally unconvinced and retorted. Haha, come if you have the ability. Morningstar is really popular. Seeing Hestia and Loki quarreling, Z smiled and sighed. Ah, indeed, my family's converts to Hestia often mention the name of Morningstar when they come to me for guidance on combat skills. Jian Yulei nodded in agreement and sighed. Speaking of which, it seems that the Moon God Festival is in the next 2 days. I wonder if Artemis will come back to see. At this time, Hephaestus suddenly said something out of the blue. Oh, yes, the Moon God Festival, Artemis should be back. Hearing Artemis and the Moon God Festival, Hestia, who was arguing with Loki, instantly abandoned Loki and said excitedly. It's just right. I haven't seen Artemis for a long time. If Artemis comes back, we can just catch up. Asteria also smiled and nodded, her eyes were full of expectation. What they didn't know was that when Hestia and others mentioned Artemis, Artemis had already followed Hermes into Orario at the gate of Orario. P.S. I caught a cold again, and I feel dizzy and have to rest for now. Chapter 191, Moon Goddess Festival, Arrow of Artemis. The return of the Australia family and the entry of the Cali family are a foregone conclusion. The situation of the Australia family was soon known to many families in Orario. The gods and adventurers were very shocked by the resurrection of the Australia family, and the whole of Orario was in an uproar. However, neither the Australia family nor the Loki family leaked the fact that the resurrection of the Australia family was the work of Morningstar. Morningstar did not add any trouble. In the courtyard of the inner courtyard, Morningstar sat cross-legged on the ground of the pavilion and meditated on magic, and Hestia's voice suddenly came over. Morningstar, today is the Moon God Festival, let's go out for a walk. Slowly opening his eyes, Morningstar saw Hestia running towards him. Moon God Festival. Morningstar was slightly puzzled. Yeah, the Moon God Festival, a festival passed down by Artemis, starting today, you come with me to go for a walk. Hestia smiled and nodded. Hearing this, Chenxing was a little surprised, but still nodded and agreed. Chenxing would not refuse anything Hestia proposed. Even if there were other things to do, as long as it was not a life-and-death crisis, Chenxing would temporarily put it aside. Okay, give me half an hour, I'll dress up. Seeing Chenxing agreed, Hestia nodded excitedly, waved her hand, and walked happily inside. Moon Goddess Festival. Artemis. Now the plot has changed beyond recognition. I don't know if I will meet Artemis. If I meet, then Andars's problem can be solved. I think my level 7 feat value is enough to solve Andar's. I am upgrading now, so I don't have to worry about the improvement of my ability value. Even if I don't fight with powerful adventurers and monsters, I can slowly improve it by training myself. What I lack most now is the feat value. In the original book, Andar's devoured Artemis' divine body and gained divine power. He was very powerful, at least IV.7 or even 4.8. There are two reasons why this monster was killed in the original book. One is that it used most of its divine power to gather the arrow of Artemis, and the other is that the protagonist used the arrow of Artemis, the holy spear of heaven summoned by Artemis from heaven. It can be said that it was killed by the plot. With my current strength, even if I can't pull out the arrow of Artemis and can't use the arrow of Artemis, I am sure to kill Andar's. In this way, my great achievement value of IV.7 is enough. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Chenxing touched his chin and fell into deep thought. You will know later. Standing up, habitually patting his trouser legs, Chenxing also stood up and walked towards his bedroom. After washing up in the bathroom, Hestia was still not ready, so Morningstar waited quietly. Because Hestia was going to watch the Moon Goddess Festival, the library was not open today. Belle and others got Morningstar's promise that as long as the strength of several of their main combatants reached IV.3, they would take them on an expedition. So they were very excited recently. They just came back 3 days ago and spent a day preparing all the necessary supplies. Then on the third day, that is, yesterday, they went into the middle level of the dungeon again to adventure, and they didn't even think about taking a rest. There were only Morningstar and Hestia in the entire library. Hestia didn't let Morningstar wait too long. Morningstar sat in the pavilion for 10 minutes, and Hestia came out after dressing up. Hestia still had the image of a young and beautiful girl, wearing a loose shirt and hot pants. The double ponytails on her head had been let down, leaving only a hairpin, which was the hairpin that Xiaoguang was living in. It was no different from the dress she wore when she first dated Morningstar. Hestia likes this outfit for the first date very much. According to Hestia, it has a special meaning. Morningstar also likes Hestia's outfit. Let's go. When she came to Morningstar, Hestia took Morningstar's arm and said with a smile. Yeah. The Moon God Festival has been circulating in the underworld for thousands of years. It is older than the heroic age and is a festival to worship Artemis, the Moon God. Even though this festival has been passed down to the present era of the gods in the underworld, the mystery of the gods has been revealed, but it still has not disappeared. At least it is held every year in Orario, just like the recently popular Monster Festival. When Morningstar and Hestia walked on the street was full of things related to the Moon God Festival, which was even more intense than the previous Monster Festival. Hey yeah, I didn't notice it before. Looking at the emblems of the Moon God on the walls of shops on both sides of the street, Morningstar was a little surprised. He didn't notice these before. Or maybe it was just hung today and there was no such thing before. Hee, everyone has been preparing for it a few days ago, but it hasn't been finished yet. We just put all the preparations up last night. It's not too busy here. The major squares are the most lively places. Let's go there quickly. I'm really looking forward to the food in the squares now. Hestia smiled and explained. Is that so? Chenxing nodded suddenly. Then, Chenxing was pulled forward by Hestia. Soon, Chenxing and Dicuo arrived at the first square. There are many squares in Orario, and Chenxing only knows 2 squares. One of them is a Moor square, which is a couple square. Chenxing went there when he was dating Hestia before. The other is Babel Square, which is in the area in front of Babel Tower. Every time he goes to the dungeon, he has to go there. No, after arriving at this square, Chenxing carefully sensed it and then murmured in his heart. There is no trace of Artemis in this square. As soon as he finished murmuring, Chenxing was pulled by Hestia to visit various snack stalls near the square and began to sweep the snacks frantically. The pattern of the two is still the same as before. Hestia swept the snacks she wanted to eat, but she only tasted them lightly, and left the rest to Chenxing to clean up, leaving her stomach to continue trying other delicacies. Orario is very big, with many snacks. Although Morningstar and Hestia often go out shopping and taste delicious food, there are still many delicacies that Hestia has never eaten. Many of them are sold by people from the outside world who come to Orario during the moon goddess festival. Hestia was very excited to see a large number of snacks that she had never eaten before. Morningstar, Morningstar, this is delicious, this is also good, make it for me when you go back. After walking around the entire square, Hestia picked out several snacks and prayed to Morningstar. These snacks are very much in line with Hestia's taste, but Hestia, who has eaten the food made by Morningstar, is very sure that Morningstar can make these foods even more delicious. Okay, I'll make them for you when I go back. Morningstar stroked Hestia's hair and agreed with a smile. Many snacks are things that Morningstar has never seen before, but it doesn't matter. With Morningstar's cooking skills, he only needs to think a little bit to replicate them, or even make them better. Hee hee, Morningstar, you are so nice. Hestia said something a bit corny, and then threw herself into Morningstar's arms. Let's go, and continue to the next square. After being in Morningstar's arms for a while, Hestia cheered up and led Morningstar to the next square. The two walked through several squares in a row, from morning to evening. Hestia couldn't eat anymore, even when Star was tired of eating. The two went from sweeping up food to simply shopping and visiting the moon goddess festival. After arriving at the new square, Morningstar, who habitually turned on the detection magic, was slightly startled. Sure enough, it still appeared in Orario during the moon goddess festival like in the original book. And, it's still with Hermes like in the original book. Hermes, you really can running back and forth in more than a week. After receiving the picture sent back by the system, Morningstar's mouth corners slightly raised, muttering in his heart. Hestia, this way. Holding Hestia's hand, Morningstar walked towards the direction of Hermes. Hey! Is there anything fun here? Being pulled by Morningstar, Hestia did not resist, but was just curious about why they had to go this way. I found something interesting. Morningstar said with a smile. Really? Hestia was immediately excited when she heard it. Soon, the two came to an open space. Hermes, why is it you? Looking at Hermes standing on the stage, Hestia shouted directly. Hey, Hestia, Morningstar, you are here too. Hermes also saw Morningstar and Hestia, and his eyes lit up immediately, and he greeted them. What are you doing? Hestia nodded, and then curiously looked at the crystal pile with a spear on the stage. The spear stuck on the crystal pile is the Holy Spear of Heaven, the arrow of Artemis, which is Artemis's artifact. It's an event sponsored by me and the guild. As long as you pull out this gun, you can get the qualification to travel around the world for free. Morningstar, do you want to try it? Hestia explained with a smile, and then looked at Morningstar with a burning gaze. Well, okay, I'll try. Seeing Hermes' reaction, Morningstar returned a meaningful look and then said. After that, Morningstar walked onto the wooden platform in full view of everyone. Come on, Morningstar. Hestia shouted to Morningstar loudly. Come on, Morningstar celestial being. The surrounding residents and adventurers also shouted to Morningstar. Sa, can you pull it out? On the stage, Hermes looked at Morningstar, pressed the brim of his hat, and murmured in his heart. Morningstar did not respond, but quietly walked to the front of the Holy Spear and stretched out his hand to hold the Holy Spear. As soon as Morningstar's hand grasped it, the surface of the Holy Spear changed, and a series of tiny sacred words flashed on the gun. The next second, when Chenxing was stunned, the crystal pile exploded before he even exerted any strength. At the same time, a gentle female voice sounded in Chenxing's mind. Found it, Orion. Chenxing. Chapter 192, Departure, Hestia's Hope. Looking at the arrow of Artemis in his hand, Chenxing was stunned. If I remember correctly, this thing can only be pulled out by people with pure souls, right? In the original book, even AC, who is a 3-0, couldn't pull it out, so only Belle could pull it out. As for myself, I have lived 2 lives, how can my soul be pure? However, I did pull out the arrow of Artemis. The voice of Artemis in my mind also told me that Artemis mistook me for Orion. Before Chenxing could react, there was a commotion below. I saw a blue-haired girl standing there quietly outside the crowd. Artemis, you are back, long time no see. Seeing the girl, Hestia was extremely excited and ran towards Artemis with her hands stretched out. Artemis also ran towards Hestia. Just when the two were about to meet and everyone thought they would hug each other, Artemis brushed past Hestia and ran directly towards Morning Star. Hestia's step suddenly stopped, and the whole person froze in place, her eyes turned into white circles, and the whole person was stunned. But this did not stop Artemis from running. After brushing past Hestia, Artemis quickly came to the edge of the wooden platform, kicked her feet hard, and threw herself directly into the arms of Morning Star on the platform. Found you, Orion. Morning Star, W. This really thinks of himself as Orion. Ahahaha, Morning Star, you are really popular. At this time, Hestia, who had been stunned, turned around and screamed after seeing this scene. 170-inch. In other words, you encountered an unbeatable enemy in the Great Sea of Trees, so you returned to Orario to find supporters. After a commotion, Morning Star and others left the square and returned to Morning Star's library. Artemis and Hermes told Hestia and Morning Star about the situation. Hestia confirmed it to make sure she heard it correctly. Well, that's a monster that existed in ancient times and was sealed by the great immortal spirit under my command at that time. Some time ago, I took people there to check the seal, but I didn't expect Andars to have broken the seal. Andars is very powerful and we can't deal with it. It happened that Hermes came to me with his family. After we discussed it, we came back to Orario to ask for help. I summoned this gun from the heaven to deal with Andars. I need to find someone who can use this gun. Mr. Morning Star is the person I want to find. Artemis nodded and told it again. Is that so? Then Morning Star, help Artemis. Artemis even summoned the arrow of Artemis. The monster called Andars is definitely very powerful. You should be able to get enough great deeds by destroying that monster. After confirming the cause of the matter, Hestia's eyes glowed, looked at Morning Star, and said to Morning Star. Others may not know, but she knows that Morning Star is now at level 6. To gain great achievements, he needs to destroy more powerful monsters, and there are not many monsters that can help Morning Star gain great achievements. There are no more fallen fairy clone and Barol in the 49th floor of the Great Wilderness. He needs to explore deeper floors to find more powerful monsters. Now this monster named Andars just appears, so it is just right for Morning Star to gain great achievements. After Hestia finished speaking, both Hermes and Artemis looked at Morning Star. How about it, Morning Star, do you want to accept this commission? Hermes asked with a smile. Mr. Morning Star, if you can, please help us. Artemis asked earnestly. Yes, no problem. Morning Star smiled and nodded. He had planned to do so, so he would not refuse. Well, I'll go arrange transportation. The Great Sea of Trees' secret realm is in a very far place, and ordinary tools can't get there in time. Hearing Morning Star's agreement, Hermes prepared to find the flying dragon that Ganesha wanted to fly. Your flying tool is too slow, let me take you there. Go quickly and come back quickly. Seeing that Hermes was about to leave, Morning Star hurriedly called him and said. Hearing Morning Star's words, the three gods were a little puzzled. Wow, it's really incredible magic. High in the sky, Hermes sat on a white light, looking at the transparent magic cover around him, full of incredible colors. Beside him, Hestia and Artemis were also there, both sitting on the white light at this time, and Morning Star was sitting in the front. At this time, several people had left Orario. The white light they were sitting on was the magic created by Morning Star some time ago to lead people on the road. When he went on an expedition with Loki's family before, Morning Star used the barrier of light to take Finn and others directly to the 58th floor. After returning from the expedition, Morning Star tried to create a magic that could carry people. Now everyone is sitting on the magic created by Morning Star, a white light, similar to the clouds and mist of the gods in Morning Star's previous life, which can make people walk on flat ground at a very fast speed. In addition, this magic also has its own magic shield, which can block all external wind pressure and so on, so there is no need to worry about the speed being too fast and affecting the body of the person sitting inside. My Morning Star is awesome, isn't he? Whenever someone praises Morning Star, Hestia will be proud, and this time is no exception. At this speed, it will only take 1 day to reach the Great Sea of Trees' secret realm. Artemis knelt behind Morning Star and said with a smile. Hearing this, Morning Star turned around and looked at Artemis quietly. What's wrong, Mr. Morning Star? Seeing Morning Star looking at her all the time, Artemis asked with a little confusion. Yes, Morning Star, why are you looking at Artemis? Hearing this, Hestia, who was proud, also came back to her senses. Seeing Morning Star staring at Artemis all the time, she immediately raised her eyebrows and asked, I wonder if I can revive Artemis with my ability. Morning Star sighed slightly and then said. As soon as these words came out, Hermes' pupils suddenly shrank, and Artemis fell into silence. Hestia was stunned. What do you mean? Hestia asked blankly. I didn't expect that you, Mr. Morningstar, would find out. Artemis closed her eyes slightly, then opened them, with a gentle smile on her face, and said with a smile. Wait, what are you talking about? Hearing Artemis' words, Hestia's heart trembled, and her tone trembled a little. She found that something seemed to be wrong. What did Morningstar say? Worried about whether Artemis could be resurrected. Artemis is dead. Impossible. Why did Artemis admit it? Hestia, don't you understand yet? The arrow of Artemis is Artemis's artifact, used to kill gods. Hermes sighed slightly, and then said. Impossible, Artemis, tell me, this is not true. Aren't you right in front of me? Why do you say you are dead? Hearing Hermes' words, Hestia instantly understood something and her emotions collapsed. In heaven, Artemis is her best friend besides Hephaestus. But what did she hear now? Is Artemis dead? What about the Artemis in front of her? Hestia, calm down. I am just a soul that I have separated to summon the arrow of Artemis. My true body has been devoured by Andars. Artemis reached out and gently stroked Hestia's hair, comforting her. This was a bolt from the blue for Hestia, and she was stunned. Morning Star, what did you mean just now? You can revive the gods. Seeing Hestia's stunned look, Hermes did not comfort her with Artemis, but frowned and looked at Morning Star, asking Morning Star. He was not sure what Morning Star meant by what he said just now. I have the magic of resurrection. You should have learned about the Astrea family from the guild. I resurrected them. My ability can revive anyone, including gods. But this requires enough magic power. I don't know if my magic power is enough to revive Artemis. Morning Star nodded and said, without hiding anything. He is no longer afraid of others knowing that he has the power of resurrection magic, his strength is enough. And Artemis is one of Hestia's best friends. Morning Star does not want Hestia to be sad, so he wants to protect Artemis as much as possible. After all, if Artemis dies and then resurrects, then everything will start all over again. Yes, Morning Star, you have resurrection magic, you can revive Artemis, right? Hestia also reacted at this time, quickly moved over, took Morning Star's hand, looked at Morning Star expectantly and said. As long as my magic power is enough, I can revive Artemis. Morning Star nodded gently, stretched out his hand and gently stroked Hestia's head. Absolutely, Morning Star, you can definitely do it. Hestia said excitedly as if she had found a life-saving herb. Morning Star did not speak any more, but gently stroked Hestia's hair, silently comforting her. Artemis looked at this scene, her eyes flickered slightly, and she murmured in her heart. Thank you, Hestia, Morning Star. Chapter 193 Divine Power. Divine Power, the arrow of Artemis is constantly gushing out divine power. And, I actually absorbed all of this divine power. Sitting in the front row, Chenxing quietly looked at the arrow of Artemis, the holy spear of heaven, on his lap, and murmured in his heart. At first, Chenxing didn't know why he could pull out the arrow of Artemis. But after a short period of stagnation, Chenxing understood the situation. It was the answer given by his own grace. I didn't pull out the arrow of Artemis because my soul was pure, but because the grace on me was the grace of the world. After I grow up, I will be the king of gods chosen by this world. So, I can use the artifacts of the gods of this world. The arrow of Artemis is no exception besides. Moreover, he also absorbed the divine power stored in the arrow of Artemis. Although the speed was very slow, he was indeed absorbing the divine power in the arrow of Artemis. He now had a new power in his body, divine power, but the volume was very small. If compared with the magic power in his body, it was like the difference between a drop of water and a lake, which could not be compared at all. However, this drop of water was growing stronger with the passage of time, and its essence was much more terrifying than magic power. After all, it was divine power. I don't know if my magic power can support the resurrection of a god, but divine power may be able to. The essence of divine power is many levels higher than magic power. If I absorb more, I may be able to gather enough volume to resurrect Artemis. Try it. Before Andars gathers enough divine power to make the arrow of Artemis, try to absorb the divine power in the arrow of Artemis into my body and make it my power. What are you thinking about? You frown so tightly. When Chenxing was thinking, Hermes' voice suddenly sounded. Chenxing turned his head and saw that Hermes, who was sitting at the back, had come to sit next to Chenxing and looked at Chenxing with curiosity. I'm thinking about resurrecting Artemis. Chenxing didn't hide too much and explained. As soon as these words came out, Hestia and Artemis looked over, and Hermes' eyes also flashed. Artemis and Hestia both cared about this matter very much. One was about themselves, and the other was about their best friend. How could they not pay attention? Seeing that the three of them were looking at him, Chenxing hesitated for a moment, organized his words, and then began to explain. I will find a way to store the magic power and make my magic power as large as possible. At that time, the chance of resurrecting Artemis will be greater. So, I think again, after arriving at the Great Sea of Trees, I will not attack the ruins where Andars is right away, but stay outside for a few more days to accumulate more magic power. Is it still possible? Hestia and the other two were very surprised. Yes. Morning Star nodded. After getting confirmation, the three people's eyes changed. In that case, then don't go to the Great Sea of Trees for now. We will be disturbed if we enter the Great Sea of Trees. Let's stop outside the Great Sea of Trees. Hermes suggested. Yes, let's do it. Hestia nodded in agreement. It was related to the resurrection of Artemis, and Hestia also felt that it was not a bad thing to be cautious. Then, what about Yasvii and the others? You left them there to stop Andars. Artemis was different. At this time, she was worried about the safety of Yasvii and others who stayed in the Great Sea of Trees. I can contact them directly and let them withdraw temporarily. Hermes grinned, then took out a round sphere and said with a smile. The round sphere in Hermes' hand was the communication orb made by Fels. When attacking the artificial maze before, Fels gave many family communication orbs, many of which were taken back, but Hermes's was kept by Hermes. Really? That's good. Hearing Hermes' words, Artemis was a little relieved. In that case, let's stop and camp when we reach the Great Sea of Trees' secret realm. Hestia also spoke, saying to Morning Star and the other two. Well, let's do it this way. The four of them reached a consensus. More than 10 hours passed quickly. Morning Star and his four companions set out at night. They flew for several hours at the beginning, and now they have flown for more than 10 hours. It has been almost a day and a night. They stopped several times during the period. More than 20 hours later, they arrived in front of the Great Sea of Trees. After finding a suitable place to camp, Hermes used the communication orb to contact Yasvii and others in the Great Sea of Trees. It's delicious. Mr. Morningstar's cooking skills are really amazing. At night, several people sat around the campfire and ate the dinner made by Morningstar. Artemis praised without hesitation. Hee hee, my Morningstar is awesome. With familiar words and a familiar tone, Hestia began to be proud again, which made the three of Morningstar smile. They had a simple dinner, and then they each did their own things, without disturbing Morningstar, because they all knew that Morningstar needed to store magic power. Hermes didn't know where he went, and Hestia and Artemis went to the nearby lake to take a bath, leaving Xiaoguang to stand guard outside. As for Morningstar, he was carefully absorbing the divine power from Artemis's arrow in his tent. After a day, the magic power in Morningstar's body has increased by more than 10 times. At this rate, the divine power in Morningstar's body will increase to about 1% of the magic power in Morningstar's body in just a few days. Don't underestimate only 1%, the power it can exert is definitely not less than the magic power in Morningstar's body. Even if the divine power in Morningstar's body is released now, it can exert the power of IV.8. If all the divine power of 1% of Morningstar's magic power is released, its power will definitely exceed 4.10, even exceeding the level of God. It can completely destroy Andars. Moreover, Morning Star also found that some changes had occurred in his body after absorbing these divine powers. In just one day, his body seemed to have adapted to the existence of divine power and seemed to be able to give birth to divine power. He has not yet become a god, but he already has the ability to give birth to divine power in his body. This is a big surprise. At this time, the existence of divine power and magic power in Morning Star's body is clearly distinguished, and no one interferes with each other, and they continue to flow in Morning Star's body. Fortunately, the situation of Artemis's arrow is quite special. The person who pulls up Artemis's arrow can use the power in it, otherwise his absorption of Artemis's arrow will definitely be suspected. Artemis should have noticed it, but he didn't doubt anything because of it. Morning Star thought while absorbing the divine power in Artemis's arrow. Artemis in front of Chenxing and others is the thought body that Artemis left in the arrow of Artemis, which can be regarded as Artemis consciousness. Xing should have felt it when he absorbed the arrow of Artemis for the first time. But this is the characteristic of the arrow of Artemis. As long as a person with a pure soul pulls out the arrow of Artemis, he can use the power in it. Chenxing's absorption of the power of the arrow of Artemis will at most be regarded as Chenxing's giftedness, and he can use the arrow of Artemis as soon as he gets it. But there is another reason, that is, there is a lot of divine power in the arrow of Artemis. Chenxing can feel that the amount of divine power in the arrow of Artemis is very large, so large that he has absorbed so much, and it has not decreased much. 0. It is probably because of this that Artemis does not care. In any case, both situations are beneficial to Chenxing, allowing Chenxing to absorb the divine power in the arrow of Artemis with peace of mind. Time passed by bit. When Morning Star absorbed divine power, Hestia and Artemis had already returned. Neither of them disturbed Morning Star and went into their own tents to talk in private. Hermes also received a call from Yasvi and others. Yasvi and others were originally active in the border of the Great Sea of Trees' secret realm and did not dare to go too deep. As soon as Hermes notified them, Yasvi and others rushed to the direction given by Hermes. I didn't expect that Lord Hermes would call Morning Star over. It looks like this time it's safe. After knowing that Morning Star pulled out the holy spear, Yasvi suddenly felt the pressure all over his body lighten, and he felt extremely relaxed. Not only Yasvi, but other members of the Hermes clan were the same. There's no way, who made Morning Star so powerful? If the powerful Morning Star is an enemy, then they will be worried, but if it's one of their own, then they can rest assured. Trouble, the things they can't deal with can all be handed over to Morning Star to deal with. What? Morning Star can't deal with it either. Then wait for death. If Morning Star can't deal with it, how can they deal with it? So you can rest assured. However, you need to stay here for a few days. Please inspect the situation at the edge of the secret realm during these days. Stop as many Andars as you can. You don't need to fight desperately. Hermes also knows what Yasvi and others are thinking, Wei Sherban said. How many days do you need to stay here before going in to deal with Andars? Why? Yasvi asked puzzledly. Well, don't ask this. Hermes lowered the brim of his hat and said in a low voice. Seeing this, Yasvi did not continue to ask, but just nodded slightly to show that he understood. Chapter 194, Preparation, Moonlight Dance, Action. In the next few days, except for coming out to prepare food for Hestia and others before mealtime and coming out of the tent in the middle of the night to take a bath in the nearby lake, the rest of the time was almost devoted to absorbing divine power. In just 5 days, Morning Star absorbed a large amount of divine power from the arrow of Artemis. In addition, Morning Star itself began to continuously generate divine power. At this time, the amount of divine power in Morning Star's body has reached 3% of the magic power. About 3% of the divine power, I don't know if it's enough. Andars is still absorbing the power of the Earth's upgrade and accumulating strength. If he doesn't act, I still have time. The shadow spread out, and in just 1 minute it touched the ruins of Artemis and saw the situation of Andars inside. At this time, Andars was still constantly absorbing the power of the Earth's upgrade and strengthening the divine power. He wanted to make a concerted effort in the shortest time, so that the adventurers on the ground could not react at all and could not be stopped. Artemis' arrow destroyed the entire ground. Andars did not take action, and Morning Star did not want to attack Andars now. Since it was decided to revive Artemis, then it was natural to do the best. 587, as sure as possible, and maximize this confidence as much as possible. Just as Morning Star was mumbling in his heart, the tents of Artemis and Hestia were suddenly opened, and then Artemis slowly walked out of it. Morning Star was a little surprised. Why did Artemis get up so late without resting? Good evening, Morning Star. Artemis did not care about Morning Star's surprised eyes, walked over slowly, and spoke gently. Good evening, Artemis. Morning Star nodded slightly in response. These days, I can feel the divine power in the holy spear fluctuating. You have mastered the use of the holy spear now. Artemis nodded, and then asked Morning Star. I have mastered it. I can use the holy spear to kill Andres at any time. But before that, I need to ensure your resurrection. Morning Star nodded, and then said. Thank you so much for your efforts to store magic power these days. Artemis sighed slightly, and then thanked him sincerely. She has seen Morning Star's performance in the past few days. In addition to coming out to prepare 3 meals for Hestia, Morning Star almost stayed in the tent to store magic power and improve his magic body as much as possible. According to Morning Star, the stronger his magic power is, the greater the chance of resurrecting her. Everything Morning Star does now is for himself. It is simply a fantasy for a god in the lower world to resurrect a god. It is impossible to think about it. But Morning Star had this idea a few hours after seeing her, and wanted to resurrect herself, and she worked tirelessly for it. Artemis was very moved by this situation, and her heart was also touched by what Morning Star did. She didn't know what kind of feeling it was, but in the past few days, she would think of Morning Star whenever she had free time, and every time she thought of it, her heart would beat fast. She asked Hestia, Yasvi, and others indirectly, and got an answer. That is, she seemed to like Morning Star. Her behavior was called a fluttering deer in the mouths of the people in the lower world, which was a behavior that only people who liked someone would have. She didn't know why she was like this. Was it because Morning Star worked hard for her, so it was like this? She was not sure. These few nights, she found that Morning Star would go out every night. After hesitating for a few days, she still came out of the tent, wanting to express her inner thoughts in person. You're welcome. I'm doing this for Hestia. If you die, Hestia will be very sad. After all, although you gods can be resurrected, you will become a new individual, and Hestia will also lose a friend. Morning Star smiled and said. What a troublesome answer. However, I am very moved by what you have done, and there have been subtle changes in my heart. I asked Hestia and Asvi, and they all said that my current situation is like a fluttering deer, which is a sign of falling in love with someone. Morning Star, do you think I'm in love with you? Artemis had no understanding of feelings, and didn't know what euphemism was, so she just said her thoughts directly. Hearing Artemis' words, Morning Star was slightly stunned. She really didn't expect that her actions would make Artemis feel this way. Obviously, they didn't have much contact, but Artemis fell in love with me. What does this mean? Maybe. Although he didn't know why, Chenxing nodded. If she fell in love with me, she would fall in love with me. She had more people who liked me, and she had accepted women other than Hestia, so facing Artemis's undisguised confession. Chenxing didn't refuse anything, and gave such a response in a light posture. Hearing Chenxing's words, Artemis' eyes lit up immediately. Looking at the full moon in the sky, Artemis had an idea in his heart. Chenxing, come with me. Pulling Chenxing's hand, Artemis ran towards the direction of the forest. After the two left, Hestia walked out of the tent, staring at the direction they left, silent for a long time, and finally sighed slightly. Artemis. Then let's go together, just pull Hephaestus in, and we'll all be together in the future. On the other side, Morning Star came to the lake under the leadership of Artemis. Morning Star, dance with me. Pulling Morning Star to stand on the water at the edge of the lake beach, Artemis turned around, smiled brightly at Morning Star, and said. Morning Star did not answer immediately, but glanced at the lake shining brightly under the silver moonlight, and was slightly stunned. This scene is really like the original. However, before Morning Star finished thinking, he felt a force coming from his hand, and the completely unprepared Morning Star was pulled out directly. Under the traction of Artemis, under the moonlight, on the lake emitting fluorescence, a god and a man danced gracefully. Dancing under the moonlight, neither Morning Star nor Artemis told anyone else. Early the next morning, everyone was still doing what they were supposed to do. Morning Star was still absorbing divine power in the tent, and did not come out except for the 3 meals. 3 days passed like this, and Morning Star's divine power increased by 2% again, reaching 5% of the magic power. It should be enough. Even if it's not enough, it can't be delayed any longer. Andar should start to act tomorrow. Stopping the absorption of divine power, Morning Star stood up, moved his body, and then muttered to himself. In the past few days, Morning Star has been absorbing divine power, but he has not forgotten to pay attention to the situation in Andar's. Every half an hour, he will use the veins of light or shadow to explore the situation in Andar's. After observing for a few days, Morning Star knew that Andar's was on the verge of action. The entire Great Sea of Trees' secret realm has been ruined by Andar's. Andar's tentacles have extended to the outside world. Moreover, Morning Star can feel the huge power in Andar's body. Morning Star is sure that Andar's will take action within these 2 days. Morning Star does not want to bet on when Andar's will take action. Since it has been confirmed that it will take place within these 2 days, let's just go directly. Is Andar's ready to take action? Morning Star, how is your magic power stored? During breakfast, Morning Star told everyone about the situation, and Hermes frowned after listening. If possible, he still hopes to be able to wait for a few more days, so that Artemis will have a greater chance of resurrection. However, since it has reached the limit, there is nothing that can be done. Has it come to this day? My mood is really complicated. Artemis sighed slightly, glanced at Morning Star, and then said, "Don't worry, Artemis, it will be fine." Hestia comforted on the side. Yasvi and others did not speak, but just listened quietly. We'll take action after breakfast. Artemis and I will go find Andar's directly, and you guys will go bring back Latissa and the others. No problem. At this time, Morning Star spoke again and said to everyone 1.9. Since Artemis is going to be resurrected, then the family farms under Artemis are ready to live together. The members of Artemis family are not very strong, not even as strong as Artemis herself, so it really doesn't take much effort, and it's nothing for Morning Star to resurrect them together. I understand, leave it to us. Hestia nodded, saying in a serious tone. Leave it to us. Hermes also smiled and said. Xiaoguang, protect Hestia and the others later. Morning Star nodded, then looked at Hestia and said. Leave it to me, I won't let them get hurt. As soon as Morning Star finished speaking, a crisp lowly voice sounded from Hestia's hair, and then Xiaoguang flew out of Hestia's hairpin. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Except for Morning Star and Hestia, no one else had seen a creature like Xiaoguang. Artemis and others were very curious about Xiaoguang's situation. However, there was no time for them to be curious now. After Xiaoguang agreed, Morning Star announced the action. Then, let's go now. Chapter 195, A Devastating Battle, Killing God. The Great Sea of Trees was originally a green ocean, so it was called the Great Sea of Trees. However, under the scourge of Andar's, the entire Great Sea of Trees has now turned into a gray, purple-gray, and almost no living creatures can be seen. Many creatures living here either had their life force sucked away by Andar's or left the Great Sea of Trees when Andar's appeared. After entering the Great Sea of Trees, Chenxing and others were immediately blocked by Andar's. Many small Andars split from Andar swept towards everyone like an overwhelming force. Yasvi and others immediately went up and launched a counterattack. These small Andars are not very strong, and the people of the Hermes family are almost all above IV.3, so it is easy to deal with them. However, Chenxing still asked Xiaoguang to split a few clones to stay in the items on them just in case. Chenxing can't take care of the adventurers who don't act with him, but since they are in a team with him, he will try his best to keep them safe. It was the same when we went on an expedition with Loki's family before. In fact, Morning Star can use the Gate of Heaven, but the magic power consumption of that magic team is very large. And I explained to Hestia and others that I was storing magic power to revive Artemis. Now I was wasting magic power. Not to mention that Morning Star himself is fine, Hestia and others will not be willing. So it is the best way to let Xiaoguang split a clone to protect everyone. Anyway, with Xiaoguang's current strength, even if he splits a clone, the weakest clone is still the first level, which is enough to protect the people present. Yasvi and others took action to eliminate little Andars, and Morning Star was not idle either. Morning Star cannot use magic power now, but Morning Star's close combat power is much stronger than magic. Under the leadership of Morning Star, the group began to push forward, and pushed forward from the edge of the Great Sea of Secret Realm to the direction of the ruins. Little Andars could not stop Morning Star and others at all. Even if Andars took the time to use his divine power to bombard Chenxing and others from the sky, he was blocked by Chenxing's beads in the reincarnation I mode. The Great Sea of Trees Secret Realm is very large, and the ruins are in the center of the Great Sea of Trees Secret Realm, which is very far away, but Chenxing and others only took half an hour to arrive here. This is already the fastest speed of Chenxing and others. If Xiaoguang hadn't split his avatar and used magic to take Hestia and the other two, with Hestia and the other three now sealed with divine power, it would take at least several hours to run to the ruins in the center of the Great Sea of Trees Secret Realm. After arriving at the ruins, everyone stepped into it without any hesitation. The reason why the ruins are ruins is naturally because they have been abandoned, and there are ruins everywhere. The ruins where Chenxing and others are now are the ruins of Elsos, which is the temple built by Artemis' earliest family. Chenxing and others walked in the dim ruins for a long time, and Andars did not attack Chenxing and others during this period. Perhaps it was because too many were killed by Chenxing and others on the way here, and now they are splitting into new individuals. After walking for a few minutes, they came to a big door. This is the sealed door, and behind the sealed door is where Andars is. On the sealed door, there is a badge like an arrow, which is the badge of the Artemis circle. Artemis walked forward and put her hand on the badge. The badge and Artemis both glowed, and then the door was slowly opened. As soon as the door opened, everyone saw the scene inside. Everyone was stunned by the scene inside the ruins. At this time, the ruins were completely unrecognizable, and the ruins were full of Andar's eggs. Many eggs have been broken, and some are still incubating. The scarlet eggs are constantly moving, emitting an ominous light. Obviously, the little Andars who blocked Chenxing and others before came out of these eggs. Although shocked, everyone still stepped into the minister. However, as soon as they entered, the door behind them was quickly sealed by the red meat. This scared everyone because their retreat was cut off. Of course, except for Chenxing. Chenxing had known this would happen. Don't stay here, get ready. Chenxing reminded everyone who was paying attention to the situation of the door behind them. As soon as the voice fell, the eggs on the red meat on the wall cracked one after another, and one by one, the little Andars with disgusting liquid fell from it and surrounded everyone. Seeing this, everyone quickly launched an attack. This is the Andars' nest. The number of little Andars is more than that encountered in the secret realm of the big tree sea outside, and they are endless. With the strength of Yasify and others, they can't handle it at all, but with the assistance of Xiaoguang's clone, Yasify and others can handle it. Chenxing can directly use the reincarnation I mode and use the rosary to destroy these little Andars directly. However, this is also a good exercise for the Hermes family, so Morning Star did not do so. It took more than half an hour for the group to eliminate all the little Andars. Let's go. Standing at the entrance of the stairs, Artemis glanced at the people behind him and said with a smile. After that, Artemis took the lead in stepping onto the stairs. However, his figure was slightly shaky, and Hestia hurried forward to support Artemis. Artemis, you are not in time, okay? Hestia asked with concern. Since 2 days ago, Artemis has been very weak. Now after a battle, Artemis is even weaker. I'm fine. Artemis forced a smile and replied softly. Hestia frowned slightly when she heard this, but did not speak again, but silently supported Artemis and walked towards the sun. Let's go. Morning Star called Hermes and others, and then followed. After walking down the long spiral staircase, everyone came to the core of the ruins. At the very center of the ruins, a scorpion-shaped monster with a black shell and scarlet lines on it stood quietly on a high platform in a deep pit. It had black tentacles on its body, connected to the surrounding red meat, and waves of black ominous power were constantly gathering from these tentacles. This was Andars, a monster from ancient times, whose reputation was almost comparable to the 3 major commissions, very powerful. If it weren't for the great immortal spirit at that time, no one could have sealed this thing. There was a huge hole above Andars, and the black ominous power continued to gather towards the sky under the control of Andars. There was a crescent moon in the sky. That was not a real moon, but a magic circle formed by divine power, which was the bow that Rhys was going to use to release the arrow of Artemis. This scene was seen by people all over the world. Orario was no exception. Damn, what is that? Loki, who discovered the formation of the arrow of Artemis on the Tower of Babel, came here and cursed at the crescent moon in the sky. Divine power, isn't it obvious? Behind him, Freya shook the red wine glass and whispered. That's why I asked what it was and who did it. Loki said with a vicious breath. That's the arrow of Artemis. Freya still gave an answer. On the other side, at the ruins of Elsos. After seeing the appearance of Morning Star and others, Anders immediately roared violently, and the energy on his body that gathered towards the sky became more and more turbulent, as if preparing something. The people of the Hermes family were shocked by the scene in front of them, but Morning Star did not intend to let them waste time. Hestia, Hermes, Letisa, and others are under that deep pit, you take them down and take them out. Morning Star ordered Hestia and Hermes. Letisa, the leader of Artemis's family, died at Andars's hands in order to save Artemis, who was swallowed by Andars, but her body was not destroyed by Andars and is now in the circular pit in front of Andars. Ah, I understand. Hestia reacted after hearing this, and called Hestia and others. 563 Hermes did not hesitate, and gave instructions to Yasvi and others, and then asked Xiaoguang's clone to help and take them down. Yasvi and others did not hesitate and rushed down quickly. At this time, the shell on Andar's chest slowly opened, revealing the crystal inside. And in the crystal, Artemis, who was swallowed by Andars, was in it. Artemis, get rid of this guy immediately. Looking at the scene in front of him, Morning Star took a deep breath, then untied Artemis from behind and held it in his hand. Thank you, Morning Star. Artemis clenched her fists in front of her and closed her eyes. Morning Star nodded and hummed softly. The next second, Morning Star made a projection gesture, and the arrow of Artemis burst into a fierce light. Andar seemed to have sensed the danger and did not bother to continue gathering energy. The huge black ominous force surged towards Morning Star and Artemis. Facing the overwhelming black energy, Morning Star did not panic at all, but clenched the arrow of Artemis in his hand, and the crescent-shaped bow gathered in front of Morning Star. The next second, the arrow of Artemis in Morning Star's hand quickly exploded, turning into a stream of light and shooting towards Andars. Morning Star's figure also rushed out instantly. The azure light tore through the black energy barrier and instantly landed on the crystal in front of Andars. Boom. The intense light burst out, illuminating the entire ruins. Above the sky, the arrow of Artemis that was taking shape broke apart in an instant and disappeared without a trace. In the light, Morning Star grabbed Artemis' body after the crystal was broken. The holy grail of the netherworld was quickly activated, and the divine power continued to flow out of Morning Star's body, covering Artemis' body. Not far away, Artemis's thought body felt the energy covering her body, and the whole person was stunned. Morning Star, Attached Worker. Chapter 196 Resurrection. Before setting off, Morning Star had already determined the target, so he would not hesitate like Bell in the original book. After seeing Andars, Morning Star did not delay at all. He arranged Hestia and others to bring up the bodies of the members of Artemis' family, and then used the arrow of Artemis to kill them instantly. With Morning Star's ability, it was impossible for him to miss Andars. The moment the arrow of Artemis was launched, Andars' fate was doomed, and he fell under the terrifying power of the arrow of Artemis. Andars could not even condense the arrow of Artemis, and died without making the dungeon feel threatened. Morning Star also rushed out at the moment when the arrow of Artemis was launched, and caught the body of Artemis that fell after the crystal was broken. Morning Star was afraid that if he was a step slower, Artemis would ascend to heaven and be reborn. You know, in the original book, Artemis was reborn a few seconds after her body fell out. The light beam sent by the gods brought Artemis' body back to heaven and reborn her in heaven. After catching Artemis' body, Chenxing immediately took out a black robe from the system space and put it on Artemis, and then activated the holy grail of the netherworld. The powerful divine power was constantly transformed into the power of resurrection through the holy grail of the netherworld, covering Artemis' body. Chenxing also knew that if he used divine power to resurrect Artemis, Artemis's thought body that had not yet dissipated would definitely be able to detect it. But Chenxing didn't care. Once Artemis was resurrected, she would be like Alice and others under the influence of the Holy Grail of the Netherworld, and would have a good impression on Chenxing, which would not have any adverse effect on Chenxing, just like the angel reincarnation pool. If she could not be resurrected, then Artemis would be reborn and forget everything, which would also not have any adverse effect on Chenxing. Morning Star also heard Artemis' words. Morning Star did not change his movements, looked up at Artemis, nodded slightly, and then stopped responding, and devoted himself to Artemis's resurrection. Seeing this scene, Artemis opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but stopped talking, and her surprised expression slowly disappeared, turning into a faint smile. "Thank you, Roundhouse." Morning Star still heard this sentence, but did not respond. At this time, Morning Star frowned slightly. God is really an incredible existence. According to this situation, the divine power I have now is not enough to resurrect Artemis. Use magic power instead after the divine power is consumed. I hope it is enough. Morning Star thought lightly. At the same time, Hestia and others had already arrived at the bottom of the circular pit. As soon as they arrived here, Hestia and others quickly looked up, looking at the dazzling white light above. Everyone had no idea what was happening above. However, soon, Hermes discovered something. Artemis's arrow is dissipating, and Morning Star has eliminated Andar's. Hermes saw the situation in the sky through the big hole above the ruins, and saw that the crescent moon composed of divine power was quickly dissipating, and instantly understood the situation above. It's true, so Morning Star is now resurrecting Artemis. When Hermes said this, Hestia also reacted and said excitedly, "Yeah. Hurry up and take the members of Artemis' family up." Hermes nodded, and then walked out quickly to look for members of Artemis' family. Hestia heard this and ran out quickly. Yasvi and others who were listening to the conversation between the two seemed like a fairy tale. They didn't understand what the two gods were talking about at all. They wanted to ask, but when they saw the two people's actions, they suppressed their doubts and started to search together. At this time, in Orario, Loki and Freya looked at the arrow of Artemis that disappeared in the sky and fell into silence. They were just thinking about what happened, why the arrow of Artemis appeared in the sky, and what Artemis was doing. As a result, the arrow of Artemis disappeared now. What is going on? Artemis came back to Orario with Hermes some time ago, but disappeared in 2 days. Morning Star and Hestia also disappeared together. I think this matter has something to do with Morning Star and Hestia. Let's ask them when they come back. Freya, who was silent for a long time, said. Maybe Uranus also knows what happened. Loki frowned and proposed another possibility. I'll go ask Uranus. Loki was impetuous and did what he said. He left here quickly and headed down. Freya. The arrow of Artemis. Artemis will never use it, because once she uses her power, the gods will definitely find out. Then, what's the matter with this arrow of Artemis? It can't be. Looking at the crescent moon that dissipated in the sky, Freya's eyes were deep and she murmured in a low voice. Let's not talk about the conversation between the two gods on your side of Orario, here is Morning Star. At this time, Morning Star's divine power has been completely consumed, and now it's the turn of magic power to take over. The divine power is all exhausted, and it's almost complete. With my magic power, I can make up for the insufficient gap. Looking at Artemis' body, Morning Star murmured. Are you okay, Morning Star? At this time, Artemis has come to Morning Star, looking at Morning Star, asking with concern, her eyes full of heartache. Because of the large amount of magic power consumed in a short period of time, Morning Star's face is very pale at this time. It's okay. It's just that too much magic power is consumed in a short period of time, it's not a problem. Morning Star shook his head and said softly. Although Morning Star's face was pale, he was really fine. Buzz. As Morning Star's voice fell, the power of the underworld Holy Grail covering Artemis' body slowly dissipated. This succeeded. Artemis widened her eyes and whispered softly, and then the figure of the thought body slowly dissipated and penetrated into her body. The next second, Artemis, who was held in Morning Star's arms, slowly opened her eyes. Welcome back, Artemis. Looking at Artemis, Morning Star smiled faintly and said. Ah, I'm back. Thank you, Morning Star. Artemis' eyes were slightly dazed when she just opened them, but she quickly came back to her senses after hearing what Chenxing said, and smiled faintly at Chenxing. Qing Zhou responded. However, the next second, Artemis blushed. Chenxing seemed to have discovered something, and quickly let go of Artemis, took out the clothes she had asked for from Yasvi when she came from the system space and handed them to Artemis. I'll set up a light barrier for you, and you should put on your clothes first. After handing over the clothes, Morning Star said softly, and then waved his hand to arrange a round sphere completely covered by light, wrapping Artemis in it. In the light ball, Artemis looked at the clothes in her hand, her eyes slightly red, and then began to change to get up. But Morning Star had already flown down at this time. Why didn't Hestia and the others come up for so long? What happened? Flying down from above, Morning Star soon saw Hestia and others. At this time, Hestia and others were carrying corpses. Because she is the goddess in charge of chastity, the members of Artemis' family are all women, just like Astria's family. Hestia, are you all here? After landing, Morning Star walked over quickly and asked. I don't know. All the ones that can be found have been moved here. We don't know how many children Artemis has. We are still looking for them. Hestia saw Morning Star coming over, her face was happy, and when she heard Morning Star's question, she answered. Morning Star, how is Artemis? At this time, Hermes asked what he and Hestia were most concerned about. Fortunately, it has been completed. Artemis is changing clothes upstairs. I'll come down to see. Morning Star nodded and smiled. That's great. After getting the answer she wanted, Hestia was relieved and patted her chest. And Hermes, the lazy guy, also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, Qian Nua, this guy started to be lazy. Damn it, that's the body of the chaste goddess Artemis, and you actually saw it naked. Hermes burst into tears and shouted loudly. What's going on, Xian? Also, Chenxing, why did you ask me for clothes before you set off? Yasvi, who was standing aside, listened to the conversation between the three people and finally couldn't help but ask the questions in his heart. Hearing this, Hermes calmed down instantly and explained to Yasvi seriously. I didn't tell Yasvi before because I didn't want Yasvi to have any psychological burden. After all, they came here to kill gods. Although it wasn't Yasvi who did it, Hermes was still afraid that Yasvi and the others couldn't bear the pressure of killing gods, so he didn't tell them. But now it's okay. Artemis is resurrected, so it's no big deal to tell Yasvi. As expected, after listening to Hermes' explanation, Yasvi was really excited. But after hearing that Chenxing resurrected Artemis, Yasvi breathed a sigh of relief again, and then looked at Chenxing with admiration. And at this moment, Artemis wearing Yasvi's clothes fell from the sky. Everyone, sorry to have kept you waiting. After landing, Artemis walked towards everyone quickly, waving her hand with a bright smile on her face. Chapter 197 Return to Orario, Development of God-related abilities. Resurrecting Artemis is the most troublesome thing, because there is a worry that the energy required is not enough. However, Morning Star has enough energy, and there is even a lot left. And there is no need to worry about the resurrecting Artemis's family members, Letisa, and others. The strength of the members of Artemis's family is not even the first level. Even if Morning Star consumed a lot of magic power when resurrecting Artemis just now, the remaining magic power is enough to revive them. It's incredible, it's resurrected. Looking at Letisa and others who were sitting on the ground, confused and not yet reacted, Yasvi and others were full of shock, and Yasvi murmured in disbelief. Even Hermes didn't know that Morning Star had resurrection magic. Yasvi and others who didn't return to Orario and didn't know the situation of Australia's family naturally couldn't know. Therefore, after witnessing Morning Star resurrecting the members of Artemis's family who had been dead for so many days, Yasvi and others were a little bit unbelievable. Thank you, Morning Star. If you need any help in the future, please let me know. Seeing that Letisa and the others had all resurrected, Artemis burst into tears of joy and thanked Morning Star while crying. God knows how painful it was for her when she was swallowed by Andars and lost consciousness, when she saw Andars attack her family with her own eyes. Fortunately, everything has changed now. Morning Star resurrected herself and her family together. Everything can go back to the past. You're welcome. Okay, it's time for us to go. I have agreed to go on an expedition with the Loki family and the Astria family. There are only 1 or 2 days left. If we don't go back, we will miss the appointment. Morning Star smiled and nodded, and then said, well. The group did not hesitate, and boarded Morning Star's flying magic and started the return journey directly. It took 1 day to come, and 1 day to go back. After Morning Star and the others returned to Orario, Morning Star and Hestia returned to the library. As for the Artemis family and the Hermes family, they went to the guild. Artemis and Hermes went to Uranus and informed him of the incident. As for the members of the Artemis family, they registered the process of returning to Orario in the guild. The previous Artemis family was registered in Orario and was also Orario's family. However, after the end of the Dark Dawn period, Artemis took the members of the family away from Orario and went to the outside world to hunt those lone monsters. That's why they went to the Great Sea of Trees and discovered the Andars incident, which caused this tragedy. Now Artemis is ready to return to Orario. As for the reason, it goes without saying that she wants to have more contact with Morning Star. Now, the members of Artemis family, from the main god to the adventurer, were all resurrected by Morning Star, and they naturally tend to Morning Star and have a strong liking for Morning Star. For Artemis' decision, the members of Artemis family have no opinion. The family members who were familiar with Chenxing and others got the information about Chenxing and others returning to Orario at the first time. Hestia and Chenxing had been away from Orario for so many days, so it was impossible for them not to ask about it. Hephaestus took Tsubaki, Loki took Lavilia, Mai took Naza, and Jian Yulei took Chigusa. They also returned to the ground, the dungeon, and were almost at the library. God, why did you leave Orario without saying hello? I almost thought that God didn't want me anymore. Belle, this guy, slid to her knees and came to Hestia after seeing Hestia, hugged Hestia tightly, and cried loudly. God knows how panicked she was when she found that Hestia and Chenxing were missing after returning from the dungeon and hadn't seen their figures for several days. Advertisement. She didn't want to go to the dungeon these days. She ran around Orario with Lily and others all day, looking for Hestia and Chenxing. It was Fells who discovered Belle's actions and couldn't stand it anymore. He showed up and told Belle that Morning Star and Hestia had left Orario to complete the commission. Belle felt relieved. But even so, she still had no appetite and kept an eye on the situation at the library. She also entrusted a resident near the library to come and tell her immediately if Morning Star and Hestia appeared at the library. After knowing that Morning Star and Hestia were back, Seer immediately brought Lily, Chuanjie, and Ming 4 people to run over. Lily, Chuanjie, and Ming 3 people were also complaining on the side. Seeing the appearance of Belle and the other 4, Hestia was a little embarrassed and quickly comforted them. After a long period of comforting, Belle stopped crying and stood up. Lily and the others didn't say anything else. Hee, this kid has been scared these days, looking for you like a headless fly. Hestia, Morning Star, can you let us know in advance when you leave Orario? You suddenly disappeared for several days, and I was shocked. Hephaestus, who was standing aside, looked at this scene and smiled, and then criticized Hestia and Morning Star. At first, she really didn't notice this, because she was too busy some time ago, running around in Orario all day, and had no time to come to Morning Star for a meal. It was only after Belle came over that she found out that Hestia and Morning Star were missing. That's right, you didn't tell us. Chun also criticized on the side. She was also very busy during this period, because the Loki family and the Astrea family had placed orders for a lot of magic swords with her, and she was so busy that she didn't come. Sorry. Hestia knew she was in the wrong, and she didn't refute the 2 people's criticism, but just kept apologizing. The 2 of them gave up and looked at Chenxing, who was standing beside them. Seeing the 2 of them looking at him, Chenxing was startled, then he stretched out his left hand, with 5 fingers spread out. Okay, 5 meals. Seeing Morning Star's apology, Hephaestus and Tsubaki were both very satisfied. 5 meals of delicious food, this apology is very good. Morning Star, you suddenly ran out, but you should say something. The expedition will start in 2 days. I can't find you these days. Do you know that this is very pitfall? After Hephaestus and Tsubaki finished their complaints, Loki's complaints followed. That's right, there are some things I want to discuss with you but I can't find anyone. Lavilia also looked serious. Sorry. I'll go to your place in the evening. Morning Star didn't mean to refute this, because it was indeed his fault, and he suggested after apologizing. Well, come over in the evening, I will notify Alice and the others to come over, and discuss the expedition plan before the expedition. Lavilia nodded, and didn't hold on. By the way, you guys went to Orario this time to deal with the monster named Andars, right? Tell me about the process. At this time, Loki spoke up, looking at Morningstar with interest. No comment. As soon as Loki finished speaking, Hestia gave a direct reply. You are so good, I am not asking you. Loki rolled his eyes at Hestia. I know, I am answering on behalf of Morningstar, no comment. Hestia rolled her eyes in return. Resurrecting the gods is too amazing. Asfi and the others went there together, so they knew it. It is better for other insignificant people not to know. The fewer people know, the better. Little guy, don't get in the way. Loki heard the words, and his anger suddenly came up, and he began to confront Hestia. You are the flat-chested Loki. Hestia was not afraid at all, and responded tit for tat. In a blink of an eye, the two enemies quarreled together. Everyone looked at the two people who suddenly quarreled, and their eyes twitched, and their faces showed their speechlessness. In the end, Lavilia couldn't stand it anymore, and she pulled Loki's collar and left here. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Morningstar to go to the Dusk Pavilion to discuss the expedition at night. Looking at Loki being dragged away, Hestia ran to the door of the library like a victorious general, stuck out her tongue at Loki who was dragged away, and made a face, making Loki who was dragged away screaming and struggling to fight with Hestia. However, Lavilia's hand was very tight, not giving Loki any chance at all. It was still Hephaestus who couldn't stand it anymore, walked over and pulled Hestia in, and Hestia stopped her behavior of being angry to death. After pulling Hestia in, Stowe casually found a topic and chatted with a few people. She didn't ask what Morningstar and others did this time when they left Orario, just chatting, even Belle and others joined in. Chenxing didn't interrupt. After greeting the people present, he walked towards the inner courtyard. Chenxing and the others hadn't been in the library for a few days. The library was still clean and tidy, without any dust. Because Chenxing had always hired cleaners to come and clean the library regularly. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chenxing to clean such a large library alone, even if Hestia was added later. After returning to the room, Chenxing began to update his favor. The increase in Chenxing's favorability value should not be much, but this time, Chenxing's purpose was to see if he had gained the same great deeds as he had guessed before by eliminating Andars. Chenxing's magic power has reached above D level during this period, so as long as the great deeds are sufficient, there will be an option to upgrade. Morningstar. IV.6. Strength, H103 H109. Durability, H125 H130. Dexterity, H113 H119. Agility, H109 H120. Magic, D523 B739. Upgrade. Optional development abilities, Divine Power, God Killing, Divine Healing. Development abilities, Magic C, Luck F, Regenerating G, Berserker G. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Rinrengan. God of War's Protection. Flame of the Sky. Looking at the three optional development abilities that appeared on the favor after the update, Morningstar fell into deep thought. Chapter 198, Algana's Entanglement, Strange Lu. Divine Power should be the ability I gained after absorbing the power of the arrow of Artemis. If I choose this, my body will probably generate divine power faster in the future. The higher the level, the faster the divine power will be generated. God Killing should be the result of my using the arrow of Artemis to destroy Andars who devoured Artemis. As for Divine Healing, according to the meaning of these two words, it should be able to heal the injuries of gods. This ability is the result of my resurrection of Artemis. However, I am resurrecting Artemis, not healing her. Shouldn't there be a resurrection ability? It's really strange. Divine Healing, this ability may be useful to Hephaestus. Looking at the two words on the favor paper, Chenxing thought silently. Chenxing really wanted to try if it was what he thought. However, the ability value has not been raised to the limit, so Chenxing will not upgrade casually. If you want to test it, you can only wait until the ability value reaches the limit. After reading the development ability that he wanted to see, Chenxing looked at the development ability he already had. Very good, it has been improved again. After nodding with satisfaction, Chenxing burned the favor paper and then left the room. After leaving the room, Chenxing did not go to the map in the front yard. Instead of going to the library, he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Although he had been away for 7 or 8 days, the Orario refrigerator was still very powerful, and nothing happened to the ingredients in the refrigerator. Chenxing took out the ingredients and prepared a big meal. Chenxing included the people outside. 2 hours later, the huge and sumptuous dinner was ready. Chenxing invited everyone to come in for dinner. After dinner, Chenxing left the library and went to the dusk hall to discuss the expedition with the people of the Loki family and the Australia family. By the way, Australia, the situation of the Leah family is different from a few years ago. Before the resurrection, the ability values of Elise and others were already very high, and the great deeds had been achieved, but they just wanted to continue to improve their ability values. After the resurrection, Elise and others who found Astria again immediately updated their favors. Several members of IV.4 were upgraded to 4.5, and those of LV3 were upgraded to 4.4. Lu even achieved a great feat by destroying the entire Rudra family and ending the relationship of the Dark Dawn period, just like in the original work. Upgraded 2 levels in a row, reaching IV.6. This is also the reason why Lu and the other 2 were able to fight Olgana and Beiji together. Lu is IV.6, and Elise can fight across levels, plus Kagaya is assisting. It is completely possible. At the same time, this is also the reason why Chenxing invited Lu and others to join this expedition. If Lu and others had not upgraded, Chenxing would really not invite Lu and others to join the expedition. After all, without the combat power of IV.5, it is impossible to withstand the high-intensity battles on the floors after Long Jifei. During the time that Morningstar left Orario, all members of the Australia clan entered the lower level, and even entered the deep level, reaching the 45th floor. The few Australia clan members who stayed on the ground did help prepare supplies, but they were all on credit. There was no way, the Australia clan was now penniless, and they didn't even have the funds to buy the supplies needed for the expedition. Because the Australia clan had a good reputation in Orario, the clans that sold supplies were willing to let the Australia clan buy on credit. They would pay it back after Elise and others came back. In the past few days, Elise and others almost worked non-stop to attack the dungeon, and went directly to the 45th floor, bringing back a large amount of magic stones and supplies, which was enough for them to buy supplies for the expedition. After all, there were not many members of the Australia clan, and the number of people participating in the expedition this time was not large, only 8 or 9, and the remaining Nais and Asta stayed on the ground to lead the newcomers. After discussing with Finn, Elise and others in the Twilight Pavilion for several hours, Morningstar returned to the library. However, as soon as he came back, Morningstar saw the scene in front of the library, where Ryu was covered in golden light and fighting with Olgana and Bartlett. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Morningstar was speechless. Ah, Morningstar, you're back. Hestia was sitting on the threshold of the library door at this time, watching the battle of the 3 people with relish, and greeted Morningstar after discovering that he had returned. In addition to Hestia, Artemis was sitting next to Hestia. Good evening, Morningstar. Artemis smiled and nodded to Morningstar and greeted him. Behind the 2, Belle, Letisa and others stood quietly, nodding and greeting Morningstar. Well, I'm back. Good evening, Artemis. Have you finished your work? Morningstar nodded and greeted Belle and the others, then looked at Hestia and Artemis and responded to their words. Well, it's done. And I've also dealt with the station matters. I bought the house next to the library, and will be neighbors in the future. Artemis nodded slightly and said with a smile. Really? Then please give me more advice in the future. Morningstar heard this, smiled and welcomed. Well, please give me more advice, Morningstar. Artemis smiled and nodded. If Chenxing looked carefully, he could see that when Artemis said this again, her eyes flickered slightly, as if there was an unknown emotion in them. But Chenxing didn't care. He sat next to Hestia and looked at the 3 people fighting in front of them with everyone. Why are they fighting again? Chenxing asked again. It's because you are too charming. Hestia rolled her eyes when she heard it. Hee hee, let me explain it. Miss Lu came to find you after she knew you were back, but you went to the Twilight Pavilion and didn't meet her, so Lu stayed to wait for you. As a result, not long after she came, the two Amazons also came over. One of them kept shouting that you were her husband. Lu couldn't listen to it and fought with them. Hestia was afraid that Lu would get hurt, so she asked Miss Chenxing to use a skill to increase Lu's strength. Artemis smiled and answered Morningstar's question on behalf of Hestia. It's like this again. Hearing this explanation, Morningstar raised his eyebrows slightly and was a little speechless. Algana was really persistent and ran over again. And she clashed with Lu again. However, Lu's strength, which was increased by Chenxing, was obviously much stronger than the two of them. Even if Algana and Beiji joined forces, they were suppressed by Lu. 1 against 2, the two were completely at a disadvantage. But this is also normal. After all, the increased strength of Lu has reached IV.7, and it is still possible to fight 2 IV.6. Sighing slightly, Morningstar flashed and intervened in the battlefield again, giving each of the 3 people a slap. Bang. 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 The 3 of them squatted down with their heads covered. Are you calm now? Fighting here in the middle of the night, aren't you afraid of disturbing the people? Chenxing said unhappily, looking at the 3 squatting people. Oh, Chenxing, my husband, you are finally back. She had been fighting with Lu before, so she didn't notice Chenxing coming back at all. Suddenly, she was shocked. Algana was familiar with this feeling because she was shocked more than a week ago. Before she could really react, she heard Chenxing's voice, and she was immediately very excited. She raised her head suddenly, and shouted loudly after seeing Chenxing. Batty. Mr. Chenxing. Lu nodded slightly to Chenxing, and then walked towards Hestia. Let's go, let's leave this place to Chenxing, let's go inside and talk. Seeing the battle stop, Hestia didn't want to stay here any longer, invited everyone to enter the library. As for Algana's affairs, Hestia didn't want to care. Morningstar should deal with the romantic debts he had provoked. Hestia now completely saw through it. Her partner was too good and was being stared at by too many women. She couldn't defend herself at all. Even Artemis was secretly in love with Morningstar. Besides, she had prepared herself mentally. Oh. So she didn't react as strongly to the scene in front of her as she did when she first saw Algana. Don't you want to take a look? Artemis asked in confusion. It's okay, we don't care, let Morningstar deal with it himself. Hestia smiled and waved her hand, then walked into the library first. Seeing this, Artemis looked at Morningstar and followed in. Others followed in one after another. Only Lu didn't. She came here to find Morningstar this time, and didn't want to stay too long, just chat outside. On the other side, Morningstar. You two are really persistent. But I don't have any ideas about you. Besides, you don't have a good relationship with Dion and Diana. Do you understand? Looking at Algana and Barge, Morningstar said unhappily. Diana. Is it because of them that you don't want to accept us? Hearing Morningstar mention Dion, Algana narrowed her eyes immediately. Well, I guess so. Morningstar shrugged after hearing this, and didn't want to explain more. Okay, I know. Algana looked at Chenxing meaningfully for a long time, and then spoke. After saying that, Algana called Beiji and turned to leave. Beiji did the same, looked at Chenxing deeply, and then followed Algana. Looking at the backs of the two sisters leaving, Chenxing always felt something was wrong. But Chenxing didn't think too much. After a few glances, he turned and walked towards the library. Lu, why are you here? Looking at Lu standing in front of the library, Chenxing asked with a smile. When Chenxing asked this, Lu was stunned. Yes, what am I here for? Oh, yes, I heard that Chenxing was back, so I couldn't wait to run over to see Chenxing. As for why I want to see Chenxing, Lu didn't know, but I wanted to see him in my heart, and I wanted to be alone with Chenxing, so I came here. Thinking of this, Lu seemed to think of something, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Since Mr. Chenxing is fine, I feel relieved. Goodbye, Mr. Chenxing. Lu, feeling his cheeks getting redder and redder, said a few words and then ran away quickly. Chenxing was stunned by this scene. No, what happened? Why did he run away with a red face? Could it be? Chapter 199, arriving at the 50th floor again, Livilia's request. On the third day after returning to Orario, the joint expedition of Morning Star and others began. Everyone agreed to meet at Babel Tower Square. When Morning Star came, the members of Loki Familia and Astrea Familia had already arrived here. Following Morning Star were Bell and others. Bell and others did not join the expedition but only followed in the first part of the journey, that is, the 36th floor. With the strength of Bell and others, it is still possible to join forces to deal with the monsters in the lower layer, and there is still a large expedition force, so there is no need to worry. In addition, there is Haruheim's amplification magic and ability. In this expedition, the large force will stay in the lower layer for 2 days, giving the members of the Loki Familia with low levels, that is, IV.2 and IV.3, the opportunity to fight and improve their grace. After entering the deeper layer, the members of IV.2 can only be a supporter, because other members provide support. And the members of LV3 also need to join forces to deal with a monster. Because the monsters in the deep layer are almost all IV.4, this level of monsters is also very difficult for the second-level adventurers. In the deep layer, that is, the floors from 37 to 49, the expeditionary force will stay for 4 days, and the 307 will give the second-level adventurers training. After that, they will enter the 50th floor and stay in 50 Kong. The floors after that are the first-level adventures, and the second-level adventurers can't get involved at all. In addition to Morning Star, the Loki family has Finn, Livilia, Grace, AC, Dion, Diana, Bert, Alicia, and Angel. The Australia family only has Alish, Lou, and Gajono Kagaya, and the others are all IV.4. A week passed quickly. During this week, Morning Star did not take action like the previous expeditions, but continued to release the Gate of Heaven all day to assist. These monsters are of no use to Morning Star, so Morning Star will naturally not compete with them. Let alone these monsters, Morning Star did not even attack Baylor in the 49th floor wilderness. In the last expedition, everyone did not encounter Baylor, but this time everyone deliberately walked through the vast wilderness and found Baylor. This was Finn's suggestion. As for the reason, it was because Finn wanted to test his strength after upgrading. Yes, Finn upgraded, not only Finn, but Grace and Livilia also upgraded after the last battle in the artificial maze. So he wanted to find an enemy with similar strength to test. Baylor is really miserable. As the 4th floor master, his strength is as high as IV.7, even Oda, the IV.7 level panel emperor, can't beat it, and can only leave in disgrace. But this time it encountered the all-star lineup of Loki Familia and Astrea Familia. Not only the 3 giants have upgraded to 4.7, but even AIC and the other 3 have IV.7 level combat power. In addition to Bert, who is level 6, and Alish and Angel, who are both level 5, Alish, Lou and Kagaya also joined the battle. Barol was suppressed throughout the battle. In the vast wilderness, 6 LV7 fighters, 3 LV6 fighters, and 3 LV5 fighters were emitting white light, surrounding the huge monster and beating it. Morning Star felt pity for Barol. Poor Barol. The little elf Lafia standing next to Morning Star expressed Morning Star's thoughts. Ahaha, it's true. Barol is a LV7 floor master after all, but he was beaten so badly. This is the little human Layla standing on the other side of Morning Star. At this time, she looked at the battlefield with a playful look on her face. After this guy came back from the resurrection, he completely abandoned his past thoughts and focused on Morning Star, but he didn't show it too exaggeratedly. However, as long as there is a chance, this guy will get close to Morning Star. Not only Layla, but also the members of Astrea's family like to stay with Morning Star. This can be regarded as the sequelae of being resurrected by the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. Morning Star doesn't care about this situation. If you want to stay by his side, stay. It's no big deal. Under the siege of so many first-level adventurers, Barol didn't last long and was soon killed, leaving only a huge magic stone. Morning Star, please. After Barol died, Finn's figure came from the direction of the battlefield. Morning Star naturally knew what Finn meant by calling him. With a flash of his figure, Morning Star appeared beside Finn and others in an instant. Looking at the huge magic stone several meters high, Morning Star thought and put it into the system space. Such a large magic stone, if taken back to the ground, can at least be exchanged for hundreds of millions of Wallace. It's a pity that the level of this magic stone is only IV.7. If it was IV.8, Morningstar would have killed this guy just now. If it's just IV.7, Chenxing doesn't need it. Xiaoguang and Xiaoan are already IV.8 now, and the magic stone of IV.7 can't help them at all. Speaking of Xiaoguang and Xiaoan, Chenxing also discovered one thing. That is, Xiaoguang and Xiaoan, the two elemental elves, gradually changed after he gained divine power because they signed a contract with him. At the beginning, it was nothing, but in the past few days, Chenxing found that Xiaoguang and Xiaoan seemed to have signs of divine power, and he didn't know what was going on. Xiaoguang and Xiaoan themselves didn't know what was going on. However, although the divine power appeared, they didn't find anything wrong with themselves. Even these divine powers couldn't be mobilized by themselves, and they just stayed in their bodies. Even Xiaoguang and Xiaoan didn't know what was going on, so Chenxing naturally couldn't know. Even if there was a contract, Chenxing didn't know. Because he didn't know what the situation was, Chenxing didn't explore too much, and waited quietly, and he would know it eventually. Moreover, Chenxing could feel that this situation was not a bad thing for Xiaoguang and Xiaoan, and it might even be a good thing. It's really convenient. If it weren't for your space magic, Morningstar, it would be really troublesome to carry such a big magic stone. Looking at the magic stone being taken away by Morningstar, Finn sighed. Such a big magic stone is very troublesome to carry even for a supporter, and it takes at least several people to carry it together to take it away. But with Morningstar's space magic, it's different, it can be taken away directly. Thank you for the compliment, let's go to the 50th floor. Morningstar smiled slightly and replied. Well, let's go to the 50th floor. Hearing this, Finn smiled and nodded. Then, the group headed towards the 50th floor without delay. Still at that location, on the large platform closest to the passage on the 51st floor, the team settled down here. Everyone did their job and started to build the camp. Morningstar was just one person, and he only needed to build a tent. So Morningstar was the first to be free. Looking at the people around who were building tents, Morningstar had no intention of helping. After a few glances, he left the camp and came to the forest below the platform to find a lake to wash up. However, when he was halfway through washing up, Morningstar paused, slowly sat in the lake, and his eyes fell on the forest by the lake. Revelia, I didn't know you actually like to peek. Sitting in the shallow lake, Chenxing looked at the figure slowly walking out of the forest, and was a little speechless. It was Revelia who appeared in front of Chenxing. Before washing, Chenxing set up a warning barrier. Just now, he sensed that Revelia had come here. Revelia did not respond to Chenxing, but just looked at Chenxing quietly. Chenxing noticed that Revelia's eyes were slightly dazed. After noticing this, Chenxing understood that Revelia must have something important to find him, so he did not urge him, and just waited for Revelia quietly. After a long time, Revelia's eyes gradually calmed down and looked at Chenxing. Chenxing, how did you resurrect Elise and the others? It's been several years. Looking at Chenxing, Revelia murmured as if talking to herself. Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly stunned. He didn't guess Revelia's purpose in coming to him, but he didn't expect that Revelia's purpose in looking for him was this. However, the next second, Chenxing's mind flashed, and he seemed to have thought of something. Revelia, do you want me to resurrect your mother? Looking at Revelia, Chenxing asked tentatively. Hearing Chenxing's words, Revelia was shocked and fell into silence. After a while, Revelia nodded slowly and spoke softly. Well, I want to ask you to resurrect my mother. My resurrection magic is limited. You must have enough understanding of the resurrected person before you can resurrect. If you want me to resurrect your mother, you need to sort out your understanding of your mother and her past for me. And, even so, I may not be sure of resurrection. Facing Revelia's request, Chenxing did not refuse, and directly told Revelia the conditions and restrictions of resurrection. Revelia is his friend, and it's just helping a friend, and he won't lose anything, so Chenxing doesn't mind. It's not a troublesome dead person like Artemis. Hearing what Chenxing said, Revelia was stunned, and a rare look of excitement appeared on her calm face. Really? Yes. Thank you, Chenxing, I will prepare it. Please help me when the time comes. Just ask for any reward you need. Chapter 200 Return to the 58th floor. After staying on the 50th floor for one night and selecting the candidates to advance to the next floor, Morning Star and others began to move the next day. As for the rest of the people, they were stationed on the 50th floor, waiting for the return of Morning Star and others. For this expedition, Finn and others still prepared a large amount of first-level firepower magic, 2/3 of which were left for the members who stayed behind, and the rest were taken with them. There was no way. Although Dionysus had ascended to heaven, the danger of the new monster could not be eliminated. Except for Lafia, the rest of the people who set out this time were all first level, and there was no need to worry about problems caused by the sniping of the cannon dragon. Everyone could deal with the sniping of the cannon dragon. And Lafia, who could not deal with it perfectly, was also brought by Morning Star, so there was no need to worry at all. This time, Morning Star and others did not choose to use the vertical channel blasted out by the cannon dragon as before, but directly fought all the way down from the 51st floor. Morning Star did not take action as before, but just released the gate of heaven to see others destroy the monsters. It was the same reason as before. These monsters had no training effect on Morning Star. Moreover, these monsters were not enough to fight. After the 51st floor, the frequency of monsters appearing was much faster than before the 50th floor, and the number was much larger. However, this time, the formation of Morning Star and others was so dazzling that these monsters were not enough to look at. Often, as soon as the monsters appeared, they were directly destroyed by everyone. Lavilia didn't even have a chance to attack. Only Lafia had the opportunity to take one or two from the hands of others. Because Lafia had the instant magic learned from Morning Star, and Lavilia had no choice. Her magic was all super long chanting magic. Even if she tried to compress the chanting text, she couldn't keep up with the speed of others to kill the enemy. Everyone fought all the way down under such circumstances. 51st floor, 52nd floor, 53rd floor, 58th floor. It's so refreshing, it's the first time I've had such a refreshing experience. This is the deep layer. In the passage leading to the 58th floor, Elise shouted generously. She had never been here before, let alone here. Before they only attacked up to the 41st floor, the people of Astria's family only reached the 33rd floor, but I think it should be more than that. Only reaching the 33rd floor should not support them to upgrade to 4.4, even if they were fighting against the Dark Faction and Alphea's sacrifice at that time. But now they suddenly came to such a deep floor and experienced such a high-intensity battle that she could never imagine before, which made Elise extremely excited. Don't underestimate the dragon pot. It's because you're following us and the team is strong that we can do it so easily. If you want to attack these floors alone in the future, you must be careful and not careless. Seeing Elise's look, Finn kindly reminded her. He was worried that Elise and others would underestimate the floors after the 50th floor because it was so easy this time. If that happened, the probability of dying on these floors would definitely be very high. Even their Loki clan, before Morning Star followed them, attacked these floors of the dragon, and they were cautious and did not dare to be careless at all. Well, I know, don't worry, I didn't underestimate these floors. By the way, the next one is the real dragon pot. I heard that there is a Balkan dragon king on the 58th floor, with a strength of IV.6. Can you let me go later? Hearing Finn's reminder, Elise's expression instantly disappeared, and then nodded seriously, indicating that she understood, and then mentioned the matter of the 58th floor. I don't have any objection, what about you? Finn heard this and shook his head lightly, then looked at the others. No objection, if you want it, I'll give it to you, Alex. Tioni shrugged and said indifferently. I have no objection either. Grace also nodded. He is now IV.7. Going to fight a IV.6 Dragon King is not bullying people, no, bullying monsters. Since Alex wants it, give it to her. Others also shook their heads, only Bert didn't. I also want to do something to that guy. Bert said with a cool expression on his face. Then let's deal with it together. Alex didn't think of monopolizing it, and said with a smile. Tisk. Bert had no objection to this, but just tisk lightly. Morning Star watched the conversation of everyone quietly without interrupting. Soon, everyone walked through the passage and entered the 58th floor. The 58th floor is a huge desolate space like the Great Wilderness. As soon as they came out of the passage, they saw densely packed red dragons, in addition to various other monsters, and flying dragons flying down from the vertical passage blasted out by the Balkan dragon, but they did not see the new worm monsters. It's good that there are no new monsters. At a glance, Finn was slightly relieved when he did not see those colorful colors. Those new monsters are really troublesome to fight, especially those liquid ones. At the same time, the strength of these new monsters is very low, and the magic stones dropped are also special magic stones, which cannot be exchanged for Wallace, so it is not cost-effective to fight. Finn didn't want to meet those monsters if possible. The arrival of Morningstar and others immediately attracted the attention of the monsters on the 58th floor. In an instant, countless Balkan dragons aimed their mouths at Morningstar and others. Go. Finn gave an order, and everyone rushed out in an instant, rushing in all directions, and launched a brutal hunt against many monsters. Only Morningstar, Lafia, and Lavilia did not move. Morningstar used a defensive magic to directly surround the three people, and was not afraid of the Balkan dragon's bombardment at all. Moreover, the others rushed out, and the Balkan dragon's bombardment also stopped. In the defensive barrier, Lavilia couldn't wait to release magic. She didn't do much all the way down, which made her feel pent up. Now that she finally had a place to use her skills, Lavilia naturally wouldn't continue to hesitate. The super long chant quickly poured out of Lavilia's mouth, and the speed was almost comparable to the previous super speed chant of the fallen fairy. In just half a minute, Lavilia's magic was completed. Red flame patterns spread from the ground, and pillars of flames shot up into the sky, burning the monsters to ashes. Everyone present left the magic attack range very tacitly at the moment Lavilia's magic was completed. Needless to say, the Loki family had formed a very strong tacit understanding through years of cooperation. Alice and others had fought side by side with the Loki family in the Dark Dawn period before. Although they were not as strong as the bond between the Loki family members and Lavilia, they also cooperated tacitly and did not have to worry about being accidentally injured by Lavilia. Everyone cooperated tacitly and began to sweep the entire 58th floor. In just 1 hour, everyone swept away all the monsters on the 58th floor. Just like last time, after cleaning up the 58th floor, everyone sat down in front of the passage leading to the 59th floor to rest. I didn't feel the cold, but it was a bit stuffy. It seems that the situation on the 59th floor is still the same as last time. Standing in front of the passage, Finn felt the stuffy breath coming from the passage and murmured in a low voice. The record of the 59th floor of the guild team is a frozen world. It was because of the fallen fairy avatar that it became the climate environment of the 24th floor. Finn originally thought that after the fallen fairy avatar was eliminated, the 59th floor would return to the previous situation and become a frozen world again. Now it seems that it has not happened. I just don't know what kind of monster will be born on the 59th floor under normal circumstances. Morningstar stood beside Finn at this time and spoke. It didn't change back, it's still the same as before. 510, I think it will probably be the same as the tree maze. Finn thought for a moment after hearing this, and then said. After speaking, Finn looked at his thumb. Well, I don't feel any pain at all, so it should be fine. Come on, I'm here, what's the problem? Looking at Finn's expression, Morningstar rolled his eyes speechlessly. He had been using the Gate of Heaven to train his magic all the way. Under the coverage of the Gate of Heaven, everyone could fight without any burden and didn't have to worry about anything going wrong. With him around, how could there be any problems? Unless the monsters that appeared on the 59th floor were all IV.7, then it would be a bit troublesome. Haha, that's right. It's really good to have you with me, I can rest assured. Finn smiled upon hearing this, and praised generously. Then, Finn took another look at the passageway and returned to the crowd, eating the food prepared by Morningstar and starting to recover. But Morningstar didn't, instead he looked at the dark entrance and narrowed his eyes slightly. The next second, the shadow at Morningstar's feet trembled slightly and spread towards the passageway. Shadow activated. The dark shadow merged into the dark passageway. Morningstar explored the passageway and headed towards the 59th floor. Soon, Morningstar felt the situation on the 59th floor. It's no different from before, but there are a lot more breaths. The strength is above IV.5, and many have reached LV6. It seems that there is a watershed between the 58th and 59th floors. Feeling the situation detected by the shadow, Morningstar murmured in his heart. How is it? At this time, the voice of Chevalier sounded beside Star. There is a watershed between the 58th and 59th floors, which is a good place for you to exercise. Turning around and looking at Lavilia standing beside him, Chenxing replied with a smile.
Hey, it's me, Audiobook Collection. Before we wrap up this video, I wanted to let you know about my exclusive Google Drive link. It's available for just $35 on my Patreon and Ko-fi shops. With this link, you'll get access to over 400 plus audiobook novels. If you're interested, check it out and enjoy even more amazing content.